at Coletco. Let's see, let me let Jake know. Jake, we're live. He probably knows that. What now? I hear Paul and Laura over here whispering. Oh, plotting against Seth? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta. I'm okay with that. You can get me in on this plotting. Okay. He's like, the other day, he's like, I really want to go through the store and condense every crate. And I was like, you mean like every crate in the store? That's how bad his OCD is. Yeah. For anybody that's on right now, you can join us. We're talking about Seth. He'll probably be here in the morning watching this sale, so he'll hear all this. Jake is doing some fancy shenanigans. I'll have to get a... And Jake, I need my restream, my box reconnected. It's not on right now. I just unplugged it, but it didn't help. And he just disconnected. Looks like we got quite a bit of new vinyl. A lot has happened in 48 hours around here. Now 72. Let's see if I guess I can just click on that app. Is that right, Jake? I'll watch what you're doing. Launchpad. There it is. Okay. And it's on. Wow. That's what I was going to do, but I'll let Jake do it instead. Yeah, for those that don't know, I'm watching my monitor right now. Jake is probably 30 miles from here, and he's just like completely in control of my computer. I mean, he could literally, it's like I'm hacked, which is scary. I need to figure out what this software is so we can do this to Seth. Just one day get on his laptop and just completely ruin his RuneScape session. Wow, yeah, that's the OG. Man, I've known Seth for, let's see, how long have I known him? 7 years now, 8. But regardless, when that man opens up his laptop, RuneScape is going on. He has been and he runs 2 at the same time. I've never seen him not playing RuneScape. I mean, we'll get a vehicle for a road trip, and he opens his laptop and turns on RuneScape. And I'm like, well, at what point do you beat this? You know, like, how many levels is this? These pharmacy nerds. These pharmacy nerds. Uh-oh, I didn't have my GoPro on, Jake. No wonder you had it on top view. Hot pictures. Hot pictures are live. Hot pictures are live. Anybody else play RuneScape? Seth is a big RuneScape to the guy. I looked at it, I was like, dude, you know they've made better games since then. There's like enhanced graphics. I look at it's like little pixelated stuff, and I'm like, dude, you should see this new Harry Potter game that I bought. It's like real looking. Ever heard of Call of Duty? You know, even GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64 would be an upgrade. Okay. So we got let me start this. Okay, so I see 3 crates here from Paul, eh? Okay. And there's 3 crates of new vinyl. And we got auctions, and Laura's marking on more new vinyl. 4 crates of new vinyl. Laura's working on the other crate. So we have I'm about to sneeze. 4 crates of new vinyl, Jerry Stone. And with that, he just fell out of his recliner. He had 4 crates. Where's John Robb at? I hadn't seen him ask in a while. He wasn't on last night either. What happened? Yeah, I'm missing seeing John Robb saying, how many crates of new vinyl? Because that keeps me on my toes. We got to know, because I got to know. Otherwise, we're just here aimlessly wandering through Earth on this, or wandering through space on this big planet. Hurtling through space, I think is what Jerry Seinfeld said. Okay. Well, I woke up to the news of us buying a lot of silver today, with many other deals being worked on at the same time. So I'm like, okay. And whoops, just fell through the cracks there. Now this right here. Okay, let's get all this. You know what I didn't do yesterday? Let's see, let me move. I'm in a pickle. Let me move all this right here. Oh gosh, that's heavier than it looks. Coins can get heavy. Richard Miller. Richard, I bet I know what happened. If you don't get an invoice, you know what normally happens? It went to the other Richard Miller. Yep. Let me pull that up. Yeah, I bet that's what happened. You Richard Miller and Richard V. Miller, even though we put initials, they may forget, or, you know. All right, so welcome everybody. I'm clearing off the table. I didn't do this before I went live, which is okay, because it looks all messy, and that means we had a big sale last night. That means we were busy. So I'm going to use this shelf over here next to me to do this. Where's the Facebook feed? It's live because people are talking. I see people commenting, so there's people over there. Looks like I ordered about 50 new air fresheners because some of y'all stink. Some of y'all stink. So I ordered a bunch of new air fresheners. And somebody already asked for a cleaning cloth. Hold off. Always hold off on claims until the show has officially started, because I just had to reset my feed. And I don't even know. I can't remember who asked for that. So always wait till I'm like, okay, now we're ready. And then you can start asking for whatever, and I'll sell it to you. Well, this morning's bonus crate, there's only 2 records left. Probably because it's from that new Really Clean. I marked a lot of stuff down $5 for the first time, and poof. All right. Okay. There's this. Because I can see y'all's comments. I'm glancing at them. I'm just kind of walking back and forth. What was this crate? This was a half-off crate we did last night. Might show that again. I feel like there's something missing over here. My soul. I'm missing my soul. Chad, we should put a mirror in front of you, then we can see you. Oh no, I wouldn't want that. There's kind of a mirror right now. Y'all don't want to see me. Nope. Paul wouldn't like that either. I mean, because sometimes I walk around naked. I mean, I mean, y'all know I'm an honest guy. Sometimes I'm like, okay, these clothes have got to go. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. You know what I need? I need a cookie. And I'm going to walk up front and get our crate. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Okay, my mic's back on. Paul is over here pulling some insane stuff. Show's about 30 seconds away from commencing. I've got to go up here and get this other crate. Maybe put my sub in the fridge, my other half of my sub. I actually ordered a 6-inch and they gave me a foot long, so. But let's get started, okay? I'm ready. If y'all ready, I'm going to wrap this up and save it for later. I'm going to go ahead and grab another monster. And I'm going to grab this first crate of new stuff here. Was it 1 crate or 2 crate? Let's do the crate that Laura marked first. Yep. Let's do that. Okay. And then we'll do the new stuff and then the other new stuff. All right, good news. We just got an envelope from JSA with all of our JSA letters. So, Danny Thomason, are you on the chat? Because I have one. I know you've been excited to get it. Danny Thomason, are you on the chat? Your letter came in. Let me make sure Danny's on the chat. I gotta let him know. If not, I'll message him. Can't buy anymore. I don't like those words. No, 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 no. Milano, cops in LA eating Milanos. Some of y'all know some pretty deep cut Seinfeld references. I'm impressed. Cops eating Milanos? What kind of town is this? I don't know. It's like Seinfeld. I'm gonna go see him do stand-up comedy. I think he's coming to Franklin. He's just naturally funny. I don't know. My mom don't like him. I ain't never found him funny. Don't have to worry about her expressing opinions. Okay. Don't forget that's true. Thank you, Dennis. I dropped 2 coins. I got to get a board. When I sell coins, I usually lay down a board because this happens all the time. I've dropped $100 worth of silver on the floor that I hadn't picked up yet. There's still a coin down in here I hadn't got, isn't there? Or did I get it? I better get that right now. Hold on one second. Y'all gonna see some fancy shenanigans. These crates in the back hadn't been moved in 2 years now. Oh, we got to buy you some storage. The thing about collecting records is, yes, you will run out of storage, but you can always buy more. There it is. Does anybody want to buy it? It's, well, I need to check prices. It should be $33, this Walking Liberty half. And it's a 1943. 1943 Walking Liberty half. And Paul said he'd take it. Paul, I think I get you into collecting coins. That's good. Can't listen to coins is what Paul said. Who bought it? David Smith? Somebody bought it. David Smith, Walking Liberty. So did David Smith, $33. And then Javi Soto wants a cleaning cloth. Does anybody else want a cleaning cloth for $5.99? So we've sold a Walking Liberty. So the cleaning cloth. Jim B, you missed a heck of a $6.99 crate last night. Oh my gosh, I messed up. I grabbed one like that Paul had marked back in December, I think, before I even discounted it, and just wiped it out for $6.99. Man. Now Paul's looking over at me shaking my head. I'm just saying that because Jim B's watching. Because he went to bed early, and I said, shouldn't have went to bed. David Jennings wants a cleaning cloth. Let me go back up here. So David Smith got the Walk of Liberty. You bought from us before, right, David Smith? That's such a common name. I don't want to make sure I confuse you with any other David Smiths. Laura's not going to have any of the hot picture auctions ready till after 7. We got plenty of bonus crate stuff in that. No Tom Petty Funkos yet. David Jennings also wants a cleaning cloth, and so does Lewis Kulik. Okay, so 2 more cleaning cloths. And yeah, I can sell y'all, let's see. Matt Nichols, I got you for some Walking Liberties too. I got them right here. Okay, if anybody else wants one for $33, let me know. They're all going to be from the 40s. 43 or 42 probably. So we'll give one to Matt Nichols also for $33. Anybody else? Okay. Anybody else? That first 43. Hey, I got you another 43. Just like it, Matt Nichols. Anybody else? Okay. Salty Prison Sergeant. I got you down for a 1945. These are $33. Mr. Unknown's Comics Guy. I got you down for one, 1943. And I hadn't forgot about you, Richard Miller. Let me pull up invoices. They just finished the invoices, like officially. Coins got officially tagged not too long ago. Let me message Danny while I'm thinking about it on these. Where's Danny T at? Danny Thomason. Your JSA letter for Sabbath. SABBA has arrived. Chad. Okay. Okay. Nichols buying a coin. Iconic. And then Devious John wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. I need to get a new box opened, I guess. Let me go open a new box. And then, for some reason, people are having trouble finding the hot picture tonight. It must not have reached too many people. Facebook might have throttled it for some reason. Well, that happens. Sometimes they throttle these posts, and like y'all don't see them unless you go and manually, you have to literally manually go look it up. All right, let me crack open a new box of MoFi inner sleeves, and then we're definitely going to get started. Definitely going to get started. We're selling stuff, but I'm running in circles. We're doing all the knick-knack patty wax, inner sleeves, cleaning cloths. Okay. All right, so here's what I've got offer. Here's what everybody's grabbing up right now. Everybody's grabbing up cleaning cloths. Everybody's grabbing cleaning cloths for $5.99. They're grabbing silver Walking Liberties for $33. And they're buying MoFi inner sleeves. And I'm opening up a new box right now. MoFi inner sleeves. MoFi inner sleeves, which are packs of 50, are $26.99. MoFi packs of inner sleeves, $26.99. Here's what I'm talking about. Okay, $26.99, and this is going to Devious John, right? Yeah, Devious John. Okay, all right, and Will Smithson. So these are for inners. Now I don't ever show the outers because they're a little bit harder to stow away. Inner sleeves packs of 50 are $26.99. Okay, shipping crews on top of it. Man, even with a big delay, they got them all out. And they're already shipping stuff. So that's huge news. Okay. We got Will Smithson on a pack of inner sleeves. And then Mark Olson wants a cleaning cloth. You got it. And he wants 3 Walking Liberty halves at $33 each. I got you down for a 35, a 1942, and a 1942. Okay. And then Michael Salazar on a pack of inner sleeves. Michael Salazar on a pack of inner sleeves. Outers, a pack of 100 is $29.99. Now, here's what I go by. I don't have the exact weight. Maybe I can find that for you. But I use this website right here, Coinflation, and it will tell you the exact melt value. So, yeah, last night, these were $32.50. And I told everybody by tomorrow they're going to be 33. I didn't realize they're now 33.40. So this is the exact melt value. That's just the silver value of a Walking Liberty half. So you're buying them right now below melt. That's actually a crazy price. So if anybody wants to buy any more, probably a little bit later tonight when I maybe move into coins, especially when the market opens back up, they might be $33.50 each. They might go up another 50 cents. They've went up $1 since yesterday. $1.50 almost. So, or since the last time I started selling them earlier last week. So, I'll do $33 right now up until maybe 7 or 8 o'clock, okay? Because I'm probably going to stop talking about coins for a while. A little bit later, they're probably going to be $33.50. So, right now, I've got stacks of them for $33. If you're wanting to buy silver, that's the best thing I have. And then the other best thing I have, I will sell you 1 ounce bars at $93. I've got 1 ounce bars. That's pretty much at spot right now. 1 ounce bars at $93. They probably should be about $95, honestly. Okay, and then later tonight, we just bought 300 silver dollars. I'm going to start bringing those out. They're going to be 95, 90, 95, 100, somewhere right in there. So there's your options for silver. Right now, we're selling records, okay? Let's go ahead and pull some stuff for auction. And you want the rest here? Do you want the rest of what I have, or do you want the rest of everything in the building? I've got 5 right here, but I've got probably, well, I'd have to count them. I got 40 or 50. Okay, I got 40 or 50. So 2, 4, 5. I got you down for 5 right now. I've got a lot. I got them right here. This is most of what I have, and then I got more. So I've got quite a bit. But I'll honor the 33 for right now. Okay, that's a great buy. Okay, let's go over to a whole lot of records and pull up this morning's video. This morning's video was 1 crate of new, one crate of new, and then some stuff that Laura had marked, and I'm about to go find that right now. Yeah, market's moving fast. So I have a guy wanting to sell 521 ounces right now. We just bought 300 ounces of, 315 Morgans. Tanner bought 50 ounces of Cougarans today. It's crazy. I talked to dealers as soon as I woke up and got new prices on buy, sell. Silver Eagles are over 100. If you want to buy 1 Silver Eagle now, it's over $100. So that's world record setting. They've never traded that high before. And this one dealer I know, he already sold. He posted the new 2026, and he sold over 3,000 in minutes. He sold over 3,000 in minutes. Okay, can I get 10 of the 1 ounce bars? You sure can. Do you want those in addition? Do you want those in addition to the Liberties, or just the bars? Let me find Laura. I'm having trouble finding this morning's crate. New arrivals. There it is. Okay. All right. Here we go. Any rhodium? No, but I've bought and sold it before. I've had some strange, valuable metals over the years. Palladium, rhodium. One of them comes in just like a little jar. I think it was palladium. It's just like in a little tube, and it had like a seal over it. Man, I bought and sold it the same day because it was such a volatile, it moves like hundreds of dollars every day, I think. Okay, I'm looking for the Doors, Buck Cherry, Ozzy, Baroness, Etta James, both David Gons, Hatebreed, Chuck Berry, Zeppelin, Houses, My Morning Jacket, Youth Lagoon, and Etta James, okay? So this is David Mangan, Oh Fortune. That's a folk indie album, EX edition, $9.99. I'm going to confirm what Cameron maybe wants, if he wants some bars and some this or some that, and a little bit of that, a little bit of this. And I'm going to get in here to our bonus crate. I got Dead End, and I got something here called Blade Runner Hunted. I got a couple metal auctions to start tonight. This should catch everybody's attention. I have Dead End, Ghost of Romance, a 1987 USOG sealed with hop sticker, $15 start on Dead End, and then Blade Runner Hunted. Blade Runner is an 84 UKOG VG condition, $25 start. Okay, so Cameron wants 10 bars, which I priced to him at 92. What did I say? 92? I think I said 92, which is 42 cents below spot, which is pretty crazy. So it's just because I've had these on a previous buy. So here's 2, 4, 6, 8, and then I'll give you these two right here, okay? So these 10 bars at 92, all right? And then, let's see, that's 10. Let me do this calculation. 10 at 92, of course, is 920. And then he wants 5 Walking Liberties. 5 at 33 each, $165 plus 920. That'd be $1,085. That's a good way to start the show with Cameron Lingefeld, $1,085. That calls for a what, Paul? An air horn. The train's coming through right now, that's true. We have Theophilus London, the remixes. That's Electronic House album, $9.99. Theophilus London, $9.99. Let's pull back up this morning's video. Also, I have Harold Land, Westbound. That is a 2021 Record Store Day exclusive, $29.99. And Baroness, and I think this was claimed. Let's see, let me read these off again. Doors, Buck Cherry, Ozzy, Baroness. Yep, so does Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott. That's so do you. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Susudio, $24.99. Used to be Paul's ringback tone. Susudio. He said no. Ringback tone. That's a throwback. Youth Lagoon, $14.99. Youth Lagoon, so does Stephen Riley. That's so does Stephen Riley. And I have Lana Del Rey. Lana Del Rey is $34.99. Lana Del Rey, $34.99. Okay, I'm going to give a fair warning. Thank you, Cameron. So I got you down for 10 silver bars at 92 each, which is a steal. And then I got you down for 5 Walking Liberties, both below melt right now. That was some of my last prices from last night. I just pulled back up spot, and I was like, holy crap, I've shot myself in the foot already. But I'll still honor those prices. I told everybody to at least like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock when all this is off the board for the night. So headphones on, Paul's protected. Laura's in the back, but I think she knows it's coming. I'm really going to drag this out, Paul. All righty. That should wake up a few people. All right. Let me go ahead and take all this in here. It's a good way to start the show. Whoa. Let me spread all this out. Otherwise, they're going to shoot me in the morning and be like, what is all this big pile of stuff and who does it go to? Let me start right here on this table. All right, that's all Cameron's. And let me spread out these Walking Liberties. 1, 2, there's 1, and then that was another one. There was 3 for somebody. There's all the cleaning cloths. Should be a 43 or 43, and then 3 cleaning cloths, yeah. Okay. All righty. Okay, so now Moving on. So over here we got two metal auctions. Mike Strauss has Blade Runner, an 84 UK OG VG. He has that at $25. And then over here we have an 87 US OG. This is Dead End Ghost of Romance. That's sealed at a $15 start, okay? Now, so here's the bars. I have more up front, but if you want some right now, I'll do these for the next 5 minutes. I'm closing this price at 7 o'clock, okay? Because they're going to go up. You don't see me like literally raise prices too much and be serious about it. This closes in 5 minutes. I've got Andrew Jackson, Elemental, James Madison, American Eagle. These are bars. Golden State Mint, and who else do we have here? Simmons Refco, okay? $92. That's for the 1 ounce bars, okay? That's for the next 5 minutes. And then the other thing you can grab are the prospectors. I think y'all know about those. Oh, those are the Cougarans we bought today. I got those. I'll do those in just a second. This is the prospectors. I think you already know about those. This is this. This is the prospectors, okay? And that is $92. I'm closing that window in 4 minutes because then it's going to be a price increase when I show these later tonight. Not just a sales pitch. It's a great deal is what it is. I can't buy them for that right now, wholesale probably. Phoenix, nobody's probably going to want to let them go for that. Phoenix is $19.99. This is called Bankrupt. Phoenix is $19.99. And we have My Morning Jacket. Now, I've got as many prospectors as you could want, okay? I got prospectors as many as you can want. I mean, unless you want more than 100, okay? My Morning Jacket over here. This is My Morning Jacket self-titled. That's still available. And we have over here Light in the Attic and Friends, and that is a 2023 record store day, $24.99. All right, so let's knock this out. We have Mr. Unknown Comics Guy on 1 silver bar, okay? I got you down for 1 silver bar. I'm going to give you this Simmons Refco. That's sold to him for $92. And then Glenn wants 2 silver bars. I'm going to give you the presidential stuff, okay? Those are actually pretty collectible. Andrew Jackson and James Madison, those are sold to Glenn, $92.92. Don wants the one with the American Eagle on it. That's sold to Don for $92. And then any Mac Davis, no Mac Davis tonight, silver bars. Matt Nichols on 2 prospectors. These are sold to Matt Nichols, $92. And then I'll take 10 more if you still have them. Let me see what's up front in the showcase. And then Mark Steele bid 15 on Dead End, 15 on Dead End, and we have Matt Nichols on 1 Eagle bar. I don't know if I have one left. I just have this that says Elemental and Golden State Mint. I'll have to see what's left up front right quick. Young Bloods against the Grain, $19.99 US, $29.99 for Young Bloods against the Grain. Heath Norman said he'll take 1 silver bar. I'll give you this Elemental for $92. So yeah, the Walking Liberties are still available as well. Any quantity. They're probably going to be from the 40s, of course. $33 on those. $33 on those. We have, this is Quaker City Nighthawks. That's $19.99 for Quaker City Nighthawks. And then TV on the radio, and that's $34.99. Give me Elemental. Okay, I'll give Heath Norman the other one then. I'll give Heath Norman the other one. Heath, I'm going to give you Golden State Mint. It's the same thing, 1 ounce silver. We'll give Matt the one that says Elemental, okay? And then let me see what's left up front. Now, keep in mind, I owe... Cameron said he wanted 10 more, but I don't think I have 10 more. Cameron, the next best thing I can give you if you want 10 of something would be these prospectors, which is still at a stupid price of $92. They're marked 1985, okay? And they're 1 ounce silver. They're $92. And I have rolls, like you can buy a whole roll if you want them for 20 bucks. 20 in a quantity. Wow, is that an OG, Paul? I've never seen an OG Temple of the Dog. That's crazy. So we have a City Music, Kevin Morby. That's $24.99. Dave Matthews Band, Crash Into Me. That's $99.99. That's on the limited edition colored vinyl. Caleb Claude is $24.99. And then JJ Kill Rewind. That's still available at $34.99. And My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall, $17.99. My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall was sold to Jeff Malwitz. Thank you on that. And then Buck Cherry Hellbound. Buck Cherry is sealed, $29.99. Okay, so here's what I got to get caught up on. First, David Tate wants 2 Walking Liberties. I'm going to give you a 1943 and a 1944. Sandy Villa, let me see what I can do for you on that. Let me see what's left in the cases up front, too. I still got to go get the doors. Buck Cherry was sold to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall, on the Buck Cherry. And then we're still looking for the doors. Ozzy, Etta James, David Gain, Hake Bree, Chuck Berry, Led Zeppelin, Houses, and Etta James. That's in the new stuff. Blade Runner sold for $35. That's done. Blade Runner, $35. And let me go down the line here and make sure I have everybody taken care of that requested, so I have all this in order, okay? And Mark Steele, you get dead in for $15. The first thing I want to make sure is Mr. Unknown's Comic Guy got 1 silver bar for $92. Glenn got 2 silver bars for $92. Don got the bar that says American Eagle for $92. Matt Nichols got 2 prospectors at $92 each, okay? And then next was Heath Norman got the Golden State Mint bar. Matt Nichols got the Elemental bar. And then we have two Walking Liberty halves for David Tate, okay? Now, Sandy still wants 2 bars, and Cameron wants up to 10 if I have them. Now, Jason Bees, I want to make sure this is the one you wanted. It was, I want to make sure I said the price right. It was $99.99. $99.99. This was a 2016 limited edition. I want to make sure I didn't say $9.99 because I was going so fast. It's white and red vinyl. That's the original first pressing from 2016. The first time it's on vinyl. This album actually came out, of course, in 1996. This was the first time it was on vinyl. Okay, and then Blade Runner was $25. Blade Runner was $25 to Mike Straws. Yes, I may have said $35. $25 for those. Can you get another Doors boot? I can. Give me 1 second on that. Did you comment, Doors? Yeah, I'll put you on a wait list. I hadn't got to that crate yet. I still got to go up front and get that. We hadn't gone through the new vinyl crate yet. Okay, so I can take care of Sandy on the bars because there's more up front, and I can take care of, you said not, I was afraid I did. I was going to make sure before you got that on your invoice for $100. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, did I go too fast there? I always want to make sure I'm clear on that. Okay, and then Cameron says he'll take a whole roll of prospectors. That means we have another air horn because this is 20 times $92 now. So Cameron's going to buy these. This is 20 times $92, and that is $1,840 for this right here. This is sold to Cameron Lingelfeld. Before I do that, let me go up front and get the next 2 for Sandy Villa, and let me put up some new auctions so you're not staring at an empty table. First thing I'm going to auction off is a date with Paul. Paul, you're up for bid. You get to take Paul out to dinner and spend the night with him. This is Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil is a 1982 USOG Carrollton. This is a VG minus record. No feelable marks, just heavy scuffing and a worn jacket. But man, Ozzy's a $25 start. And then Cinderella Long Cold Winter, an 88 USOG VG++, a $30 start on that. $30 start on that. Add 4 more Walking Liberties for a total of 5 for Matt Nichols, okay? So I think I had one earlier, so let's add 4 more for Matt Nichols. 1, 2, 3. That's dateless. I'm not going to give you that one. Let me give you a nice one there. There's 3, and let me pick you out one more. There's 4 for Matt Nichols, okay? So 4 for Matt Nichols. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then can I confirm who is Mr. Unknown Comics guy? I think I've obviously sold to you before, but I want to confirm, okay? And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And those are sold to Matt Nichols. Now, he should have a total stack of 5 from tonight. I owe an air horn to Cameron. He just bought a roll of prospectors, $1,840. My price window is about to close. I told everybody it's going to close at 7. And plus, we got to really focus on records. Remind me about an hour, and I'll bring out more new stuff, including the new dollars, and I got to get updated prices. So if you're still claiming stuff, now's the time, okay? And then over here, Ozzy has bids, and I got to go up front. And Sarah said Paul has lovely long hair. And then Denise said I'll be gentle. Craig Thomas said Paul is dreamy. So you got some, the bid is going up, Paul. Oh boy, I hope you're ready. Jim B says he's out. Okay. Well, he's just saying that. Jim B's in. He's already, he'll trade his lifetime membership to Collectco for a date with Paul. Next thing I'm going to auction off is you can punch Seth in the face $5.99, $6.99. You can punch Seth in the face as hard as you want to. Just, oh, right in the schnozzle, right in the schnoz. What's crazy is, y'all know these little statuettes I have. Some of these are about to be worth the melt value. Okay? Yeah. So, I told Tanner, I said, Tanner, you can't put silver out in our showcases hardly anymore because the silver he has in our showcases is from the price on Monday, and it's already went up by like $6 an ounce since then. So if somebody was local and they would have and that was a silver buyer and walked in our store today, they probably would have cleaned us out, and we would have been like, oh, like what the heck happened? All right, I got the next crate, and I got more silver bars because I owe 2 for Sandy Villa, and then I've got to go ahead and put all this in here on the table. So we had a great week. First week of the year, we had a great week, and I think a lot of that was due to great new stuff coming in, and also the fact that the silver market's booming. And luckily, it's kind of the records is 99% of our business, but coins is the other 1%. And right now, it's a booming business. So I'm trying to shift it. I'm trying to shift my time from 1% on coins to maybe like 3% because we got people just wanting to buy and sell the heck out of this stuff. And I'm like, I can't ignore it. There's too much money to be made. But at the same time, we got to still focus on our records. This is so much going on every day. I mean, when I wake up, the list of people wanting to buy and sell, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't even go to sleep anymore as usual. So Aussie opened at $25, and then we had a bid for $30. And then Mr. Unknown Comics Guy wanted 2 more walking liberties, and I don't think I've officially pulled those yet. So those are sold to him. That's a 45 and a 45. Okay, then Cinderella opened at 30. And then Aussie's at 26. Aussie's at 27. Aussie is at 28. I filled out the form a while back. Why not invoice for Kiss Figure? Should be filling it out again. Yeah, go ahead and fill out again. Make sure you let us know you are Mr. Unknown Comics Guy. Cinderella 25. And then Cinderella 30. Is the Rage that's being auctioned out an OG? I have no idea. I don't think Laura even has it ready yet. And then Cinderella 31, Cinderella 31, and then Chris Martin said sold. What press is Cinderella? Cinderella 30. And then over here, wait, I see my invoice. I'm paying now. 10 Benjamin Franklins for Paul. And then, hold on, Paul has to make an announcement. Okay.
The guy whose this collection belongs to.
Yeah.
He's like, do I get a shout out? He was like, I heard you mention the tail of the dog. Do I get
right.
a shout out? And I was like, only if you want. I think Scott Lee.
Okay.
Yeah,
what state was he from?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay, give me 1 second. We got Cinderella 39, Cinderella 39, Aussie 32, Aussie 32, Cinderella 30, Cinderella 49. Okay, so first thing is this. We have Sandy Villa for 2 bars. So Sandy Villa, I got you down for. I did find more. We had more in our showcases. Golden State Mint, and I'm going to give you this one right here that has the Morgan Silver Dollar on it. Those are sold to Sandy Villa, $92.92. I promise you, this is the last of my bar reserve. I got 3, 6, 7 bars, 1 ounce right now, $92. And then we have watching live tonight, Scott Leach up in Pennsylvania, and he was the seller of one of these amazing collections we recently just picked up. So I guess we might have the Scott Leach collection on our hands. So Paul just got back from a 6-day, 7-day, how long was he gone? 7 days? 5 or 6 day buying trip. And we went and picked up some insane collections. So shout out to Mr. Scott Leach. And Scott, thank you for giving CollectCo the opportunity to buy your collection. Paul's over here having a heyday. As you can see, our customers are going to have a heyday. And for anybody else out there, we buy record collections. We'll show up, we'll buy them, and that's what we do. We show up and we buy record collections. Now, I got all this silver that I've sold balanced on the edge of this crate. Let me put this over there. So it looks like Scott's collection is insane. Paul keeps showing me stuff. And thanks everybody that buys from us and for everybody that sells to us. I posted, somebody posted about why do people sell their collections? And, and I listed a variety of reasons. And I was like, well, one reason, a lot of people pick us though, regardless of their situation. A lot of people pick us because they can get on here overnight and they can watch their collection being distributed to people all over the world. And I think a lot of people like that. They like to get on here, and even though they might spend their lifetime or 15 years or 20 years collecting records, they can get on here and watch their stuff being shared to collectors who love it, and it's going to appreciate it. It's not like it's going to a dumpster. They can get on here and like watch people super excited about getting this stuff for their collection. It goes from one collection to another. We're just the facilitator, okay? We're just the facilitator. I still owe Cameron an air horn, and when I get all this off the board, sorry, I had to go line all this up over here, because if I don't keep it in order, then y'all will get tagged for the wrong bar, and then the FDA calls, and then we're all in some crap. The FDA, Food Drug Administration. Okay, so thank you, Scott, and everybody else. Okay, so we have sold a lot of stuff, and I hadn't even like really shown any vinyl yet. That's the power of silver. Silver adds up quickly. I think we just did what we did in silver. What we do in records, we just did in silver in about 15 minutes. So this is why I got to get somebody else that is a clone of me, so they could be live every night selling silver. Could you imagine? We'd have to double our shipping facilities here. Okay, so let's go over these auctions. Sorry they've been dragged out, but we're ready to focus on them. I still got some claims to take care of. An 82 USOG Carrollton press. This is a 1982 US Carrollton press. This has the original inner sleeves. It does have cover wear. We're grading it VG minus on the vinyl and a VG cover. This is from Seth's bonus crate. And the last bid on Aussie over here, the last bid on Aussie was David Tate at $32. Now, if somebody's in higher or you want to be in higher, let me know. I got Cinderella at $68. This is an 88 USOG Hop Hog. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's VG++. The cover is discolored. It's got some discoloration. So VG cover, VG++, okay? That's what's going on over there. Now, we got to sell some records, and we have a lot over here to sell. First thing I've got to do is make sure I didn't miss any more claims. So the last thing that I pulled was Sandy Villa. I did put you down for 2 new bars. David Tate said he did want another prospector, so that's sold to David Tate for $92, okay? Thank you, David Tate. And then Matt Nichols wants another bar. I'm going to give you Johnson Matthey. That's a good brand. That's a name brand. That's sold to Matt Nichols for $92, okay? And then over here, Cinderella, $68. And we have a request for auctions coming in, okay? Here we go. A morning sale. Oh, I know. We've talked about it a lot. Paul, you're now in charge of the morning stream, 8 a.m. to... No, Paul's not a morning guy. He'd be cranky. You might get yelled at if Paul's doing the sales in the morning. And he's holding up a Badlands. Oh, my gosh. He just held up a Badlands record. That's going to wake everybody up. Okay. I had to take a sip of Monster. This has been exciting. We hadn't even got started. We got Hatebreed. I think we did sell one to Matt Shiker. Yep. Hatebreed is $39.99. This is a limited edition pressing. I looked up Hatebreed. Our main distributor had nothing Hatebreed in stock except these. $39.99 for Hatebreed. That is $39.99. And we have Fear Factory. Fear Factory is a limited edition 300 blue and purple Deceptions pressing. Fear Factory. That one's $39.99. That's our last copy and our last copy of Hatebreed. I think we're done on Cinderella. That's sold to Josh Tanner. Well, wait a minute. Let me retract that. I didn't say D on the end of that. Robbie Summerlin never did say ow, and I just kind of did an update. Robbie Summerlin, let me know if you want to bid again. Aussie, Christina Curtis has it for $35. And then True Romance is $38.99. David Smith wants that last copy of Hatebreed. Thank you. And then over here we got David Gann, or what I was being told last night, David Gone. And David Gann is sold to Melinda Gerhart. That's his Alive unofficial. That's David Gone from Depeche Mode. It's a 2LP unofficial, $36.99. There have been no advertised auctions ready. It's probably going to be closer to 7:30 before I start some of those. I've got a handful up here. Laura's working on the other ones, okay? Next is the other David Gone, and that is officially sold to Melinda Gerhardt as well. That was my only copy. So you got two options. Berlin, $29.99, 2003. And this says Berlin, and it's a 2 LP. So I don't really know what the difference. I don't know if one's expanded. I don't know if one's a full length. I don't really know. But Melinda gets both of them. And then we had King's X Dog Man. That's a 2 LP, music on vinyl. King's X at $54.99. We have 4 new crates of new vinyl we're about to go into right now. I've got great bonus crate auctions, though. I mean, look at these. Ozzy, Cinderella. We've already done a couple of deeper cut metal auctions, Blade Runner and Dead End. So we're going to be doing some of those while we're getting up the other stuff. This is Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. They've got new material coming out on Friday, Night After Night. New album from Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $29.99. And then here's that Ozzy picture disc we've sold gobs of. Ozzy and Billy Morrison, Gods of Rock and Roll. It's a picture disc single. The flip side, the name of the song is Crack Cocaine, $24.99. That's sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you on that one. And the B-side is, so it's Gods of Rock and Roll. That's the A-side single. And then, of course, they got a song called Crack Cocaine. And then we got Motorhead, the Rockin' Roots of Motorhead. Very cool. Rockin' Roots of Motorhead, $29.99. All right, I'm going to take the silver off the table. So, bars, $92. That's what I have left. Okay, this is being closed until further discussion later tonight. Prices are subject to change. 6 bars left at $92. That's it. I promise you I don't have any more bars. Walking Liberties, $33. Price subject to change. I've got gobs of those. And then Prospectors, $92. Price is subject to change. New for tonight that hadn't been shown, over 300 new silver dollars, old ones like Morgan's, 1800s. I got Krugerrands, and we got some other new collectible silver. That will be much later tonight. Plus, we're building up for a big Sunday night coin show. We got a lot of cool stuff. Led Zeppelin, the live EP. This is sold to Daryl Johnson. I've got one extra. That's Daryl Johnson getting that one, and I have one left. That's a 4-track live, okay? I lost Robbie Summerlin, so let's go ahead and sell Cinderella here. And Cinderella is sold to Josh Tanner for $68. $68 on that, okay? That is done. And let's go over here to Ozzy. Speak of the Devil. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. The last bid on this was Christina Curtis at $35. And that is sold to Christina for $35, okay? And then Weasel over here. Weasel over here on an Ozzy. Thank you on that. And we have Led Zeppelin self-titled for $29. House is the Holy, sold to Brian Call. Thank you on that, Brian Call. And we have Led Zeppelin 3. And this is still available, $33.99 for Led Zeppelin 3. Also got Whiskey Meyer self-titled for $29.99. And then Chuck Berry, the new Chess 75th Anniversary, remastered from the original analog tapes and pressed to QRP and tip-on jacket, sold to Daryl Johnson as well. Thank you on that. And then the Doors over here, the Rockin' Roots, that's sold to Rick Hall. Put Sherry Darnell on the wait list. And we got Etta James at last. Once again, cut or mastered from the original analog tapes. It doesn't say cut from, it says mastered from the original analog tapes. This is manufactured at QRP. Should be one of the better sounding pressings that made, especially for that price in recent time. That one sold to Matt Algram. Thank you, Matt Algram. And one sold to Mary Miles. Thank you, Mary Miles. Whiskey Meyer sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you, Brandon Jones. And I've got 2 Etta James left at last. $39.99 on the back wall, live. This has been one of the most asked about back wall records that have not sold. Maybe somebody can break the ice so I can change it up. Live Throwing Copper, a 2 LP anniversary edition with 3 bonus tracks, $39.99. Steal It and Can't Buy a Thrill, remastered, 2022, $36.99. Paul Stanley, 2014 remaster with poster, $34.99. And Iron Maiden is $24.99. So this was all the new vinyl left from yesterday. We're about to go through the new vinyl tonight. Let's go ahead and put up one record from the advertised stuff from tonight. Kings of Leon is looking interesting. And Laura said she's going to have the new auctions up later. Ed was very busy today doing customer service, et cetera, and she had to mark all the new vinyl, probably unbox it too. So she's got that done for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any new vinyl. But that means the auctions are going to be starting, all of them, a little bit later, okay? We got Kings of Leon, California Waiting. Kings of Leon's a 2004 Euro OG, limited to 5,000 numbered copies on clear vinyl. This is numbered 94, so I've never seen this before. Kings of Leon, California waiting. It's a numbered 10-inch, and that's a $25 star. Sherry Darnell wants Etta James. Make sure she is on the wait list for that. Doors, Rock and Roots, and then here's what's left in here. Fear Factory for $39, True Romance Soundtrack $38, David Gann $36. We got King's X at $54, Ozzy's $24.99. We have Nitty Gritty Dirt Band for $29, The Rock and Roots of Motorhead $29. That had Hawkwind tracks on it. Zeppelin $24, Zeppelin $29, Zeppelin $29, and Etta James $39. Salty Prison Sergeant on the Live. You're my hero. There goes my hero. Watch him as he... Thank you, Paul. Paul will finish in the lyrics there. All right, we're going to replace it with the beautiful Etta James there. So Etta's $39.99. All right, thank you. Live is gone. I think he was one of the ones that asked about it. I've had a lot of people ask about Live. I mean, that album came out in '94, I think, so that's always been a tough one to get. I mean, you're not going to see OGs of that laying in the $2 bins, right, Paul? That's right. That's right. That's right. That was a little bit of a too eager answer. Oh, man. I need a cookie. I need a cookie. Whew. A lot going on. I looked over here, and I have got way too many messages. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lock my phone, and I'm going to turn it upside down, okay? I'm out of pocket for the next few hours. Nobody can reach me except y'all. If you want to talk to me, you got to ask me right here in this chat. Kings of Leon, the last bid is at $25.25, now $27. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. And yes, I'm about ready for a cookie. I wish I had Paul's job right now. You know what Paul's doing? He's over here digging through all these new records. Wow, look at that Yes box set. Oh my gosh, see? Paul's got the best job on earth right now. He's digging through all this new stuff, and I'm over here like, what are you doing over there, Paul? Wow, the Beatles blue box. Golly. So everybody's like, man, it's a dream to own a record store. And I'm like, I don't even get to look at what we're buying. It's like all this stuff. I'm surrounded by all this stuff. And I could just load it up in my Tahoe, but I don't even have time to do that. And we don't even sell it fast enough. Paul's bringing me records. Do you have this? Do you have that? And I'm like, Okay, we have Lita Ford. Oh, wow, a surprise auction. Lita Ford out for blood. A Japanese OG 1983 EX Plus condition, $65 star. Thanks for everybody that bought some silver right then. That was a good way to boost the sale for tonight. I'll do more later, and I'm promising you, you can't go wrong. I mean, I think the new floor is like $80. I mean, if for anything to crash right now with this stuff, it would, I mean... Everybody's like, wow, $50 silver, $60, $70, $80. Now everybody's like, how quick can it get to 100? And, you know, when it hit 50, it busted right through and just kept going. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, if anything, this is the kind of stuff you got to buy and just put away and forget about. Don't, you know, the best returns are the people who bought it 5 years ago and forgot about it. So there's that. A pre-bid. No, you got to wait for it to go live up for auction. But if you keep reminding me, I'll let you know if it's ready and we'll get it up ASAP, okay? So anybody new that's waiting on auction, you got to keep reminding me. Wait till about 7:30 and I'll let you know if it's up here or not, maybe even later, and then we'll try to get them up ASAP as possible, okay? I do not have Pink Floyd. No, that was a very limited edition deal. Kings of Leon 34 and Kings of Leon Lita Ford 65. I know Matt Nichols texted me this morning or messaged me, and he said, Chad, I'm retiring from Coletco. Of course, I knew he was joking. We have Kings of Leon 38, and there we have it. So Lita Ford, uncensored cover, the Japanese original. Tom Kelly has it for 65. Kings of Leon's at 36. Oysterhead, we'll say that one's about, well, how about this? I'll schedule it. We'll say 7:45, and I'll make sure to ask Laura to have it ready at least before 7:45, okay? So I'll say that's when we're going to sell it because that's a highly requested one. 7:45, we'll put up Oysterhead. Laura, if you could get that into rotation, we'll definitely lay it up here at 7:45. Just remind me or I'll forget. We have Depeche Mode, live, Hammersmith Odeon, numbered, no just limited edition, cloudy colored vinyl, very cool, Depeche Mode, $29.99. $29.99. We've got two. We're in new stuff. We're starting our first crate of new stuff here. Jamiroquai. This is live. Originally a record store day, green vinyl, 2006 BBC. Jamiroquai, $33.99. Kings of Leon. Let's update this. Over here, the last bid was $37. It's a 2004 Euro limited edition, numbered. Euro limited edition, numbered. Euro limited edition, numbered. Kings of Leon's at $39. Oysterhead's a big one. It's not in print. It's heavily bootlegged. That's a big one. And then Lita Ford's at 70. Now 72. We got great auctions tonight. Now, I don't know if I'm ready to do them tonight, but I guess Paul set this crate of cassettes right over here. Atomic Opera, Anthrax, Artillery, Anvil, Cyclone Temple. Those might be good for tomorrow since it's metal night. Yeah, that we have, and I'm going to spread them out and take a picture. We have an insane collection of metal cassettes for tomorrow. I was thinking about doing them for bonus tonight, but we already have other bonus auctions, okay? So over here, Depeche Mode is So to Amenities. Thank you. There's one left. And then over here we have Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. It's just one of those days that I want to wake up and eat a Subway cookie. I'm sorry, that didn't rhyme. That didn't sound cool. $39.99. Paul gave me the evil eye. We have Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, $29.99. This is from the Man in Black, $29.99. Classic concert. For some reason, just OGs don't turn up as much as they used to. I asked John, John, do you ever see more Folsom? I said, I'll take them in any kind of condition you got. And I just don't, I remember we used to have gobs of them, but I think they've all been snatched up. Folsom Prisons, new and sealed, $29.99. Kings of Leon's tied at 40. Oso Adventure bid first. Calvin's tied them. Now Lita Ford is 77. How about we go over here and put up another auction? Anybody ever heard of Nirvana? This is Nirvana, the Palace pressing. This is the Nirvana 2013 Palace pressing, a $65 start of Nevermind. Oh, man. That's the German Palace press. And I remember when these were in print, we would order like 50 of them hoping that they would have that sticker, because there for a while you didn't know which ones you were getting. And I remember messing my distributor. I was like, can you go through the warehouse and pull all the ones that have this sticker right here on them? Because they were going to go out of print, and we were selling them for sticker price at the time, which was like 35 bucks. And I was like, when this album goes out of print, it's going to double or triple in price. This is one of the best sounding this is one of the best sounding pressings of Nirvana you can get. It will blow your socks off, Paul. You'll be going to Walgreens tonight and be like, ma'am, I'm looking for socks. Mine got blown off listening to Kurt Cobain. Dave Grohl, they just, do you know who I'm talking about, ma'am? And she's going to be like, dude, call the cops. What's wrong with this guy? We got somebody here walking barefoot. His socks have been blown off listening to Nirvana. Is that crate heavy enough, Paul? Over Def Leppard Adrenaline. Def Leppard Adrenalize. $33.99 on that. $33.99. I got Paul over here next to me, which if he's over here, I'm going to talk to him. Otherwise, I'm usually standing here all night by myself. So thanks for keeping me company, Paul. Nirvana's at 35, Kings of Leon's at 42, and Lita Ford's at 82. So Lita Ford 82, and then Kings of Leon 42, and then Sarah Wabernink on Def Leppard. Now Laura's up here. I can talk to her. She's dropping off the very coveted auctions. Oh, man, there it is, Oysterhead. She's got it in her hand. We'll get it 15 minutes, and we'll put it up for auction. Pink Floyd, Red the Light, Dark the Night. This is Pink Floyd. It's live in a lot of different places, but they're all from 1968 and 1969. Pink Floyd, $29.99, $29.99. And over here, check this out. And I caught this on sale. David Bowie Live, Los Angeles, 1974. It is unofficial, but I was like, man, what a cool jacket. And it's a complete live show from LA, 1974, which I don't recall seeing before. It's on white vinyl, and they're hand numbered. It's a David Bowie unofficial. We've got 5 of them in stock. I went ahead and got 5 before they sold out. $29.99. Nirvana has a new bid for 40. George Jones on Pink Floyd. That's sold to George Jones. That's for the Pink Floyd unofficial. And then Kings of Leon, I see an out. So Oso Adventure has it for $42. Calvin went out, so this is a final call for $42. Now, Lita Ford was down to John Kaiser. One more look at this. Mr. Kaiser, Dun, 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 dun. That's like Mr. Crowley, if you don't know what I'm talking about there. This is an 83 OG EX Plus condition. This is Lita Ford, and the last bid was John Kaiser A2, Japanese original, nice, with OB and inserts. Nirvana's now at 50. Like I said, that's going to sound awesome. Bowie sold to Stacy Metternich. Bowie sold to William Howe. Bowie sold to Melanie Jennings. Bowie sold to TSO Houston. There's one left, and one more look. That's David Bowie, live in LA, 1974. It's an unofficial. Let's sell them out, and let's start a waiting list, okay? Let's sell them out and let's do a waiting list. So this is live in LA, 1974, $29.99. Nirvana is the 2013 Palace, near mint minus. So for a modern pressing, here's your options with Nirvana. This is opened, it's near mint. You can buy a US original, pricey. It's 100, like we've sold one night for 800, 1200. We've sold them up there around the 4-digit mark. You can buy MoFi pressing. It's also expensive. Those are very collectible, being MoFi and US original. But far as just one to play and one to blow your socks off, this is one of the better pressings to get. It's not too pricey. It's the Palace pressing. It's the Palace pressing. And right now it's at $60, okay? All right, and I wasn't surprised if it hits 100. Let's start a waiting list on Bowie. Kelly Vladorchik, I'll put you at first of the list. I'm probably going to order like 4 or 5 more. What a cool bootleg. David Bowie, live LA, 1974, a complete show. It's numbered and it's on white vinyl. One more record, then I'm going to end those auctions. One of my favorite in the Rush discography, Hold Your Fire, $33.99. I don't know what it is. I just like it. $33.99. It's just great stuff. Rush, $33.99. Time stands still on that one. And then Kings of Leon. This did not get another bid, so it is sold, and Lita Ford's done too. Oso Adventure, you get the Kings of Leon for $42. And Lita Ford over here. Lita Ford over here. Lita Ford is officially sold to John Kaiser, and John Kaiser gets this for $82. Yeah, I think I took, the starting bid was supposed to be $65. I think Matt opened it at 35, but I might have said 35, but it's supposed to be 65. It's supposed to be 65, yeah. It's supposed to be $65 on Nirvana. Matt Nichols on Rush, but we've already got there anyway. Now it's at 80. That is now out of print. So, well, this album's not out of print. I can order, if somebody's like, Chad, order me 100 Neverminds. I could do it right now. I was just looking at them last night. But they're not pressed at Palace, Germany. Okay, this is made in Germany at Palace. Palace is one of the top 3 pressing facilities. So not only is it great mastering, just something about the plating they were using there for that pressing is just phenomenal. So you'd have to get into the ins and outs of you'd have to look up some audiophile channels and get all the exact specifics, but something was cooking good with that one. David Bowie, look at this, from the bonus crate. I told y'all, some of these, I literally put in the post tonight, the bonus crate is loaded like a baked potato. I love baked potatoes, especially when they're loaded. You got butter, sour cream, cheese, anchovies, Oreos, anything you can put in it. We have David Bowie. This is a 1982 Japanese EX Plus, $85 start for David Bowie, a Japanese pressing. Now, I hope David Johnson did not just have a panic attack. Sometimes he has conniption fits, but this is panic attack worthy. So don't hold your breath. Make sure you don't lock your knees up. You're going to pass out. David Bowie is in your presence. $85 start. Go ahead, start bidding. Bid like there's no tomorrow. Nirvana's at 100. And then Christina Curtis, can I get on the wait list for one more? Another David Bowie for Christina Curtis. So 2 on the Bowie waiting list, Kelly and Christina. And then over here, Nirvana 105. Did you say you got an OG? Paul has shown me 3 OG STPs from this new collection. Y'all have no idea. Scott Leach is watching. We bought some of these records. Scott can verify. Insane collection. Paul went and bought up in Pennsylvania. I mean, the quality of records. He's pulling out OG 90s, Temple the Dog, STP stuff, Nirvana, Badland. The stuff that he's pulling out over here is insane. He's right here next to me. He's pulling out records for upcoming auctions. And some of y'all are probably just going to have to go vomit after seeing some of this. I mean, I want to vomit right now. We have Johnny Cash sold to Moses E. Thank you, Moses. That's sold to you for $29.99. And then over here, we have Nirvana at $115. And over here, we have The Offspring, $29.99. The self-titled debut album. This is Offspring by The Offspring for The Offspring, $29.99. The David Bowie bootleg we're talking about is only $29.99. It's a double LP white vinyl, gatefold numbered, $29.99 for David Bowie, okay? There's that. And then Nirvana over here, $115 with Matt Nichols. David Bowie doesn't have a bid yet. Oh, maybe you're asking about this. This over here, David Bowie, if you're asking about this one, it's an $85 start. It's an 83 Japanese, David Johnson's in. Kelly Vladichat and Matt Nichols gets both the Offsprings. Those are sold and sold. And then over here, we have Friday the 13th. Look at this. Look at the color vinyl. Awesome. And these are just $34.99 from Waxwork. I don't recall seeing many Waxwork soundtracks for under $50. And this is new and sealed Friday the 13th, the original Harry Manfredini. And that's $34.99. That's $33.99. Did I say that right, Paul? I think Paul was just laughing at me trying to say it. I'm going to take a drink of Monster right quick, and then I'm going to eat a cookie here in a second. Now, I don't mind going to 2 or 3 a.m. tonight, whatever it takes, but I've made a commitment. I'm going to try to do these flip videos. I've been crashing after these sales. I ended the sale last night. I woke up with my head on the counter at 5:30, and I was just out of it. I think I've had some serious exhaustion. So on a serious note, I don't mind going as late as I want to tonight, but I'm going to try to do flip videos pre-recorded, so after these sales I can like go home and get some sleep this week. I'm going to try to do flip videos 2 or 3 days in ahead now, and I'm going to skip the gym, and I think I just need to get caught up on rest. I've been like, after these sales, I'll go up front and like eat some fruit like I've been doing, and then just like passing out. So I'm going to give a heads up to everybody. I'm going to try to get flip videos done in a while ahead of advance, but if they're missing for a couple days, they shouldn't be, but I've almost missed them the last couple days because I've literally just passed out after these sales. Tanner was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I think I'm going to have to get some sleep this week." David Bowie, Scary Monsters, $33.99. David Bowie, we've had some people been asking OGs for those, $33.99. Shouldn't be a problem, but what I really want to do is get ahead on these flip videos because I used to go home right after these sales and like rest and then come back. But now I kind of have to make these videos, and I'm like, man, and then I'll sit down and start making them, and I'll waiting for them to upload, and I literally fall asleep. The Rush album is $33.99, but just want to let everybody know that. Yeah, Mark Morris wants one. There's one left. Mark Morris wants one. I took pictures of my sleep creases. I fell asleep on the counter, Paul, had big indentations on my face, and Tanner's like, dude, you need to, you just do the sale, whatever you need to, but after, you need to get home and sleep. And I think everybody in my life is telling me that. Not my wife, my life. Mother Love Bone Shine, $33.99. My wife is currently out of the country right now. Mother Love Bones, $33.99. Jamiroquai, Traveling Without Moving. Jamiroquai, $49.99. That's for Jamiroquai. Okay, what happened on Nirvana over here? The last bid on Nirvana was Cameron at $120. Matt Nichols, Are You Done? He had it for $120. Okay, the last bid over here on David Bowie, the last bid is David Johnson at $92. $92 with David Johnson. I think Chris Knapp is out. That's a final call. And then we have Now Yearbook 1987. That's a 3 LP orange vinyl, $59. So that's the greatest hits of 1987. It's a 3 LP, $59.99. And then The Offspring. Here's another one. Conspiracy of One, a 20th anniversary edition, $33.99. $33.99. $33.99. Okay, so Nirvana's out. This is sold for $120 then. Thank you, Cameron. That's so do you. Have fun with that. And then Bowie's moving to a final call to David for $92. I got more. And then here's another David Bowie unofficial. UK, the National Bowl, 1990. This one's also $29.99. And then we have Stray Cats live. This is an unofficial. Toronto, 1983. Stray Cats is $24.99. Matt Nichols wants another Offspring. Thank you on that. And then let's go over here and pull something from the new crate. What time is it? 7:38. All right, let's do the Mumford & Sons. Here's Mumford & Sons live from Bull Moose, and this is a 2013 U.S. OG Record Store Day. Another 10-inch. They did 4,000 of these. How about a $20 start for Mumford & Sons? That's now up for bid, and that was a great first crate of new vinyl. We have 3 more to go through. Let me recap what's in there. Some of those I didn't give a lot of details on, so let's try that one more time very quickly. Let's go ahead and wrap up this Bowie. We got all kinds of great stuff. Let's do another great. I don't really have a shipment of Japanese, but I do have Japanese stuff in the bonus crate that's kind of higher end titles. So that might be what you're looking for, because it's not stuff you see every day in the Japanese shipments, okay? Let's go over here. No, the reserve was not met on the Paul auction. No, it was $1 million for a date with Paul. GMB, yeah, he's interested. We have Great White. Great White is a 1984 U.S. OG Japanese Great White with insert, beautiful cover and OB. That's one we don't see too often. Holy moly, a $75 start. That's now up for bid. Great White. I don't know if that's up David alley, but I know it's up a lot of y'all's alley. Sneaking Sally Through the Alley. That's a Robert Palmer album. Depeche Mode, $29.99. This is live. This is at Hammersmith, London, 1983, $29.99. I've got Jamiroquai, which was originally a Record Store Day title from last year. Live, BBC 2006, $33.99. Trying to mix in some 90s bands when I can and 2000s bands, like Limp Bizkit. Significant Other, $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Limp Bizkit, $39.99. And Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, $29.99 for Johnny Cash. We also have Def Leppard Adrenalize, $33.99. Mumford & Sons is at $20, $21. David Tate has Great White for $75. Pink Floyd live, like I said, it's a live unofficial. All the shows are from $68 and $69, $29.99. Mumford & Son is not sealed. No, it is opened. It's near mint. It's limited to 4,000, and the high bid is $21. Natasha Allen Smith bid $21 first. Over here is Friday the 13th. Music by Harry Manfredini. That's a Waxworks soundtrack, $34.99. Nashville Tiger does want Pink Floyd. Did I skip Def Leppard? I think I did. Def Leppard Adrenalize. This is one you won't see an OG of too many times come through the bins. This album originally came out in 1990-something. It's got to be early 90s. That's just one that doesn't come through too often, okay? Great White just has one bid for $75. And we have David Bowie Scary Monsters, $33.99 for Scary Monsters. This is a new remaster. Have people been asking for OGs? For some reason, they just hadn't come through too often. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding on the Mumford & Sons. Goodness gracious, never mind, he's out. Natasha has it for $25. Great White just has one bid for $75. And Mother Love Bone. And by the way, this was the first time this had came back in since... man, it had been out of print. It's never been reissued. They have Shine and Apple. Apple, for some reason, is out of stock. It has been since they've pressed them, but I can get Shine here, $33.99, okay? And then over here, 1992 is when Def Leppard came out. Will Paul be at the store tomorrow? I got some stuff to sell. Paul Brothers. Yes. No, I have that one. I've got that one. Thank you. That's one of those a budget novelty ones, but cool. Yeah. All the pretend Bond girls. Def is $33.99. Ryan M on Limp Bizkit. That's sold to Ryan M over on YouTube. Thank you. Significant Other. And then we have Jamiroquai. Now, this is one of their popular studio albums. It's pricey. It does come as a 2 LP, but we've always sold them. Jamiroquai, Traveling Without Moving. Boy, that took me a while. Y'all don't even want to know how I used to pronounce this. Jamiroquai. I think I used to say Jamie Roquay. $49.99 for Jamiroquai, $49.99. Now Yearbook 1987, orange vinyl, $59.99. Offspring is $33, and then the David Bowie 1990. David Bowie 1990 was $29.99, and then Stray Cats, a live unofficial Toronto, $24.99. Okay. So Mumford & Sons is about to be sold to Natasha for $25. Did Great White get another bid? Great White did not get another bid. 2 people asked, so I'm going to move that to the final warning. It's at $75, okay? And then we have Great White info. Somebody asked for the info, okay? This is a 1984 Japanese OG with insert and OB near mint minus. An 84 OG near mint minus. 84 OG near mint minus with OB and insert. Very, very nice. Yeah, Def Leppard Adrenalize was $33.99. There's one copy left. Whoever asked, who asked here? Jay Davis asked. He asked, about, and then Stereo asked about Great White. And then Ryan M got a Limp Biscuit. How much was Bowie 87? You mean Bowie 1990? That was the one I just showed. And then what Mumford album? This is Mumford & Sons live from Bull Moose. And it's a Record Store Day 10-inch. And it's a 2013 OG Near Mint Minus. Okay? How much was Now 87? Now 87's $59.99. It's a 3LP orange vinyl compilation. That's the best of 1987. Okay? And then which Mumford & Son? I answered that. Craig Thomas on the Stray Cats Live Unofficial. Kelly Vladarchik on Now. Let me make sure that who asked about this? Let me make sure Javi doesn't want it. Javi, if you don't want it, then let me know. Great White has new bid $76. Mumford & Sons has a new bid $26. Christina wants the David Bowie 1990. Great White has another new bid $77. Great White has a new bid for $80. And then Kelly's in on Mumford & Sons at $30. So Mumford & Sons has new bids and new bidders. Great White has new bids and new bidders. And then Javi, let me know if you want the Now. And then if not, we'll sell it to Kelly, or I sell it to Kelly and put you on a waiting list, whichever you prefer. All right, great first grade. We sold just as much the second read-through as we did the first. Here's what's left. David Bowie, The Offspring, Jamiroquai, Def Leppard, Mother Love Bone, David Bowie, Friday the 13th, Johnny Cash, Limp Bizkit, Jamiroquai, and Depeche Mode, okay? Melinda, did you pull the Depeche Mode for me in this crate? No. I haven't, because I've only sold one to Amenities, so that one's sold to you, okay? And then we have a Now 87. Let's sell one to Kelly Vladarchik, and let's put Amenities on a waiting list, okay? So I got one for Kelly and Amenities on a waiting list. Triple LP orange vinyl. They make a whole series of those. Some of them's out of print. Some of them's pricey. I had somebody buy some like a while back when we first started buying them, and they traded them back in because they were on Discogs for like $300 and $400. And they was like, I can trade these in and get some other records I want in the meantime. And I was like, well, I don't think they're going to repress them. I mean, they may, but some of them I can still get. So if you collect them, you might want to grab them while you can, okay? The Depeche Mode was only $29.99. This Bowie, so let me show you two different Bowies. This is the National Bowl 1990. This is $29.99. David Bowie at the National Bowl 1990. So that's another unofficial I've caught. And then here's one we're taking a waiting list for. So if you want this one, put Bowie 1990. It's a 2LP full concert. And then this is an awesome one as well we're taking a waiting list on. We've already sold 5. David Bowie Los Angeles 1974. 1974. So 2 different ones. That's also unofficial 2LP, $29.99. So there's your choices on Bowie's, okay? Now, we also have Jamiroquai. Let me know if you want Traveling Without Moving, JetBlue, or if you want the live BBC. A couple different Jamiroquais there. Okay, and then Bee Smoker. I don't think I ever said it out loud. And then Rock Show. I hadn't forgot about your Rock Show. It just hit me. Rock Show. Can you remind me? Hold on one second. I know I'm not going to ask you what I asked you last night, but I did see your list come in, okay? I did see your list come in. Hold on one second. Your name, I don't want to say it because you might want to remain anonymous, but I saw it come in on Facebook. I remember seeing it. And I can tell you right now if I can have those in by Friday, okay? Here it is right here. Okay, I'm going to reply to you right now on Facebook, okay? Okay, I just sent you a message. Go, if you don't mind going and checking that on Facebook, and then I'll be able to give you an answer, okay? Now, all right. Okay, Amenities on the waiting list. Let's see here. What else has happened? JetBlue wants the Jamiroquai Traveling Without Moving. Chad, are those 8789 available on CD? I can check, but I don't think I've ever seen them. Jeremy Bryant wants Bowie 1990. Okay. B Smoker wants on the wait list for 1974 Bowie. And then Kelly, let me see who asked first. Did Kelly ask before Jeremy? Yeah, Jeremy asked first. So Kelly, I'll have to put you on a wait list. Put Kelly on a wait list as well for Bowie 1990. Okay. And what was next? And Kelly, make sure she's on the wait list for 74. Lily Hanley on Folsom Prison. Lily, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've ever said your name before. I don't think I've ever said your name before. And if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Chad won't answer me on Facebook. You talking about my personal or Coletco? Rock Show messaged me through Coletco. I didn't recognize that name. And so, oh, believe me, I could end the show right now and reply to messages till this time next year. Okay. So, you out, Paul? Thank you, Paul. See you tomorrow. Now, I have no idea. We've almost sold. If I read through these again, we might sell everything in this crate. What a crazy busy night. It's past time for Oysterhead. We've got insane auctions tonight. We're just getting started. And I'm sorry, these bids have been buried on these. I got Kelly Vladerchek on Mumford & Sons at 30. I'm so sorry these have went into like extended bidding. But as you can see, I'm slammed right now in the comments. Mumford & Sons is at 30 with Kelly Vladerchek. The last bid on Great White over here was $82. The last bid on Great White was $82, John Kaiser, okay? This is a Japanese OG with Obi, $82. $82 with John Kaiser. That's the high bid. Kelly has Mumford & Sons at 30. Everybody else is out. If you're a first-time buyer, Lily, just say yes, first-time buyer, then we'll get you registered. Over here. And all done. Let's go right into another crate. Paul Brother said, Chad won't answer many people. Got to get used to it. Oh, man. I don't like taking that position, but yeah, sometimes it's true. Wow, this morning's flip crate, there was only 3 records left. I've never had that happen. We almost sold everything in the flip crate. The only thing left is Manfred Mann for $6.99, Randy Newman for $6.99, and Ice House for $9.99. That's crazy. That's crazy. We sold it, and that's because it's all from that new, clean, beautiful collection. And I might have to use that material for more flip crates in the morning. Tanner was like, why don't you pre-make these videos? And I'm like, we hardly have any vintage priced. Everybody buys it all every night. There's hardly anything left to discount. It's all being sold out of new arrivals. So that's the only 3 records left from this morning. Wow. This is why we got to hire another pricer and another lister. Oh my gosh. Okay. So over here, Great White, we're done. I didn't see another bid. I hope everybody was finished. This is sold to John Kaiser for $82. Okay, and then over here we got Mumford & Sons. This is sold to Kelly Vladerchek for $30. I promised an auction at $7.45, and I've already went overtime. I promised an auction. This auction is a highly, highly sought-after album, okay? And I hope everybody has their boots on, your helmets, you've got your guns loaded, and hopefully if you've come here to bid on this, you realize what you're stepping up to. This is a real Oysterhead. I've never had this in the history of our business. I have bought and sold hundreds of thousands, possibly now into the millions of individual records, especially right here through this live stream. We have never had this record. I've had it bootlegged. We have never had this OG record. It's an OG Oysterhead. Here we go. I'll read you everything Laura has on the back. This is a 2001 USOG. It's in shrink and it has the hop sticker. This was a super group with Trey Anastasio, Les Claypool, and Stuart Copeland. You may know them from The Police, Primus, and Fish. It is super clean. It is really clean. It's in shrink wrap. It's near mint minus. Some of these sealed have sold for nearly $1,000 before. We're going to start this one at $595 start. $595 start. That is Oysterhead. It's near mint. It is in shrink with the hop sticker. A $595 start. Never had this before. $595 start. 2001 USOG. It has the original insert. A super group with the members of The Police, Fish, Trey Anastasio, Les Claypool. I've had bootlegs. I think we've auctioned in the hundreds before. That's a real OG. Lily's a first-time buyer. make sure you message our email address. We need your mailing address. We'll email you on Monday, okay? We'll email you on Monday. Now, over here, the next question was, could you run river dogs? Yes, momentarily. Which ice house? Did you say ice house? Rock Show replied to my message. And then Oyster has one bid for $595. The Ice House album, make sure you're watching our 9 a.m. flip crates every morning. If not, you're missing out. Primitive Man is half off at $9.99. Okay, back to new vinyl. Paul's already got his 3 crates up here, and FYI, he's been marking new stuff from the jazz pulls. Okay? There we have it. First thing is a Johnny Cash unofficial I've never seen before. Johnny Cash, Longing for Old Virginia. A 2 LP, $44.99. I'm pretty sure this label is a bootleg label. I'm assuming this is live, but I don't really know a lot about this. I've just never seen it before. Johnny Cash, Longing for Old Virginia. It's a double LP, $44.99. Now, the original owner of this record, Austin Provenance here, he's watching right now, Scott Leach. Paul bought his collection in Pennsylvania. He said he bought this new and just played it a few times. It is in beautiful condition, and that's amazing. 2001, knowing this was bought new, because in 2001, there was very little records you could have went to a store and bought in 2001. In 2001, you probably could have went to a lot of record stores, and this would have been hard to find in 2001. You would have been in 2001 like, do you have the new Oysterhead album? And probably somebody would have said, yeah, we got it back there on CD. No, I'm looking for it on vinyl. And they probably would have went, vinyl? What? We got it on CD, man. Next auction from the surprise crate is going to be another Japanese David Bowie, Young Americans, a 1986 EX Plus condition. When we tagged this last week, 0 for sale in the United States of America. That's a $95 start for David Bowie, Young Americans. Johnny Cash is sold to Kevin LeBeatty. I have one left. And then Nick Bargeron does want Ice House. Make sure that goes in for $9.99, okay? Thank you. Make sure that goes in for $9.99. Thanks again to Scott Leach for selling us your collection. And everybody else that's out there, we buy records. If you're here to buy from us, go right ahead. Jimi Hendrix Blues, $34.99. Bill Samus was on a waiting list. I have 3 extra copies. We sold one off the wall back there last night to Stan McNessie. He was on a waiting list. Almost forgot, and now I've got 3 extra copies. This is awesome. Jimi Hendrix Blues. It's a 2 LP. It's Jimi Hendrix covering some classic blues. Awesome cover, $34.99. We got Oysterhead at $655. We got David Bowie at $95, and we have our next auction, Eels. Eels is called Wonderful Glorious. Eels is a 2013 limited edition orange vinyl 10-inch with the original under sleeve, and that's a $35 start on Eels. $35 start on that. And then we had a waiting list for Korn. Korn is $33.99. This is Issues. We had one of these pop up in a pre-owned bin the other night. And there was like 7 people who wanted one. And I think Laura had it marked at 24, 29, something like that. And I was like, hold the phone, hold the fort. I can get these in print right now for like $30 approximately. And we took a waiting list. And I think that happened on a postal service last night as well. So some of these new pressings, honestly, the difference of me ordering new and sometimes pre-owned is just a few dollars, and you can get a pre-owned one. Now, they may say 2016 in the bin, but that could mean it was made today. Just because it says 2016 when you look them up or scan them doesn't mean it's from 2016. Sometimes they're kept in print for a long time. Okay, but I do have my laptop open, and I'm going to look up KON Korn, and the wait list was Ryan Eaton on Issues. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. And I went ahead and ordered 3 extra copies, because some people's like, I don't want to go on a wait list. I'll wait till he actually has it. So here's your chance. That one's sold to Ryan Eaton. There's 3 extra copies, okay? Let's go back up top and call out some of these bids. Oysterhead was at $650. David Bowie's at $95. Oysterhead, $655. Oysterhead, $650. Oysterhead, $675. Slammin' Alvin on Jimi Hendrix. Thank you, Slammin' Alvin. I'm glad we got you registered. Slammin', always make sure you message Coletco and not Chad Williams. You probably found us through Whole Lot of Records, which is our group. And a lot of people send me, Chad Williams, their information. Always make sure you're messaging Coletco. That is our official business page. Hatchet Ed, as we call him. His name's Ed. Edward Beck. Mr. Ed, as most people call him, or Hatchet Ed. He's our customer service manager. He handles everything after it leaves here. Most of the time, I have no clue what's going on with shipping or invoicing. I'm here to sell records. That's my job. Eels is at 35. Eels is at 36. Eels is at 37. Eels is at 40. Eels is at 38. Oysterhead 676. Oysterhead 695. And Eels is at 40. So David Bowie still has one bid, $95. Oysterhead is at 680. If this gets to 4 digits, I won't be surprised. And then Eels is at 40. I've got 2. This is an official Johnny Cash, as y'all well know. This is the stuff he did with Rick Rubin, the American Recordings. And this is the most sought after, Volume 4, $44.99. This has The Man Comes Around and Hurt on it, $44.99. Oysterhead is at $725 right now. Eels is at $41, and Michael snared on CFO. And was that a claim? Maybe, maybe not. And then hammers up on David Bowie. David might get that for the minimum bid. I went ahead and ordered one each of these. Just one each. Just one each. It's Yes Singles Volume 1 and Yes Singles Volume 2. They were in stock, so I didn't load up on them. We can do a waiting list. So these are on really cool splatter vinyl. So they've done a collection of Yes Singles. If you put them together, it's a pretty good compilation of music. So it's a Rocktober and a Start Your Ear Off Right. No, they're both Rocktobers. Yeah, $29.99. $29.99. Oysterhead, $725. Eels is at $41. And then Type O Negative. This is on green and black marble vinyl. A 2 LP, $44.99. Slow, deep, and hard. $44.99 on that. David Bowie, one bid. So did David Johnson for $95. Young Americans, young Americans. Here is another David Bowie. Another unofficial rarity, 66 to 68, $33.99. $33.99. David Bowie rarities, gatefold jacket. That is a collection. It looks like a very early tracks. Oysterhead's at $740. Mr. Kaiser, it goes back to you. And I think also Penny Packer hadn't outbid. Also, I need to confirm who Penny Packer is, just FYI. I think I saw your name last night. I need to confirm you're Richard or you're somebody under a different name. Boontar has Eels for $41. And then I've got 2 copies of another David Bowie, Live and Sessions 1970. As you can see, I went through a lot of cool David Bowie stuff I've never had. And so far, there's none of it left. And let's try to keep that going with this crate. $34.99. I think Kelly wants the David Bowie Live, the rarities. And then there's another one, Live and Sessions 1970, okay? And then let's go ahead and show this. I have this right here, Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $56.99. I like this version with this foil cover. I just think it's really good. And it's a 2 LP, $56.99. That's Gabe Calabrero. Okay, Gabe Calabrero. Thank you. You know what? I like saying Pennypacker better. That's a Seinfeld reference. I'm Mr. AJ Pennypacker. That's one of Kramer's many identities. You know, George was Vandelay. Kramer was Pennypacker. He was a wealthy industrialist looking to build a roller coaster. Okay, over here, we have, okay, and then Kelly wants the other Bowie again. So Kelly gets both. And then let's go over here. Kel Varnson, that's right. Vandelay. Art Vandelay. Art. Next, Eels 43, Oyster 750. Okay, we got 2 copies of Def Leppard, Rock Till You Drop, live, $39.99. It's a live, unofficial Def Leppard. We've sold a lot of these. Very cool. Those are $39.99. And then 2 copies of another Johnny Cash I'd never seen before, The Sound of Johnny Cash. Now, there was a song, 2 original albums, colored vinyl. Okay, so I know what they've done here. They've put 2 full Johnny Cash albums together. Wow, 24 tracks on 1 LP, $29.99 for Cash. I've got 2 of those, okay? There's those and there's those. And then Oyster House at $760. $760. And then over here, we got Sean Miller on Smashing Pumpkins. Great decision there. Kevin LeBady on a Johnny Cash. David Tate on one of the Def Leopards. We got stuff flying out of the bin so fast my head is spinning. Jet, Get Born. I think we had one of these turned up in a pre-owned crate. Several people claimed one. I made a mental note. Order Jet. Not the Paul McCartney song. This is the album Get Born by the band Jet, the 2003 breakthrough debut album by Jet, $33.99. Kelly Volodacek also on Johnny Cash. Now, auctions. Eels is up for bid. It's a 2013 USOG limited edition. The last bid I seen on Eels was Boontar at $43. $43 going once, going twice. Oyster House. Oyster Head. Oyster Head is the real deal. If you're just getting on, this is a highly sought after record. It was members of the Police, Primus, and Fish, which is Trey Anastasio, Les Claypool, and Stuart Copeland. They got together and made this album. It was a very limited, almost like a novelty press back in 2001 for vinyl. Super sought after. I've never had it before. There's two records Paul brought back from this trip we've never offered here. An OG Oyster House and OG Temple of the Dog. That's two of the big ones I can think of that I've just seen him pulling out just today, these and earlier. Crazy stuff coming up in future Colectco sales. Make sure you're watching the hot pictures. Make sure you're just watching or at least have me on in the background every night, okay? You never know what's going to come through here. Oyster House may be done. John Kaiser went out. It's at $760. It's a 2001 USOG. It's near mint in shrink. It has the hop sticker. It looks like there was a price tag over the hop sticker at one point, so a little bit of that's torn. The vinyl is near mint, and the overall jacket is beautiful. We're about to sell it to Tim Voldness for $760. $760. Rare record. Eels, 45 of Kelly Volodacek. The last bid was Boontar at 43. Now, Moses, I don't have any more cash left, so I will put you on a waiting list. Moses on Johnny Cash, the sound of Johnny Cash. Now, there was a song, okay? Moving on. I've got two copies here of Corey Taylor. That's Corey Taylor from Slipknot. Corey Taylor from Stone Sour. This is his debut album, solo album, $33.99. Hammers up on Oysterhead. We'll have to, and I didn't blow the air horn. That will be the third air horn tonight. Cameron Lingefeld's already had 2 air horns tonight for the big silver purchases he made. And I didn't blow the air horn the second time, so I owe that for him. I'm going to go ahead and pull out something from the bonus crate, and it's a Metallica, live unofficial. It's an unofficial Metallica. It's either going to be in black on white vinyl. We don't know until you open it. It's one of those kind of deals. So Metallica is sealed, and that is a $55 start, okay? Sealed Japan, 1986. That is Nagoya, Japan, a sealed unofficial, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. And then next, we have Friday the 13th, which we had a wait list for. Really cool lenticular cover here. I mean, it looks like Jason's coming out of the cover there, $59.99. Friday the 13th. Let me look this up right quick, and then we're selling Oysterhead. I think there was a wait list, yeah. Paul Brothers. Thank you, Paul Brothers. This is so to you. And let's put this right in here. Thank you, Paul. And then there's one more there. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closed. Tim Voldness, $760. Thank you. It's time for an air horn, and I owe one as well to Cameron the second time when he bought a whole roll of Prospectors earlier. Thank you, Tim. Longtime customer. Know that's going to a good home. Thank you, Scott Leach, that's watching, for selling your collection to us. You're going to be seeing them distributed all over the world over the next few weeks to collectors that will be eager to put these on their turntables. Fair warning, I'm going to do 2 back-to-back air horns. One for Tim. If you're new here, anything that sells over for $500, we bring out the air horn in celebration and as a thank you. And then the other one's for Cameron. He bought a roll of silver earlier for almost $2,000. Thank you. And Wow, 3 air horns tonight. It's just a little past 8. What else could happen here? And I just looked over. There's 338 people watching on all platforms. Thanks for tuning in. This is your best entertainment in America right now. Nothing else on TV. If you're into collectibles, what else can you watch live right now, especially if you're into music, better than this? Absolutely nothing. What is it good for? Good God. Ryan Mustaine on Corey Taylor and Sean Sam on Corey Taylor. Those are sold and sold. Eels, the last bit on Eels was, it's near mint. No condition notes. Laura has no notes on this, and the jacket's also super nice. Very, very nice there. Okay, there's Eels, and the last bid on Eels was Boontar 51. Kelly bid 55. It's up to Boontar. The Metallica's at 70 with Solarplex. There's one Friday the 13th left. Rush, I got to keep this in stock, man. Oh, man, Rush remastered, $36.99. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. Here is Shrek, and this is $34.99. Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, Cameron Diaz, John Lithgow. That's not who plays the music. Somebody once told me the world, Smash Mouth. Where's it at? Right there, All-Star. Hey now, what a movie. $34.99. Shrek soundtrack and a Perfect Circle, $39.99, 13th step. Was there a waiting list for Perfect Circle? Let me check right quick. Perfect Circle, no. Okay, that's available though. All right, so Eels, I'm going to make sure Boontar says out, and then we're going to sell it. Let's go ahead and add another auction. Here comes, I still got River Dogs. That's a big one. I got Budgie up here. I got Plasmatics up here. Moby Grape, Pearl Jam. Who is this? I don't even know. Like L.I.? That's something new to me. Leonard Skinner up here. I've got Eric Church up here. 3-6 Mafia up here. The Nashville Cats. Bush. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant, oh my, R.E.M., oh my, oh no. What about Billie Eilish? Oh my gosh, oh wow. Talk about an air horn. Holy moly, folks. I forgot about Billie Eilish. Oh my gosh. Rage Against the Machine is OG. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. I'm not exaggerating. These are really live reactions of me looking at these OG records. I thought some of these were going to be represses or something. Holy moly. Let me touch my toes right quick. Oh my gosh. I'm over here like about to pass out. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh my Lord. Good gosh. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Eels 56, Eels 60, and then, whew, okay, did we get a new bid? He went out. This is sold to Kelly Vladarchuk for $60, okay? All right, this is sold to Kelly Vladarchuk for $60. I hope everybody's ready then. I hope everybody's ready. Are we done on Metallica? I've got all that out of my system. This is sold to Solarplex for $70. Okay, first thing let's do, I don't know what to pick first. Let's go ahead and try Rage, okay? We'll give Billy and some of these other crazy ones in just a second. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I'm got to go. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I'm about to. Rage Against the Machine. Button up your boots, okay? Once again, I hope everybody's strapped in. Oh, gosh. Rage Against the Machine. Oh, man. I can't believe I'm even saying this. A 1992 U.S. original pressing. Oh, gosh. Oh, let me say that again. A 1992 U.S. original pressing. Rage Against the Machine self-titled. Self-titled debut. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an EX++ near mint minus condition. Some of these have sold for over $800 before. Just to give you a ballpark of what this is probably about to bring. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and start it. Laura said $495. I'm going to veto it. We at least got to go ahead and say instant air horn. $525 to get Rage started. It should 100% will go up from there. an OG Rage Against the Machine, another 90s rarity. $525 start. That way we can go ahead and put the air horn business aside. That's now up for bid, a $525 start. Now, we've only went through this crate once. I'm going to breeze through it again. There's 2 more crates of new vinyl after this. Rage is $525 and go. Coming over here from the bonus crate. And Laura don't even have everything up here yet. I'm just saying, she's working on other stuff. It's going to get even crazier. Like this, coming from the bonus crate. Ozzy Osbourne, The Ultimate Sin. A 1986 USOG Carrollton press. It has the original inner sleeve and the merch insert, VG Plus or better. And this is going to go up for an $85 start. Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin, OG, inner sleeve and merch insert, $85 start. I'm going to add a third auction in just a second. Johnny Cash, Longing for Old Virginia, a double LP gatefold. I don't know a lot about it, but it's evidently an unofficial, $44.99. Jimi Hendrix, The Blues, 2 left, gatefold, 2 LP, pressed at QRP, $34.99. Rage Against the Machine is a $525 start, a real 1992 OG. Ozzy has a bid for $85 of Patrick Mathis. Korn Issues is a double LP, $33.99 for Korn Issues. Ozzy has a new bid for $90. Korn is a double LP. This one gets asked about a lot. We have Johnny Cash, Volume 4, American Recordings, The Man Comes Around, $44.99. And then Yes Singles, Volume 1, Volume 2, both on colored splatter vinyl, $29.99. Kelly Vladorchek gets the other Johnny Cash, Thank You and Sold. We got Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard. A Rocktober 2 LP, green and black marble vinyl, $44.99. Ozzy's at $110. Let's do another one. I'm going to go ahead and put this up right now. Billie Eilish. This is pretty insane. If you're familiar with this, a highly sought-after record right now. Let me read you the details on the back from Laura. A 2019 USOG. They did 220 copies on black and blue split. And these were sold exclusively in Nashville, right down the road here at Third Man Records in 2019. Billie Eilish painted these album jackets. We had one not too long ago, and we bid on it for what? A couple of hours? It was insane. Probably the longest auction. It wasn't like dollar bumps. It was a insane auction, okay? So these are painted by Billie Eilish. This, it says, with set list that appears to be a copy. They put a set list here. And we have this at a $1,995 start. So to keep things simple, we might as well say a $2,000 starting bid. Billie Eilish. That's now back up here, okay? Now, the first thing is this. Ozzy is at 90. Ozzy's at 110. Kelly says not the American one, the other one. Yes, I got you for that one. And then over here, we have the wait list for Johnny Cash. I can go ahead and sell you this one. I can go ahead and sell you this one, James Cohorn. I can put you on the wait list for the other. The other one was Longing for Old Virginia. David Bowie, Live in Sessions, 1970, $34.99. And Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $56.99. Let's go over Rage again. Super Nutty, you almost missed it. You've only been asking for it for an hour and a half. Rage Against the Machine is self-titled. The 1992 USOG EX++ near McMinus, a real OG, $525 start. $525 start. Right now, there's no bids. It should have a bid, but it doesn't. Ozzy is VG Plus or better. Yes, VG Plus or better. Nashville Tiger has it for $110. Michael, it's up to you. And Billie Eilish, let's just say a $2,000 start, okay? $2,000 start. Def Leppard, Rock to You Drop, $39.99. Jet Get Born was $33. Friday the 13th with lenticular cover, $59.99. Rush Moving Pictures is $36.99. Shrek is $34.99. And A Perfect Circle, $39.99. James don't need American Recordings. Okay, put this back. So make sure he's on the waiting list for the following. James Cohorn, he wants on the waiting list for Longing for Old Virginia. And then he wanted on the wait list for that other cache, which was, let me find that. He's talking about the other cache. Now There Was a Song. This one right here, okay? Now There Was a Song. That's the two who wants on a wait list. So I've got two pretty serious auctions, okay? I've got two pretty dang serious ones. If you want to bid on Rage, if you're thinking about it, there's probably at least 2 or 3 people right now that's like, okay, should I bid or should I wait and try to grab it for a buy now or make an offer? I'll put this out there. If you really want Rage, you probably should think about bidding right now. If you're looking for that particular record, I think it's priced very fairly for the minimum bid. Ozzy's at 111. That's now up to the other bidder, who was Nashville Tiger. You're back out, and Nashville says he's done. And then Billie Eilish, same thing, $2,000 start. Are these Johnny Cash and Recordings presents or the later? Everything in this crate, everything in the next crate, and everything in the next crate is all brand new sealed records. Brand new from distribution. Most of these were probably made in 2025. They could be different versions. They could be 2016s. But this is all brand new from distribution. Josh Tanner gets A Perfect Circle. All right, that crate was great. The first one was incredible. And now let's go through another one. This one has a lot of new audio file restocks. I don't know if I want to do that one or this one. Let's do a little bit of both. I'll do this one and the other one, okay? So here we go. All right. And then I think we're done and we're ready for more new auctions. Just want to make sure everybody thought long and hard about these. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1, a MoFi pressing. Essentially, a Hall & Oates greatest hits. Sarah Smile, She's Gone, Kiss on My List, Rich Girl, etc., etc. That's from MoFi. They're numbered on the back. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $44.99. Probably the best version of that that's in print, just FYI. Okay. Rage Against the Machine is a buy it now for $525. $525. This is a top copy, an OG. It's not VG. It doesn't have a scut. It's beautiful. $525 on that. It's a buy it now from the same person, Mr. Scott Leach Collection. Over here, Ozzy sold for $110 to $111 to Michael Snared. Thank you. That one came from the bonus crate. Most people didn't even expect to bid on that tonight. And if anybody wants Billie Eilish, same thing, $2,000. I think we sold the last one for that and then some, best of my memory. So those are buy it nows, okay? You can pick them up right now. Let's go ahead and put up River Dogs. This one has been asked about up the yin yang. This is River Dogs, a 1990 USOG. It has a hole punch, no condition notes, a $25 start. A little bit more affordable record there. River Dogs, a $25 start. And let's go ahead and put up Budgie. Budgie is called Impeccable. Budgie is a 1978 USOG. The cover is probably VG because it has some creases on it. That's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Next, over here is Foreigner self-titled, $44.99. Foreigner self-titled. This is new and sealed, $44.99. That's a new and sealed MoFi pressing of Foreigner. And I got Foreigner Head Games. That's new and sealed also from MoFi 44. And Cyndi Lauper True Colors, a MoFi pressing, $34.99. Test 1, 2, is my mic working? Test 1, 2. Condition on River Dogs. Condition on River Dogs, a 1990 US, no condition notes. $25 start on that. Now Chris Martin's been on 30. I was afraid the sale had ended and I didn't realize it. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Anybody out there? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Anybody out there? New from MoFi. Emerson, Lake & Palmer, self-titled. This is a fairly new release they've done. Emerson, Lake & Palmer, $44.99. I'm about to sell River Dogs for $30. I'm about to sell River Dogs for $30. There's only been one bid. I hadn't seen anything else. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on it. And then Budgie, impeccable. I'm about to make this a buy now. I'm assuming nobody wants to bid on it. VG Plus condition, Budgie, $20 start. Now River Dogs is at $50. Over here we got Parliament, Mothership Connection, $59.99 for Parliament. Over here is Miles Davis Milestones, $44.99. And we have Miles Davis Bags Groove. This is an Analog Productions, $44.99. Also, we have Miles Davis, Steaming with the Miles Davis Quintet, $44.99. And John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane, $44.99. All right, so River Dogs has a new bid for $50. And now Budgie has a bid for $21. I think I woke everybody up. I think everybody got in shock after we put up a few of these, and everybody just kind of went, holy crap, I don't even know what to do right now. Have I brought everybody back down to earth? Let's go ahead and put up Bush. The Science of Things. Bush is a 2016 music on vinyl press, limited to 1,000 on black marbled vinyl. This is on colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl. It's $195 start. Bush, The Science of Things, okay? There's that. So River Dogs is at $50 with Michael Thrower. Final call. Final call. Budgie has one bid for $21. Final call. Master Mall wants Miles Davis, the green one. Thank you. That's sold. Over here, I have Obituaries, Slowly Rewrought, Music on Vinyl Press, $38.99. White Line, the best of White Line, limited edition 1500, clear vinyl, $54.99. White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. And finally, we got more copies in of Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. There's a waiting list for this. And let me read off everybody else that's going to be getting one. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. I have 12 people on a waiting list. These are $39.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6 of these are spoken for. Megadeth is $39.99. The first 6 people are the following: Raphael Riviera, Carla Brecchi, Tim Rory, Tony Riddle, Tom Harris, and Scott Smith. So all 6 of these Megadeths are sold. I still got Michael Miller, Sarah Morgan, Jeff Brindley, Paul Richards, Slammin' Alvin, and Martin Pryor on a wait list. So if you're Michael Miller, Sarah Morgan, Jeff Brindley, Paul Richards, Slammin' Alvin, or Martin Pryor, you're still on a waiting list, just FYI, okay? Nobody else bet on River Dogs. This is sold. Scott Leach says, I got the River Dogs as a promo. It's played a few times. It's like new. That's very true. It has a promo cut corner. That's not from a cutout bin. He got this as a promo. It's near mint, and it's sold to Michael Thrower for $50. That's done. Budgie got one bid, and Budgie is sold to Chris Knapp for $21. Bush is scarce. I've never seen it before, I don't think, and it's out of print. One more look at Bush. Bush, The Science of Things, limited edition music on vinyl from 2016, and that's $195 start, going once, going twice, okay? We have, we sold Miles Davis to Master Ma. Ryan M. got a White Zombie. That's sold to Ringo Ryan M. And we also have this, $39.99, Sabrina Carpenter, Man's Best Friend. And I think this is on a new color vinyl and a new cover, right? I think it's on colored vinyl with an alternate cover. $39.99 for Sabrina Carpenter. Slayer, South of Heavens, $33.99. And Peter Criss. Now, I had to order these for somebody, and I had a couple extras to sell. Plus, we took a wait list last night. All right, let's put up another auction. And let's put up right here, for right now, let's do the Tom Petty, She's the One, remastered, 2017, sealed. Tom Petty, She's the One, $55 start on that. Okay, let me see how many Peter Criss I need to set aside. We have Peter Criss over here. Let me look at this. And we have PE. Hold on one second. Why is my... if you have an iPhone, you know they just went through an update, and I'm trying to, let's see, I need... Okay, 2 Peter Criss, and I need, well, I'll go ahead and leave those in there. So there's Peter. I need to pull these 2 out. Okay, and then we took a wait list last night. These are $36.99. $36.99 for Peter Criss. I have 2 I need to set aside for somebody. And then over here I should have a waiting list. Peter and Paul, let's see. Daisy New, Van Halen. here we go. Christopher Lee and Don Nicole. Okay, Gene Simmons should be in tomorrow or Friday, but here's the Peter Chris, and this is for Don Nicole and Christopher Lee. Don Nicole and Christopher Lee. So 2 Peter Chris's there sold. Don Nicole and Christopher Lee. Thank y'all, and there's one left, $36.99, okay? Back up the top, we have Budgie, that just sold, and then Bush, $195. Neil and Black on Slayer. Neil and Black on Slayer, South of Heaven. Bush is at $200. What's your auctions? How much is Peter Chris and Tom Petty starting bid? Okay, so Bush is called The Science of Things. It's a music on vinyl press, 2016. Limited to 1,000 copies on green and black marble vinyl. The last bid was Darren Johnson at $200. Cameron Lingefeld, you've been outbid. Tom Petty, She's the One. That's a remastered copy. It is sealed for a $55 start. Sealed Tom Petty, $55 start. There's one Peter Chris. We got a special request for the Vladarcheks. Swimming Paul, Smiling Through the Pain 2. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Vladarcheks, that's sold to you for $49.99. And then over here, we have a special request for Troy Robinson, Bryan Adams Classics. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Troy Robinson, $44.99. Thank you, Troy. And then over here, we got special requests. This is new for this week, and honestly, I keep forgetting to post it so we can take orders. This is Eminem, and this is called Stans, S-T-A-N-S, the official soundtrack, new Eminem for this week, and it's on red and black marble vinyl. How about we go ahead and pre-sell them right now? If anybody wants one, let me know. Eminem, $46.99, translucent red and black vinyl. That's $46.99, okay? Eminem, and then we have another special request for Troy Robinson, the soundtrack to Peacemaker, DC Studios. That's $29.99, okay? There's that. Any Morrissey. If we have Morrissey, it will be advertised for auction. If it's in the bins, I honestly don't know about it. Anything in these crates, I don't know really what's about to be shown, especially the pre-owned crates. I will be just as surprised as you are. If we have something Morrissey for auction, it will be posted in the hot pictures. Is there Morrissey in this building? Yes. If I stopped right now to go look for you, it would take the next 16 hours, and everybody would get mad and leave the sale and never come back. So what I can promise you is, yes, there's probably a Morrissey record in this building. We might even have one up for tonight auction. I don't know if it wasn't advertised. I don't think there will be, though. And if we have one pop up in the crate, you will be just as surprised as I am. So for those that's relatively new, literally tonight, I have no idea what we're about to sell, except for some of the auctions. Other than that, this is all complete surprises. Now, if somebody's like, Chad, can you find me some Def Leppard? I'd be like, yeah, let me go over here and start opening up these tubs. Y'all can hear me read through titles for the next 9 hours. Everybody's going to get mad and want to know what's going on, and I'm just going to be over here reading records off till we can dig them out. So that could be what happens. That's a very strong possibility, okay? That's a very strong possibility. Over here, we have Eminem, and Kelly Vladarchek is on the waiting list, and the next one over here is for Josh Tanner. So there's Josh Tanner, and the other one over here is Kelly Vladarchek. That's the waiting list for Eminem. Now, does Tom Petty have a bid? As of right now, this did not get a bid, right? Craig, is that a bid from you, or are you just saying what was the starting bid? And then the last bid over here, Bush, John Kaiser, $210. Cameron and everybody else is out. This is at $210. $210 on this. Darren Johnson, $215. Tom Petty, I don't think that got a bid unless Craig was bidding $55 buy it now. Bush is at $215. Austin Vaden. Now, Austin Vaden wants to know if he can come here. He said, stop being dramatic. He wants to know if he can come here tomorrow before the sale and buy knives from me. Now, Austin, these people watching right now, all these people that's watching, they'll tell you right now, the chances of pinning me down before this sale starts and being able to book more than 5 minutes with me is a incredible feat. So I'm going to tell you this. You're welcome to come tomorrow and buy knives. You're probably going to be dealing with Tanner, okay? Can I book you with Mr. Tanner, Mr. Tan Man? Because catching me here tomorrow at any given time for 5 minutes before I need to come back here and start this live stream, otherwise there's going to be some very angry people at me. Very angry people. Robert Plant and Jimmy Page, no quarter. This is a 1994 USOG. I hope y'all are ready. I hope everybody's buckled up again. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody has their helmet on. Once again, your boots, whatever it takes, your guns are loaded. This is another one. We did walking into Clarksdale last night. Over here, we have Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, no quarter. Here we go. This is a 1994 USOG. It has both inserts. Disc 2 is EX, Disc 1 is near mint. $225 start. $225 start. $225 start. Good luck bidding. Over here, we got Bush at $215. Solarplex wants Hall & Oates and Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, Solarplex gets a Hall & Oates greatest hits, and he gets a Sabrina Carpenter, man's best friend. Thank you on that. Now, Tom Petty just got one bid to Craig Sweden, and guess what I'm going to do? We're going to send this to Craig for free, no charge. Now, what I'm going to do, Craig, I'm going to make sure this gets to you. Whoever's watching this stream, whether it's Hayden, Linda, G, Tanner, Ed, Jack, Jill, Seth, whoever, Austin, it doesn't matter. Make sure you take this directly to Ed, hand it to Ed, and say, here's a memo from Chad Williams. Ship this immediately to Craig Sweden. That's coming from the top of the food chain. Send this to Craig, free, no charge. Y'all know what we did to Craig? He got a free REM record the other day. It got mistagged. We lost it. I don't know what happened to it, but he never did get it. And I think we ended up reselling it because it didn't have a name on it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to sell this to Craig for $0. We're going to ship it to him for free. And I need a memo coming from the CEO, the president of Collectco, Chad Williams, founder. Send to Craig Sweden immediately. Priority mail. Thank you, Craig. We lost an REM record of his. I think we ended up reselling it that was supposed to go to him for free because I didn't do the right thing. Now, over here, we have Page & Plant 250, Page & Plant 225, Bush 230, Bush 235, Page & Plant 260, Bush out. And then Bush is a final call, $230. And then Page & Plant is $275. So Page & Plant is $275, Page & Plant is $275, Bush is at $230. Let's read through these again. Shout out to Craig. Hall & Oates, $44.99. Foreigner, $44.99. We're in MoFi. That's Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. MoFi. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. We have Hall & Oates, $44. Foreigner, $44. Two of those. Head Games, two of those in stock. Cyndi Lauper's $34. That's for True Colors. Emerson, Lake & Palmer. I meant to post the pre-order for this, and I may still do. This is their self-titled album. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. That's new. That has not been pressed until now. $44.99. Jim B., your flag is dismissed. Craig put Tom Petty starting bid. Nobody ever bid. It's Craig's. Your request is null and void. Jimmy Page, Robert Plant's at $300. Parliament, Mothership Connection, $59.99. $59.99. I recommend if you really want to buy something, as soon as I lay it down, you start bidding, especially tonight. Otherwise, you're going to be dust in the wind. You're going to be looking in your rearview mirror going, my gosh, why didn't I bid on more auctions when I had the chance? Now I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs, wishing I'd owned that Tom Petty record. Now it's going to Craig. If I lay something down, you better start bidding like you want it. You better start throwing them down like you're angry. Plasmatics, like watch this. Plasmatics, Metal Priestess. She's nude on the cover. An 81 USOG. Here's what you got to do. You got to be bidding. You got to bid 20, 21. There should be bids. It's boom, boom. The chat should just be lighting up. If you really want it. If you don't want it, if you have no interest in this record, you shouldn't be bidding. But if you do want it, if you 100% want this record, I would immediately put Plasmatics 20. That at least locks you in, and you have no worry about losing it to anybody else until you get outbid. $20 start on that. Fred Carnell on Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. That also includes Palmer. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. That is sold to Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell also wants Parliament. Sold. Also, Levi Hilton wants on the wait list for the new M&M. M&M has new material coming out this Friday. Stands, the official soundtrack, new from M&M. We got 2 or 3 people now on the wait list. Let's make sure we've wrote down all their names. Thank you. Over here. And then we have Plasmatics at 22. Plasmatics at 22. How much was Parliament? That was $59.99. And then what about Bush? I think I've already set a final call. John Kaiser bid $235. Cameron Lingefeld was before him, and Cameron had it for $230, right? So Bush is at $235, Page and Plant's at $300, then $325. Plasmatics is at $22, now Bush is at $240. River Dog's already sold. Miles Davis Milestones, $44.99. Miles Davis Bags Groove, $44.99. Steeman with the Miles Davis Quintet, $44.99. John Coltrane Standard Coltrane, $44.99. Obituary, Slowly We Rot, $38.99. Vicious Rumors, I skipped that one. Music on Vinyl, limited edition 1500, $38.99. White Line, a 2 LP best of, $54.99. White Zombies 38, and one copy of Peter Criss left, $36.99 for Peter Criss. $36.99. That's my last one. Okay, Bush is still getting bids, so is Page and Plant, and so is the Plasmatics. Metal Priestess by the Plasmatics is a 1981 USOG. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's an 81 OG. It's in VG, and right now there's just one bid. Brian definitely wants it. He's bid $22, and that's now a final call. Okay, that's a final call at 22. Bush is at 245. Page and Plant is at 340. We're ready for another new crate. Holy moly. I think I might have some wait list on some of these audiophile jazz. I'm going to go back later and make sure. And man, Parliament, if anybody wants on a waiting list, Mothership Connection, $59.99. Mothership Connection, $59.99. Don, you got a Peter Criss. Yes, you already been tagged for one. Okay, and then I'm going to give the details on all three of those again. Paul's marked 3 crates of pre-owned stuff, and I think a lot of it's some of the new jazz from this collection. So if you're a jazz guy, and I mean, I don't know what he's marked, but I know he was digging around in that stuff today. Stand by, okay? And we're going into our 3rd crate of new stuff, 4th crate of new stuff for tonight. Whew. If I bid first, then I'll hear, oh my gosh, Jim B is bidding and the price will suddenly double, so I have no chance. That's the risk you take when you don't eat Oreos every day. If you would wake up every day and eat more Oreos to start your day, you would be fine. You see, you wake up and you choose violence. You wake up and you say, you know what, I'm not going to eat an Oreo to start my day, and then that's why you get outbid. If you would wake up every day, dunk a couple Oreos in some milk, you'll have a lot better chance at winning these auctions. Just saying. And that's a fact. That's not opinion or anything. That's just fact. Okay, let's update all 3 of these. Okay, we have Bush, the science of things. Bush is a 2016 Music on Vinyl pressing, limited to 1,000 numbered copies on black marble vinyl. Bush. The last bid was Cameron Lingefeld at $250. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. This is at $250. Page and Plant. Folks, I didn't even go into an exclamation on this. Let me give you an exclamation on this, and then I'm going to give you an explanation. This is Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. They were in a band called Led Zeppelin. You may or may have not heard of them. They did an album. They did Walking to Clarksdale. They also did No Quarter. And this is a 1994 OG. It's never been reissued. It's not even available for streaming. It's not even available for streaming. It's EX, and Disc 2 is near mint minus. This is all part of Scott Leach's collection. He's watching tonight. Shout out again to Scott. Thank you for tuning in. We bought an awesome collection up in Pennsylvania, and Page and Plant just hit $400. We're selling the cream of the crop off some of these first collections every night, and the bins are loaded. Auctions, bonus stuff, just crazy, right? Plasmatics, Metal Priestess. Plasmatics, Metal Priestess. Plasmatics, Metal Priestess. This did get a new bid. Brian Call came back in at 31. Victor Guerra or anybody else, do you want back in? Brian Call has it for $31. $31, okay? $31. That's the high bid. Here we go. New stuff. The 4th and final crate of new sealed stuff tonight. Then I'm going to go into these crates Paul's marked. Let me kind of peek in them. I see Johnny Cash. I see Dark Shadows. I do see some jazz. I see Leon Redbone. I see Ella Fitzgerald, Aretha Franklin. That's some of the stuff he's marked. Looks interesting, right? Here we go. First thing in here is Fugazi. That's known as 7 songs, right? $24.99. Fugazi, $24.99. Bush is at $2.55. Page and Plant's at $4.15. We may have our 4th air horn tonight coming up very soon. And then over here, I've got 2 other air horns. Billie Eilish is still available, $2,000, and Rage Against the Machine is $525. Pretty firm on those prices. Those are supposed to be minimum bids and go up. Think about it. They're available. Very fair for both of them. Rolling Stones, check this out. 4 LPs. I've been trying to order all these live Rolling Stone shows. I have not had this one before. Orange vinyl, blue vinyl, orange vinyl, blue vinyl. 4 LP. Steel wheels, and then also this has guest performances by Axl Rose, Easy Stradlin, of course both from GNR, Eric Clapton, and John Lee Hooker. That is $59.99 of 4 LP Rolling Stones. Plasmatics 32, Plasmatics 33. Over here, I have the Police Greatest Hits. There was a waiting list for this. Now, Todd Saw's been asking, can we get this? I hope Todd Saw is watching. If not, he never did officially say he wanted on a waiting list. There is already somebody on a wait list. No, there's not. So both of these are still available. These are $34.99. The Police Greatest Hits and the Police Greatest Hits. $34.99. Okay? Over here, Bush. The last bid is $260. Page and Plant's at $440. And Plasmatics is at $33. Next is Lenny Kravitz, Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, $34.99. Lenny Kravitz, that's Greatest Hits, $34.99. Solarplex Studio wants the Police. That's so to Solarplex Studio. And Fred Cardinale on the Rolling Stones. Fred Cardinale on the Rolling Stones. That's so to Fred Cardinale, $59.99. I have 1 left, and I have 1 Police left. And then Bush, the last bid on Bush. The last bid on Bush over here was $260. John Kaiser's back to you. Manish has Page and Plant for $445. Cindy Yarborough, back to you. And then Plasmatics is sold to Brian Call for $33. That is done. That's sold to him for $33. Thank you on that. Okay. Rage Against the Machine, $525. The OG pressing. Now, if anybody wants a $30 one, a $25 one, you can order these all day long for about $30. This is the 1992 U.S. original, 525 doll hairs. We're talking U.S. dollars and cents. NWA, $29.99. NWA, $29.99. And we have Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, Urban Outfitters exclusive, 2 LP Bone and Aqua colored vinyl, $29.99 for The Nightmare Before Christmas. And 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits, $29.99. 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. That has their hit song on it, Kryptonite. Next auction is going to go up right now. I'm about ready to pull something else from the new bonus crate, but let's go ahead and run this right here. This is this is REM. Let's go ahead and put this up. REM Green is a 1988 U.S. specialty OG pressing, and we even have a tour program from that year, from that tour. How cool is this? An 88 OG specialty press, REM Green, and we're including an original tour program from that tour. This is going to go up for a $55 start, okay? Page and Plan is still getting bids. I'm smelling an air horn. I don't know about y'all. We may be done on Bush. Bush is about to be sold to Cameron Lingefeld for $260, okay? Lewis Kulik on 3 Doors Down. Thank you on that one. And then I've got 2 copies here of Fugazi Repeater. That should be on blue vinyl. It is $24.99. Scott Leach said this is his REM, and this is the tour program he got with it. How cool. That is Shane Lane Dotes already right now at $55. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list for this one. This is live. Austin, Texas, 1980. And let's look this up. SRV. In the beginning, Back to the Turntables on a waiting list. Back to the Turntable. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's so to Back to the Turntable. That was my only copy of that. And we got Rolling Stones with Muddy Waters. This is at the Checkerboard Lounge in Chicago. Awesome show. They literally improv'd. I mean, they went and kind of snuck into a local bar to watch Muddy Waters, and he called them up on stage, and next thing, they did a concert together. Totally unplanned. Muddy Waters. Rolling Stone, Chicago, red and white vinyl. It's on YouTube, $44.99, okay? Over here, we have Page and Plan at $485. Cameron Lingefeld, Fugazi Repeater, that's sold. Put Jamie Sotar on a wait list for Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Bush is finished. See ya later, Bush. Bush, Bush, Bush. This is sold, and this is sold over here to Cameron Lingefelt for $260. Page and Plant. We're close. $485 of Manish Puri. Over here, REM is at $60. Next, we have the Rolling Stones LA Forum, a triple LP. Let me check a wait list for this. So a lot of these Rolling Stones have been really, really cool. Their live shows, their officials. I have a wait list for Let It Bleed box set and a Rolling Stones bar stool. I don't think those are going to come back in. I probably can delete those. So both of these are still available, $34.99. Thank you, Cameron. And then let's go ahead and pull something from the bonus crate. Let's see if the second bonus crate has any Japanese pressings, because David Johnson did just say, I don't know if y'all saw that, he said, listen, I'm about to have a conniption fit if you don't put up something with an obi. I mean, I'm about to just lose my mind on you. So I only have 2 that I see in the next bonus crate. If anything, let me get an answer for David Johnson, because he is liable to just freak out on his gerbil or his little corgi dogs. He'll go in there and just start screaming at them, kind of like, you know, that comedian. You know, he used to scream a lot. That's what he does in there to his corgis when Japanese pressings aren't up for bid. So let's just all remain calm. Don't freak out on me. Here is Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. This is an 85 Japanese pressing, near minus, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on this. David Johnson goes, yeah, he screams like Sam Kinison. Where's the Obies? Ah! Obies! And his dogs are like, good gosh, dude, just chill, okay? First thing we have over here is Jamie Sotar on the Stevie Ray Vaughan wait list, REM 57, REM 60, REM 60, Page and Plant, $500. Lily Hanley, new buyer tonight. Thank you, Lily, on the Nightmare Before Christmas. That's so to you. And then over here, we have Dave Matthews Band. I still got it for $99.99. We have Smashing Pumpkins Adore. Smashing Pumpkins Adore is a 2 LP, $34.99 on that. And I have right here in front of you, available for sale, this is pretty cool, the Stevie Ray Vaughan Analog Productions in step, cut from the original master tape. And let's look up Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. I have In the Beginning, that's already been fulfilled, and then let me search Stevie. Nothing. So no waiting list. I went ahead and ordered 4 evidently because I'm always needing these. Stevie, let me search it one other way. Okay, these are available in step, $44.99. Stephen Tuttle's going to take that Dave Matthews Band Crash into me. Now, I don't know if you saw them the other night, but the other first time on vinyl pressings, I have those as well. I have those as well of Under the Table and Dreaming and everything, the other one they have. So they're numbered. I have those as well. This is $99.99, sold to Stephen Tuttle. Page and Plant has a new bid, $510. $510. And then over here, we got amenities on Stevie Ray Vaughan, and that's sold to amenities. And then Foreigner has a bid for $35. And Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain, $44.99. And Foreigner Double Vision, $44.99. Page and Plant is at $520. Let's look at REM one more time. I don't even know who has the high bid. I'm showing high bid on REM, Matthews Hendon at $60, okay? Will, you're out. I think he said done. Shane, you tied Matthews, so you're out. This is an 88 OG specialty press. Specialty is the name of the pressing plant. OG, the first run, 1988. It has the original inner sleeve, and it comes with a tour book that probably would have been sold at an REM concert. Shane can tell us where he bought this. He might have seen them at that tour and got this book at a show. That's included as part of the auction. Foreigner has one bid for Will Smithson at $35, and now Joe Salamo outbid him at $37, okay? We've sold one Stevie Ray Vaughan to amenities, right? Yep, and there's 3 left. Let's read through those again, surely, but quickly. And then over here, the Corgis' names. Yeah, one of them's like Elton John or something. Poor Elton. They was in there screaming at Elton. Monster. Wow. Okay. Got a lot of viewers tonight. Some people want to see where these auctions go. Also try to drag out the big stuff to the very end because, you know, we don't want to sell all the good stuff in the first 20 minutes because most people's like, he's not going to have anything else. And then later they'll get on messages in the morning. Holy crap, Chad, I didn't know you had 10 more Rage Against the Machine albums that you were going to auction. I thought that was the only one. I went to bed. This is why you can't go to bed. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Man, this is a good cookie. Man, that was what I needed. I just feel a huge relief come over. That was a delicious cookie. I would have had a little crunch to it. Oh my gosh. Whew. Page and Plants at $570. REM's at $75. I need to ask Will Smithson if he wants to bid again on Foreigner. Joe Salomon has it for $37. Final call. If I've missed anything, let me know. Here we go. Sugar Rush is going to kick in. Fugazi, whoa. Fugazi's $24.99. Here's what's left in here. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels Live, Atlantic, New Jersey, $59.99 for a 4LP. I think that listed for over $100 new when it came out. The Police Greatest Hits is $34.99. Lenny Kravitz Greatest Hits is $34.99. NWA's $29.99. Tim Bird's Nightmare Before Christmas, one left. The Bone and Aqua Colored Vinyl, $29.99. Three Door Down Greatest Hits, $29. Fugazi Repeater, this is $24.99. And then we have Muddy Waters with Rolling Stones Red and White Vinyl, $44 on that. Rolling Stones LA Forum, $34 on that. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, also $34. In Step, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $44. Miles Davis, $44. MoFi, and Foreigner, Head Games MoFi. Those are awesome pressings there. Okay. Now, we have REM, and we may be done. That's a final call to Shane Lando for $75, and let's go ahead and sell Foreigner here. And Foreigner is sold for $37 to Joe Salomon. Thank you on that one. David's Corgis are named Elvis, Freddie Mercury, and Janis Joplin. Wow. Rough crowd. All right, Laura's dropping off the rest off. Somebody just asked for Europe 72. Laura just is now dropping off the rest of tonight's advertised auctions. So with that being said, there's some stuff I hadn't got to, and including some big stuff. And those are going to get to momentarily. Why are these T-shirts back here? More T-shirts? Okay, more T-shirts. Wow. Yeah, so we even have more T-shirts. Great. Craig, a fourth box of shirts showed up. I only thought you sent 3. 4 boxes of shirts. Okay. Here's the Europe. Laura's got it right here. Next auction. Laura, thank you. This is Europe 72. This is the mid to late 70s. So the OGs of these are on green. I have a feeling this is going to be on the Burbank label. I'm looking at it for the first time. It's on what I call the Burbank label or the Oasis label. This is a mid to late 70s U.S. Winchester. It's a reissue. They use this label here from 73 to 78. 3LP. It does have the book. The cover has a little bit of a bend right here. But man, a very highly sought after classic Dead live album. Europe 72 with the book. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start on those. Those were rest of the extras. Okay, great. Thank you. So yeah, what we're going to do, the first thing that goes on our website, the first thing we're ever going to list on our website is all of our extra merchandise and T-shirts. And we're getting them stocked up. We got all the leftovers from all these orders. That's one of the first things Jake and Tanner is going to be working on. All right, out on this. Manish Puri has Page and Plant for $570. $570. A request for Eric Church, yes. A request for 3-6 Mafia, yes. Cindy said she's done on Page and Plant. Final call. $570, and we're going to have another air horn. Amazing night. Let's go through this first crate that Paul has marked. Let me take a look at both of them and figure out which one I want to do. And let's knock it out, okay? And what he has told me is this collection, everything, if it all came from this collection, everything we bought is phenomenal. We didn't buy many of these collections we didn't pick up. It's like we were going to have to worry about condition. Okay, like very few of these, like everything we're going to be showing is going to be like, wow, 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 wow. Now, I went through, there was a lot of activity earlier when I was going through all the new vinyl. So here's what I might do. I'm going to go through this crate, and then I might condense the first other crates of new vinyl from tonight and show those again for those that missed it as soon as I went live, because it was hectic earlier. There was so much going on with the auctions, and I don't even remember really what I've shown. So I kind of have to refresh my own memory. But the first thing we're going to do is sell REM, and REM is sold to Shane Lane Dope for $75. Awesome. That sold for $75. Grateful Dead is a $45 start, mid-70s pressing, early to mid-70s pressing. Second label, nice with the book. And then we have an air horn moment over here. So let me make sure. The Page and Plant was down to 2 people. It was Manish and Cindy, right? And Manish has it. And Manish has it for $570. Cindy went out. We're going to put that on a timer. Final call. There's Grateful Dead. Before I get started, let's introduce one more new auction. Anybody new watching, welcome. You're welcome to bid and buy at any time. You're welcome to bid and buy at any time. Doesn't matter to me. I still got air fresheners. I still got some coins to show over here. I've got some cool stuff. First thing, I'm going to put something kind of medium to mix it up a little bit. Let's go ahead and auction Steel Pulse. And Steel Pulse is a 1984 USOG white label promo. This is near mint minus. Earth Crisis by Steel Pulse with the original inner sleeve. Their stuff did very well last night. $35 start, okay? $35 start on that. Here we go. I have the Canadian Brass, High Bright Light and Clear, the glory of Baroque brass. This is a 1983 sealed audiophile pressing, Europa Disc Limited, New York, with hop sticker, $9.99. Smashing. Is that what that says? Nubo Hara and his sharps and flats. A 1973 made in Japan, distributed in U.S. A Japanese press, distributed by Audio Technica, sealed, $14.99. We got Page and Plant, sold. We got an air horn moment, and the air horn moment, it goes to Manish Puri. Thank you. This is sold to you for $570. Let me put on my headgear because I don't want a blistering headache. This is the 4th air horn of the night, and probably not the last after we start selling silver again later tonight. And maybe we can sell somebody Billy Idol or Billie Eilish, and maybe we can sell somebody Rage Against the Machine. Thank you, Manish. This is sold to you. And everybody brace yourself. 3, 2, 1. All right, that's done, and thank you, okay? Now, the Grateful Dead didn't have a bid for the longest. I think some people were scoping it out, and they're like, dang it, okay, I'm going to go ahead and bid. And now we have a bid, now we have another bid. So Matthew over on YouTube has it for $47. We got Steel Pulse over here. Tom Dearlove has that for $35, and then Fred Carnell bid $37. This is the Japanese pressing, Nobu Hara and his sharps and flats, and it's a Japanese audiophile, sealed, $14.99. We have Ronnie White, his songs, his piano, and his New York State of Mind, a 1979 U.S. jazz album, sealed, $9.99, and Mark Murphy sings Dorothy Fields and Cy Coleman, 1977, sealed, $14.99. Moving on, our next auction is going to go up righty now. And that next one, I need to do a bonus crate pull too, just to keep you reminded of some of the crazy stuff. Here is 3-6 Mafia, Chapter 2, World Domination. 3-6 Mafia is a 2017 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 1,000 copies. This album's been out of print since 2019. 3-6 Mafia is a $55 start. Okay, Fred Carnell gets this Japanese pressing here. Thank you. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And we have Lena. And Lena is Lena Horne. That's a 1977 compilation of Lena Horne, sealed for $9.99. And Pearl Bailey, That Certain Feeling. Pearl Bailey is also sealed, $9.99. Okay, Grateful Dead. I need to hear back from one person. Roger Ramjet. Hadn't said that name in a while. Roger Ramjet. Do you want back in on Grateful Dead for more than 47? Steel Pulse is at 40. If you like jazz, you're probably going to like this crate. I did see some other stuff mixed in. Adam Bernardi on Pearl Bailey. This should be very cool. A lot of stuff you probably won't see too often, or don't see too often here at least. And then Steel Pulse is at 40 with Tim Voldness. I'm going to go ahead and be getting the bonus auction on standby, and I'm going to get through these because we got a lot of other stuff we can show tonight. I've got about 4 $6.99 discount crates set off aside tonight to try to knock out. Wow, Chet Baker, sealed, unopened, $29.99, an 85 Spanish import reissue. Chet Baker Big Band, $29.99 for that. Grateful Dead's at $55, Steel Pulse is at $40, and 3-6 Mafia is at $57. Adam Bernardi on Chet Baker, thank you. Over here, we have I Swing For You, Vicky Lane. This is a 1959 US mono. The top cover does have some seam splitting, but no condition notes on the vinyl. $19.99. $19.99. Adam wants to pass on Chet Baker. Are you sure you want to pass on Chet Baker? And then Johnny Cash, Original Golden Hits Volume 1. Nice, sealed for $19.99. We're talking Folsom Prison Blues, Hey Porter, Cry, 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 I Walk the Line, and that's sealed $19.99. Mark Olson says, I'll take the Chet Baker. That's sold to Mark Olson then. He's out on Grateful Dead, so that might be sold then. The Roger Ramjet for $55. Final call. Steel Pulse is up to one person. That would be Fred Carnell. Tim Voldness has it for $40. Fred Carnell, let me know if you want back in or out. Michael Butler gets the Johnny Cash. That is sold. And 3-6 Mafia is at $60. Amenities, you've been outbid. Bing Crosby, Golden Memories, Columbia Special Products, sealed. 6 LPs of Bing Crosby music, $19.99. That seems like a bargain. And then Joanne Somers with Bob Florence, that's called Dream, and 83 US, also sealed, $14.99. And Harry Gibson, The Hipster, Boogie Woogie and Blue, a 1984 US reissue, $19.99. Harry Gibson, The Hipster. And then we have Little Esther Phillips, The Complete Savoy Recordings with Johnny Otis, a 2 LP sealed, 1984, $19.99, okay? Roger Ramjet, I got you down for Grateful Dead at $55, and that's sold. Let's put up some new auctions then. This is sold to Roger Ramjet, $55. Thank you on that. And by the way, I'm looking at that Etta James, but I forgot to tag that for somebody else that commented on the pre-order. They commented on the pre-order late, and I'm looking at that Etta James record, and honestly, I need to go ahead and tag it. It just hit me. I forgot to do that. And then Steel Pulse is sold. That's sold for $40 to Tim Voldness. Thank you on that one. And then, before I do anything else, let's update 3-6 Mafia, which has a bid with amenities at $65. We just got a request for U2. Let's do it. U2 is right here. U2, let's see the notes from Laura on the back. It's a 1985 Euro reissue Island label. It's a $20 start. It's a 4-track, and it's near mint with a nice glossy jacket. U2's a $20 start, okay? Michael Butler on LEP, Little Esther Phillips. That's sold to Michael Butler. Dang. Our roof just started cracking. I guess the wind's blowing outside. Pretty wild sounding right now. Must be some heavy wind. Sounds like gremlins just walked across our ceiling. We have over here, we have U2 at $20. And then the Canadian concert of Ted Curson live at Lafayette Le Dart or something like that, $49.99. Paul says the OGs from this sell for more than $1,000. Must be some great jazz then. It's sealed. It's an 85 reissue, $49.99. $49.99, okay? Let's go back up top. U2 has a bid for $20. And then Willer Dunham getting the Bing Crosby box. That's sold to Willer. This is cool stuff. Stuff I don't see too often for sure. We bought a jazz collection of over 30,000 albums. 30,000 albums, and they're all top quality. U2 has a new bid for $22, then $25. What about over here on the 3-6 Mafia? Amenities bid $65. Fox Digital, do you want to bid again? It's up to you, Fox Digital, on that one. Okay, and then over here, we have another. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. Okay, let's do something from over here. And this next, I'm getting into the next one officially. And why don't we go ahead and pull out something great from it? And when I say great, I mean Metallica great. Are you ready for this? A surprise a teaser to coming from Thursday Night Metal Night, Metallica, Master of Puppets. It's an 86 US club, a Columbia club copy. Now, the Columbia club copy is very desirable, has some of the best sounding mastering of this Master of Puppets album you can get. It's VG minus. It still will play very well. These get cranked up and blasted. Metallica, a $75 start. There you have it. Next is Quentin's theme from the TV show Dark Shadows, the Charles Randolph Green sound. That is $9.99 in shrink. Also, Dave Lewis plays Herb Albert in the Tijuana Brass. That is unopened at $29.99, a 1967 US stereo. Unopened. Dave Lewis plays unopened, $29.99. 3-6 Mafia, I think this is 3-6 Mafia. I never did hear back from Fox Digital, so let's go ahead and sell it to Amenities for $65. That is done. That's sold for $65. U2 is tied. James Chilcote bid $25 and Fred bid $25. James, you're out. Metallica's a $75 start. And we also have, this is Screen Sinatra. Frank Sinatra is a 1980 UK mono, $9.99. And there's Johnny Cash Volume 2, sealed. Michael Butler might want that one as well, $19.99. Corey Ross has Metallica for $75. Oysterhead sold earlier for, what was that price? Because we're going to get asked a lot tonight. What did that end up selling for? I almost forgot. Oh, man, we got some cool stuff over here. Let's go ahead and do this advertised Depeche Mode auction. Oh, man, Depeche Mode, catching up with Depeche Mode, a gold stamp promo, 1985 U.S. Specialty OG, gold stamp promo, super clean with the original inner sleeve, and this is a $75 start. Depeche Mode, catching up with Depeche Mode, does have the hop sticker, a $75 start. Michael Butler got Johnny Cash. That is sold, and then over here, the Quentin's theme from Dark Shadows is $9.99. $9.99. U2 just got a new bid for $26. Metallica has a bid for $75. And I Still Believe in You, Charlie Rich. Charlie Rich is $9.99. He's in shrink. I don't see that one as often. What year is this one? 1978. $9.99. Depeche Mode already has a bid for $80. And The Dazzling Sound, Keith Williams and his orchestra. Wow, that was my father's name. I've never seen this before. The Exciting Bid Bands of Keith Williams. A 1957 mono, $14.99. That's wild. That's pretty cool to see. 57 mono, $14.99. I need to take a couple pictures of this. Hold on a second. No one buys this, I might keep it. The Exciting Big Bands of Keith Williams. 1957 mono, $14.99. U2's at 27 with Oso Adventure. And Oysterhead sold for $760. Rage, $495. How about we make it $500 so we can blow the air horn? Laura had it originally at a minimum bid of $495. I wanted to do $525 so we could go ahead and knock out the air horn. That was here's the stats. I mean, some of them have sold for over $800. Let's do $500 and I'll blow the air horn for you. It's an OG 1992. Billie Eilish is still available. $2,000. $2,000. I think it's very fair if you're looking for one. This one has a lot of paint on it. This one has a lot of paint. I've seen some with just a couple splatters. This one has a couple. This one's like covered in paint. I think it's pretty cool. Rage sold, $500. Danzig, done. See you later. It's gone. If you were waiting, you waited too long. Sold, Danzig 35. Rage Against the Machine, $500. Turn down your volume or turn up your volume. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. All right, now we just got, I know somebody wants Billy. You're thinking about it. This is sold. Hopefully that just didn't blow Laura's eardrums out. She was on her way walking up here. Okay, next thing we have is this. Thank you on that. We have DS for Fred Carnell, Dazzling Sound. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you. That's so to Fred Carnell, Dazzling Sound. U2 out, U2 27. Metallica 85, Depeche Mode 90, Metallica 88, and then U2 28, and then Metallica 90, Depeche Mode 95, and we have Pete's Blues, Pete Johnson, Ben Webster, 1985 U.S. mono reissue, $9.99. What do we have here? What? Casta Shock. Life is a Dance. A 1976 Russian pop. Now, I know some of y'all want some Russian pop by Alexander Karsnov. He was Russian. And I hope you're rushing to buy this. It's a VG Plus, $14.99. Aretha Franklin, Amazing Grace. This is a good one. 72 Presswell OG with promo sticker. EX, $36.99. DS was for Dark Shadows. Okay, so yeah, Fred, so I think somebody claimed it. I was actually waiting to see if you wanted it or not. Somebody put Dark Shadows. Adam Benari put Quentin, but Fred asked about it first, okay? So Fred asked about this first, so he does get this, okay? So that is so to him. And we have Ella Fitzgerald, Clap Hands, Here Comes Charlie. Boy, I don't remember seeing this one before. A 61 US Deep Groove Mono OG. EX condition, $44.99. Wow, that's cool. And shrink, $44.99. Cool stuff in here. Over here, let's see what's happening on U2, Metallica, and Depeche Mode. That's our three auctions right now. I had Metallica at 90. Jen Alonzo said, how much was Dave Lewis? Dave Lewis, and this was $29.99. It's sealed. The shrink is kind of torn open, but it's never been opened. An OG from 67. Sorry I didn't answer that immediately. Jen Alonzo, thank you for tuning in. If we got anybody new watching, you can jump into the Colectco family at any time. $8 in limited shipping. I'll be here for the next 5 hours. I'll be here all night tomorrow, all night Friday, all night Saturday. I have nothing else to do, believe me. Metallica's at 90. Depeche Mode's at 95. Adam Bernardi put OWWW. Was that a claim? OWWWW? Adam Bernardi, or is that an abbreviation that I'm not familiar with? Depeche Mode 105. U2 details. U2 has a bid for 30. What is the U2? Bernie Johnson on Pete. Pete is sold to Bernie Johnson. Thank you. Lord just delivered me a bottle of water. I need that. Thank you. U2 33. Metallica 91. Deanie D. La O on Aretha Franklin. Thank you, Deanie D. La O. That is sold to you. What is the U2? What is the Sinatra? Before I show U2, I'm going to show Sinatra. This is called Screen Sinatra. It is a remastered 1980 UK mono, $9.99. And one more, and then I'm going to tell the details on all the auctions. Chris Connor sings George Gershwin, Almanac of Song. Early Atlantic record here, a gatefold double LP. Yeah, 1957 Atlantic. EX, $17.99. That was my ears. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, here's U2. This is a 4-track from 1985. It's Near Mint, Fire, J Swallow, 11 O'Clock TikTok, and The Ocean. That's live in Boston, an official 1981. The last bid was Travis at $33. In the middle is an OG club copy of Metallica, VG minus. That's at $91. That's an 88. I was about to say 88, don't sound right. 86 Club, and then Depeche Mode, Gold Stamp promo from this incredible promo collection. This is minty with the hop sticker and a Gold Stamp promo, and the last bid was Amenities at 105, and it is up to somebody else to say out, but we're going to go ahead and say a final call on him, okay? And then what is the Russian album? The Russian album was known as Alexander Karazov, and that is a Russian guy. He's doing some pop here for you. It's a VG Plus $14.99. Kevin LeBady on Sinatra. Here we go. I have The Letter, Judy Garland. That's a 1959 U.S. mono, EX condition, $12.99. Lena and Gabor. Wow, look at this hop sticker. Includes the hit single Lena Horne, Watch What Happens. That's early for a hop sticker, 1970 USOG. Not as early as I thought. I thought this was going to be something from like the 50s. I didn't even think they did hop stickers back then. So this is an OG from 1970. A little bit later than I thought, but that's Lena Horne and Gabor Szabo on the Sky label. That's pretty cool. In shrink, VG Plus $19.99. Aaron Andrus has outbid Amenities. New bid on that for $110. Leon Redbone from Branch to Branch. EX $9.99. And this is a Japanese pressing, a mono Japanese pressing. EX $17.99. The Glory of Love, Jackie and Roy. That's EX $17.99. All right, so U2, we were done, right? Nobody else bid. And this was sold to Travis Woods for $33. $33. That's sold to Travis Woods. All right, let's take that off the table. I hope we were done on Metallica. I gave the last bid. These are sticker price, never shown before. These are sticker price. And then Metallica, the last bid that came in on this was Kaiser at 91. I want to make sure the other person did say out. It was Corey Ross. Corey Ross, if you're out there, I'm about to sell this. I hope you were done. John Kaiser had it for 91. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Sold to John Kaiser for 91. And then Depeche Mode. It was at 110, then 112. Michael Ruttman on L and G. And L and G was Lena and Gabor. And that sold Depeche Mode 115. Corey Ross on Leon Redbone. And that sold to Corey Ross. Danny D was next on Lena. Ella was sold. John Kaiser wants the Ella Fitzgerald back here. That was $44.99. That's sold to John Kaiser. Thank you. Chris Knapp on Jackie and Roy. Sold. And now, Corey, your bid on Metallica came in late. You must have not heard my first couple calls saying you were outbid. Sorry about that. We might have some more Metallicas tomorrow. We might have some more tonight. But first, my goodness, take a look at this. Oh, wow. I think this is the first one with the font right side up. So when it gets italicized, that's the second press. This is amazing. This is a 1979 MoFi pressing of Dark Side of the Moon, and this is minty. Holy moly. Breathe. Ooh, did y'all hear that? Wow, that's a beautiful sound. That sounded like that'd never been opened before. That gatefold, it made that nice popping sound. Wow. This is minty. A beautiful MoFi Dark Side of the Moon. Holy moly. I don't even want to touch the vinyl. Laura says it's super clean, near mint minus. Scott Lee said this was his too. Golly. Ticking away the moments. $275 start. Let the bidding begin. Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode's at $115, final call. Let's wrap up this crate. Linda Ronstadt, living in the USA, EX $9.99. We have Full House Saxes. Full House Saxes. That's a 68 promo, VG plus $9.99. The Avengers by the Laurie Johnson Orchestra. A 1966 US stereo, Hanna-Barbera Records. Interesting. This is on Hanna-Barbera. The Avengers, VG plus $34.99. I guess that's based on the 60s TV show because it's Hanna-Barbera, like the theme music to it, right? $34.99. The Groove and Strings and Things. Look at that cover. The Groove and Strings and Things. A 68 US, VG plus $11.99. And then the music of Charlie Chaplin, a legendary composer, with booklet, VG 9. I've never seen that before. $9.99. I feel like I would have seen that at least once before. Charlie Chaplin. And then Chris Connor on Atlantic, catalog number 1228. A 56 US mono OG, EX $12.99. Wow. That stuff in there might not be up everybody's alley, but if it's up your alley, that's some cool stuff in there. Depeche Mode. Let's go ahead and do this. Depeche Mode is sold, and we need new auctions. Aaron Andrus, $115. Thank you. Pink Floyd got a bid for $275, and then Michael Butler bid $300. Samuel Kopich is going to go ahead and pick up the Judy Garland. We have Samuel Kopich on Growing Strings, and we have Adam Bernardi on Chris Connor. When I'm here at night, like, rummaging through records, trying to figure out maybe what to spin, if I'd actually do have time to listen to music. Believe it or not, I don't have a lot of time, given that this business, as y'all see me, I run every day. But I'm more likely to pick up something like this right here and put it on probably for, besides anything else than this building, or something like this. I don't know. It's just because I'm like, well, I feel like I need to listen to something different every now and then. I'm more likely to put on stuff like this than probably anything else in this entire building. All right, let's put up some other auctions. I'm going to start reading some of the stuff in the hot picture to remind you, if you're just hopping on, what hadn't sold, okay? And then I've got the bonus crate stuff that I keep confidential because it's a surprise. It's a bonus crate. There's 2 more crates like this that Paul's marked. Here's some of the auctions still advertised. Joni Mitchell, Oingo Boingo, Killing Joke, The Call, Jerry Garcia doing Old and In the Way, Grateful Dead, Mars Hotel, Grateful Dead, Oxomoxo. These look beautiful too. Grateful Dead, Skulls and Roses, Grateful Dead, What a Long Strange Trip. Wow, these are beautiful. Duran Duran, X is still available. Talking Heads is still available. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Roger Waters, golly, Iggy Pop, the Moby Grape promo, Pearl Jam. This other record, I don't know what it is. Leonard Skinner, Eric Church. Somebody asked me to do Eric Church. Nashville Cats, a.k.a. Nashville Putang. And then Leonard Skinner, more Grateful Dead, and Midnight Oil. And then all the bonus stuff. So y'all better buckle up. It's only 9:22. We got a long ways to go. I got to really focus on these auctions before it gets too late. Some people may have to work in the morning. You don't want to miss out on this stuff. Eric Church on the Rocks. Eric Church at Red Rocks, live and mostly unplugged, is a 2016 USOG. 2016 USOG. It was a Record Store Day exclusive as this 10-inch. They only did 2,500 copies. This one's EX, super nice then. $85 start. Some of these sealed, sold for over $317 before. Very collectible country artist, Eric Church. We sold a record of his out of the bin last night for $150. That's an $85 start on that, okay? Now, Oso had been asking for Pink Floyd. I want to hope that his connection didn't drop. Oso, if you can hear me all the way out there in Los Angeles, you got outbid on Pink Floyd immediately, okay? So Michael has had it now for 4 minutes, and I've just kind of been waiting for you to say out or bid again. Michael Butler has Pink Floyd for 300. And I'm going to give you about 1 more minute because he's already had it for 4 going on 5 minutes. And to be fair, we got to wrap that one up. The Avengers Fred Cardinale was VG Plus $34.99. We got a request for Aaron. We got a request for Joni, Pearl Jam, Killing Joke, another Killing Joke, and request for Oingo Boingo. If anybody wants a price on anything in here, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. The Avengers, the music of Charlie Chaplin, House Full of Saxes, Linda Ronstadt, Alexander Karazov, Chris Connor Sings, George Gershon Almanac. There's another Chris Connor. EX 1799. Dave Lewis plays Herb Albert. The Dazzling Sound, Keith Williams and his orchestra. Charlie Rich, I Still Believe in You. The Canadian Concert of Ted Curson. Harry Gibson, the Hipster. Joni Sommers with Bob Florence. I Swing for You, Vicky Lane. Lena Horne, Mark Murphy, Ron White, not the comedian, Ronnie White, and then Canadian Brass, okay? Pink Floyd 305, Pink Floyd 310. It wasn't Oso that was bidding, it was Amenity. Still hadn't heard from Oso. He must have lost, I don't know. He's out in L.A. I don't know if anybody actually lives in, like, L.A. proper, but I think he lives, like, in Los Angeles, and I think he, like, has terrible, you'd think L.A. you'd have great internet, I would think. One of the biggest cities in the world. I've been told by other customers, like, you sometimes go hours out there without internet. And I'm like, gosh, that sounds crazy. We have better internet out here, like in the rural country of Tennessee in some places than I heard in L.A. I'm going to keep this Keith Williams record. That was my dad's name. I thought that's really cool. I'm going to take that home. Okay, there's Pink Floyd. Eric Church is an $85 start. Let's put up some other auctions. All right, let's go through another crate and see what Paul's got marked. You never know about a Paul crate. I mean, sometimes you just truly do not know what this man's put stickers on. He might try to start putting stickers on, like, just random objects throughout the store. That would be good, because we got a lot of random stuff to sell. All right, Willard Dunham wants to Lena Horne. Thank you on that. And awesome stuff. Okay, something different. Here we go. Let's open up this and this. Pink Floyd's at 330. Michael Butler's out. No bid on Eric Church. Final call. Next auction is Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon. Joni Mitchell's a white label promo. I've never seen this on a white label promo. It has the promo strip. You see this sometimes. People try to tear them off, and they realize they couldn't, and then they messed it up. But it is a promo. It's in VG. It's going to be a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Here we go. I have Tom Jones live at Caesar's Palace. That's a 2LP in shrink. I think that's pretty cool. Live at Caesar's Palace. Nevada, Las Vegas, $9.99. We have The Young Men of New Orleans. That's a 1988 US. That's $9.99. And Judy Garland at Carnegie Hall. Judy Garland is a 1961 US Mono OG, a 2LP, $14.99, and a tribute to Woody Guthrie. Music is by Joan Baez, Judy Collins, Jack Elliott, Richie Havens, Odetta, Arlo Guthrie, Pete Seeger's on here. That is sealed, $14.99. Duke Norman on Jones, and that was Tom Jones live. And then Matthew bid 20 on Joni Mitchell. Judy Garland sold to Samuel Kopich. And Pink Floyd is 330 with amenities. Final call. Still never did hear back from Oso. He's out there probably like beating on his computer, cursing the city of L.A. for better internet. And then Eric Church, surprisingly, did not get a bid. This is a buy now for $85. Kind of surprised by that. A couple people requested it. They probably got mad and left the auction because I couldn't get to it fast enough. My bad. I can only go so fast. And then here's Oingo Boingo Boingo. Boingo is an 87 US Gloversville OG gold stamp. No white label promo. It has the hop sticker with it. A $35 start for Boingo. That's a nice copy from this new collection. Super clean. Watch Me, Jonah Galt and her Symphony Pop Scene. A 68 US pop rock. That looks interesting. $9. Definitely a 68 theme cover. Enrico Rava Quartet. That's a 79 US sealed. $19 $9.99. And Deborah Allen, Let Me Be the First. Deborah Allen's a 1984 U.S. country pop rock, sealed $9.99. And Armed Forces Workout, instruction poster included. Here we go. This looks pretty interesting. An Armed Forces Workout. Never seen this before. Sealed $9.99. Man, that'll get you into shape. Master Gunnery Sergeant Bill Dower. He will make sure you're in shape. Look at that. That's pretty scary. $9.99. Okay, we have over here. That might give some of y'all like some nightmares. Over here we have Pink Floyd Sold to Amenities for $330. $330 sold to amenities. That's done. Let's put that away. Okay, and then we have Joni Mitchell. The last bid that came in on this was Matthew at $20. Final call, and then Lewis Kulik put EC 75. Eric Church 75. That's an offer from Lewis Kulik. Sold. Lewis Kulik $75. Okay, and then we have Frank Sinatra in the Wee Small Hours, a 1980, or excuse me, just a UK mono reissue and shrink wrap, $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up Killing Joke. Killing Joke, Brighter Than a Thousand Suns. Killing Joke is a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG, a $35 start on Killing Joke. Now, I didn't want to do this earlier tonight when things were really crazy. Still pretty busy right now, but I had a sealed envelope that came to me in the mail today. And when I seen it, I knew what it was. It's like Christmas morning for me. It's also like Christmas morning for our store. I got a packet from JSA, James Spence Authentication. That's right, James Spence Authentication. I got a packet, and in that packet from James Spence Authentication are letters of authenticity that we've been waiting. 2 different batches came at once. This is the stuff I had authenticated back in the summer almost and in the fall, and they've all come at once. This means we can sell some really cool, really awesome, sweet stuff now because we have letters back from JSA. This was a customer. We sold an Aussie, and I said, I'm going to get it authenticated for you. That goes to Danny Thomason. There's his letter for Aussie, Black Sabbath. And then here is some other stuff. Signed Hank Aaron baseball. That's for Tony that works here. I don't know if he wants to sell this one, but there's also a Derek Jeter, and I think he wants to possibly sell that one. So I don't know about Hank. That's definitely Tony's, and I might can convince him to sell me the Derek Jeter ball. Okay, then the rest of the stuff is all coming soon. Signed poster by Hank Aaron, Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Frank Robinson, Ernie Banks, Reggie Jackson, Herman Killebrew, Eddie Mathis, Willie McCovey. Signed Joe DiMaggio. Signed Joe DiMaggio. Signed Joe DiMaggio. Signed Sandy Koufax. Signed Heart, full band and lineup. Signed Motorhead. Signed Yes, full album, 90125. Signed Metallica, including Cliff Burton on Kill 'Em All. Signed Motorhead. Signed John Denver. Another John Denver. Another John Denver. Another John Denver. Signed Metallica, Hetfield, Newsted, and Lars. Signed Deftones, full band. Signed Stone Temple Pilots t-shirt, including Scott Weiland. Signed Neil Young poster. Fully signed Slayer poster. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, where they played at Red Rocks. That is some incredible memorabilia, music and sports. We'll start knocking those out maybe as soon as tomorrow up for auction, okay? The other stuff, I'll give a little bit more time to give everybody a heads up and advertise. But that is some incredible memorabilia. If it has a letter from JSA, that typically means it's a pretty desirable album. Highly counterfeited autographs, they require letters, or highly valuable. So that's pretty cool. I wonder if Tony's watching. Tony is going to be gone for a few days. I should have got that Jeter ball from him before he left. Okay, so let's go back over here. So that's pretty cool, sweet stuff that's coming up for auction. We have, we sold Eric Church for $75. Killing Joke 35, Killing Joke 35, Killing Joke 37. I know some of y'all have been asking for some of that stuff since we bought it. And I was like, it's going to be months before we have it ready. Now it's ready. Kevin LeBeatty, you get Sinatra, Killing Jokes at 40, Which Oingo Boingo, and over here we got Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon. Joni Mitchell, the last bid was Matthew, and he was the only bidder over on YouTube, Matthew Hendon, and that's $20, okay? Thank you, that's so to you. And then Oingo Boingo, this is Boingo by Oingo Boingo, an 87 US Gloversville OG, a gold stamp promo with insert and hop sticker. The last bid that came in on Oingo Boingo, the last bid was absolutely nobody. I'm showing no bids on this, right? No bids. 2 people asked for me to put it up. They must have changed their mind. It's a $35 start, final call. Killing Joke is called Brighter Than 1,000 Suns. Over here, we have an 87 USOG, an 87 USOG. Killing Joke, Brighter Than 1,000 Suns. The last big was Greg Huber's at $40. Back to this crate. Giants of the Blues, tenor sacks, sealed, $14.99. $14.99, okay? Oingo Boingo has a bid for $35. Over here, we have Warren Vache, V-A-C-H-E with the accent mark, Iridescence with Hank Jones, and that is sealed, an 81 US, $14.99, and Tal Farlow Chromatic Palette, and that's an 81 US sealed, $9.99 on that one. Okay, Boingo has one bid for $35, final call. Killing Joke, it's up to Chris Knapp to bid again. Brian Frenfrock has bid $42. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. I do have another Japanese pressing. I'm surprised David Johnson didn't ask. We had Foreigner, and then I had Rainbow, difficult to cure. Rainbow is an 81 USOG, near mint minus. It does have a few humidity spots, but the vinyl's super clean. $35 start on that. How do they authenticate? Well, the easy answer is experience. About the only way you're going to be good at authenticating autographs and getting the stamp of approval from a big company is you just got to look at, you got to be around it a long time. You got to look at thousands of real examples, and you got to be really good. Some of these guys are experts in forensics and everything. They know how to examine documents and signatures. Tal Farlow is so to Roger Ramjet. Thank you on that one. But the best thing you got to do is just have experience. And if you're around enough of the same autographs, you can definitely tell good from bad. Okay? Over here, we have Never Make Your Move Too Soon, Ernestine Anderson. This is sealed, $14.99. Ernestine Anderson, sealed. Cal Collins, Herb Ellis, Interplay. That's an 81 US sealed, $14.99. And LA4, Lorindo Almeida, Ray Brown, Jeff Hamilton, Bud Shank, Zaka, 1980 US sealed, $19.99. Oingo Boingo sold Alan Smith for $35. That's sold for $35 on that. And then Killing Joke is at 41 with Chris Knapp, 42 with Brian Frenfrock, and Greg Hubers is out. So to Brian Frenfrock for 42. Final chance to bid on Rainbow at 35. The guys I've talked to, I'm very curious. I'm like, how do you know? Because I've had some stuff that looks very good, and it turns out being fake, and you just got to be around it. You just gotta be around it. And plus, a lot of people, I say, if you show enough to enough collectors, and they say, yeah, this is good or this is bad, then that's how you get your answers too. You show it to enough people, and they'll say no way, or they'll say yes, definitely. 76 US reissue. This is Grateful Dead. We got some super nice Grateful Dead stuff. Here's one of the first ones here. Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo, has the company or sleeve EX edition, a $35 start on Grateful Dead. LA4, so to Dini D La O. Thank you on that. Moving on in this crate, Concord Superband 2, Scott Hamilton, Warren Vachi again, Cal Collins. That's a 1980 US sealed, $14.99. And Art Matthews, it's easy to remember, with Archie Shep, Alan Dawson. This is a 1979 US promo stamp with Archie Shep is on here. $19.99 on that. Rainbow has a bid for $35. That's a final call. Grateful Dead's a $35 start. And let's go ahead and pull something else from back here. Surprised more people hadn't asked. So let's go ahead and do this one. Midnight Oil is a 1990 USOG, and this is on limited edition blue vinyl. So blue vinyl, it's sealed with a promo or a cutout sticker, and that's going to go up for a $50 start. Also in here, we got Sinatra and Basie. It might as well be Swing. This is a UK reissue sealed, $9.99, and Tom Jones sings She's a Lady. And that's a 71 USOG. Another Tom Jones sealed, $14.99. Okay, and then over here we have Ray Red on Art, ARTE, Art Matthews, Thank you on that. I was about to say, where is Ray Red and where's Jazz Grog and Donna Turner? I'm missing a couple of Jazz people. They probably have no idea we're going through these crates right now. TSO Houston has Rainbow for $35. That's sold. Roger Ramjet on Sinatra. Thank you. That's sold to you. And then final chance to get a bid in on the Grateful Dead, a 76 U.S. Winchester EX, a $35 star. There's your chance on that. And then Midnight Oil is with Matthews Hendon. I'm trying to figure out how to say your handle. I'm going to call you Matthew Hendon. I hope that's your name, Matthew Hendon. And then we'll get you put into our system. We'll probably eventually filter it up here on the screen where I know. And then we have Peter Lemongello. Do I love you? What a name. Peter who? Lemon Jello? Lemongello? That's almost worth it for his name. A soul album, a white label promo, $9.99, and Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, a story of Jesus as told and sung by Johnny Cash, $14.99. Joe Salamo on Tom Jones. Christina Curtis was second on that one. And then over here, Grateful Dead does have a bid for $36. If you was waiting to snipe it, not happening. Chris Knapp's already bid $36. Roger Ramjet just bid $35. And Midnight Oil just has one bid for $50, going once, going twice. Let's pull something else from the bonus crate. Let's put up something with some METAL behind it. That spells metal. Maybe, if I can find something quickly. Oh, this is a cool record. Cool bonus crate pull. Prince, the Batman soundtrack. An 89 US Prince, the Batman soundtrack. 89 US OG, VG condition, a $15 start. $15 start. This is the soundtrack by Prince. How cool is that? What a cover. Awesome. $15 start on that. Next is Grateful Dead 37, and Midnight Oil has a new bid for $51. Next is Dean Martin for the Good Times. A white label promo, $9.99. White label promo. So if you're just hopping on, we're going through a collection. And I don't want to really call it jazz because you're going to get stuff in here like Dean Martin and Johnny Cash. I mean, there's no way there's all 30,000 jazz albums. But Paul, when he's here marking records, the days that he's here, he's going to specifically pull from that 30,000 collection. And he got started today. And he said, I got started today. He said, I know where some incredible stuff is. I'll just have to dig it out. I hope y'all realize when you have 30,000 albums, that's months of selling. And that's months of processing and flipping through bins just trying to figure out what you want to price. So Paul has basically said, unless he's out on a buying trip, if he's here, he's going to personally work on this big collection. The other 20,000 we bought, that's the stuff that Laura's been marking, Laura's been putting out for auction, and the stuff that John marks. And so there's no telling what Paul will pull. I'm very curious. We haven't had stuff like this in a while, just straight price. Midnight Oil 51, Dead 40, Batman 15, Oil 55, Grateful Dead 38. And yes, this is in VG condition. The back cover has a little bit of a gash right here, but other than that, it's pretty nice and glossy. VG on that one. Batman has a bid for 15, another bid for 15, and then Lily Hanley, our new buyer tonight, she wants Johnny Cash. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy, okay? And similar to Blues, that's right. Paul was like, I want this to be, he called it my baby, okay? Same thing with the Blues collection. Sunday Morning with Charlie Pride, gold stamp promo. But the good thing about these is they're minty. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we go after. When we get all these leads on collections all over America, we're looking for quantity and quality. Even if it's stuff that maybe we would normally pass on, if it's all sealed and mint, we're probably going to go buy it because we're looking for nice, clean stuff. Scott Whitefield and the Help Wanted Big Band, Serendipity. That's an 89 US, sealed, $9.99. And Los Angeles Jazz Workshop, Bill Yeager, director, 86 US, $9.99. And we have Tennessee Ernie Ford for the third time, sealed, $9.99. And Don Convey, Traveling in Heavy Traffic, a white label promo. A lot of these are promos too. It's amazing how many promos we run across, $14.99. Okay, let's run down the bids. The last bid on Grateful Dead that I seen was Chris Knapp at $38. That's now moving to a final call. Midnight Oil just got a bid for $60, and Batman's at $30. Batman's at $30. Next thing is Nat King Cole Story, sealed box set. Paul says this appears to be the 1965 U.S. reissue. It has 3 LPs and book. Wow, that's nicely sealed. $49.99 for Nat King Cole. That's pretty cool. Joe Sontag on Tennessee Ernie Ford. Thank you on that one. And then Batman is the OG from 89.
It is the soundtrack by Prince, VG vinyl. Probably, I'll have to call it a VG cover just because of that. But other than that, it's nice and glossy. VG overall. Now, this was a Seth grade, okay? I mean, it looks, I see why I called it VG. It has scuffs here and there, but they're light and they're pretty small. I mean, it's nothing major. I think you'll be happy with it. Okay, there's that. Moving on, we have Glenn Campbell, Bloodline. Glenn Campbell is sealed, $14.99. Johnny Cash, The Last Gunfighter Ballad. A white label promo. Cool. Hadn't seen that one in a while. White label promo 2 for Cash, $19.99. Roger Ramjet already bid $40 on Dead. My bad. Chris, your bid got out of order. Yeah, Roger Ramjet bid $40. So, Chris Knapp, you're out. Roger Ramjet has it for $40. Batman is at $35. And then Midnight Oil is a final call. I think it's up to Jim B. Wow, I didn't even notice that. Jim B. Next is the Highwayman, sealed. An OG pressing for $24.99. That seems like that should be the starting bid. So cash there essentially. Frizzle and West, this is Our Best You, another sealed record, $9.99. And the soundtrack, Merle Haggard, Ronnie Millsap, in the Clint Eastwood movie, Bronco Billy, and that's $14.99. We got David Dole on Glenn Campbell here, that's sold. Duke Norman on The Highwayman, that's sold. And then Kevin LeBady was next, and then James Cohorn first on this Cash. And that has officially filled up this crate. So let me swap out crates right quick. That's done. And let me put this right over here. And we need another crate to start filling up, okay? Crazy busy night tonight. Thanks for how many 5 air horns tonight so far? Holy moly. Danny next on Johnny Cash. Ivan on Bronco Billy. Margaret next on Highwayman. Danny next on Highwayman. Christina next on Highwayman. Midnight Oil 64. James next on Highwayman. And I'm going to make sure he's done on Grateful Dead. This is sold to Roger Ramjet for $40. Okay, so that one's done. We got several more Deads to sell. Rest in peace, Bob Weir. Oils at 64. What about Batman here? Red Cave at 38. It's up to Fox Digital, and he's out. That's a final call. Moving on. The River Rat soundtrack. Another soundtrack with hop sticker, Alabama, Earl Thomas Conley, Deborah Allen, Bill Medley. That's sealed for $14.99. And Walking the Line. Merle, George, and Willie, sealed with hop sticker, $24.99. Beautiful stuff here. Midnight Oil is sealed on the limited edition blue vinyl with promo sticker, or excuse me, with hop sticker. It's got a punch hole, probably a promo mark, but you can't confirm. Does have a little bit of a dented corner. A punch hole through a barcode typically means a promo. Now, there's a good chance the label's not marked a promo. It's just a marking that we kind of softly consider a promo. Just softly. We have Mark Weiss on Nat King Cole box. Thank you. That's so to you. Batman still getting bids. And the last bid on Midnight Oil 64. Yeah, let's run another Dead. And the next Dead, let's do Skull and Roses. This one looks pretty clean. Man, look at the colors of it. Skull and Roses is technically self-titled. It's an 83 Winchester, so it's on the third label, but it's really nice. EX++ near mint minus. EX++ near mint minus. $35 start on the Grateful Dead. Good luck bidding. Batman's now at 40. We also have the best of the 50s with Elvis, Jim Reeves, Eddie Arnold, sealed, $9.99. What year is Midnight Oil? 1990 USOG Limited Edition. 1990 USOG Limited Edition. The best of the 60s with Elvis, Eddie Arnold, Jim Reeves. Some of the same artists there. $9.99. And then best of the 70s with Elvis, John Denver, Dolly, Jerry Reed, Waylon's on that one. $9.99. And we have Conway, Merle, Don Williams, and John Conley, sealed for $9.99. That one's called Legend. So best of the 70s, the 60s, and the 50s. No, this is an album they did. This was, what is this exactly? Sealed $24.99. I think it's kind of a collaboration they did together. Poncho and Lefty by Haggard and Nelson. No Show Jones, Haggard and Jones. I Gotta Get Drunk, Jones and Nelson. Midnight Rider, Nelson. Are the Good Times Really Over, Haggard. I think they're just all three I think they just all three play on there. I think with different matches, different matchups. Neil and Black on Legends, and Mike Conway was second. Okay, these are all new arrivals from the new collections. These are sticker price, and this is sealed $24.99. Unopened original with hop sticker. John Cougar Mellencamp, in shrink, $14.99. Rick Springfield Working Class Dog in shrink. Jesse's Girl, $14.99. Christina wants best of 50s. And then over here we have Black Sabbath Hoss taking the walking the line. And then we have more Dirty Dancing in shrink and hop for $19.99. And then Elvis commemorative issue, the top 10 hits, a double LP remaster sealed, just $24.99. Sounds like a great price. And Dick Clark presents Radio's Uncensored Bloopers. That's going to be pretty cool. Sealed, $9.99. Cool artwork on that one as well. Midnight Oil is sold over here to Matthew Hendon for $64, okay? Batman, the last bid that came in was Red Cave at $45. Mr. Bernie Johnson, he's at $45. Let me know. And then Grateful Dead, looking for a $35 start. No bid yet. No bid yet. We sold Legends. We sold Conway. We sold the George Willie Merle Albert. Christina got best of 50s. John Smetzer wants best of 70s. That's sold to him. Duke Norman wants to Elvis Presley. Don Nicole second. And then over here was Mark Weiss on John Mellencamp. Michael Manning says, Walking the Line's a compilation of previously issued stuff. There we go. So, yeah, it's a compilation. All three of them together, different tracks. Grateful Dead has a bid for $35, and Christina wants Rick Springfield. I wish I could be Jesse's Girl. Batman has a new bid. And let's go over here. We've already got a bonus crate auction up, so let's go to the advertised stuff, and let's visit the high end. Oh, man. Here we go. The Nashville Cats. The Nashville, whew, and this one's called, I got to do a lot. Y'all know, I can't say naughty words on here, so I got to do a lot of abbreviations. Y'all ready? Nashville, P-U-S-S-Y, and high as H-E-L-L. This is now up for bid. 2000 USOG, the only time ever on vinyl ever in the world. Now, that excludes Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Delta Centauri 7, all these other, USS Enterprise. This is just worldwide, here on Earth, the only time ever pressed a vinyl. $55 start. $55 start on that. Looked like I was first on Elvis. I'm showing, well, okay, it could happen a few times more than normal since we've been using the software. It may have shown different, but I had on mine, let me double check, I got Duke Norman first. Now, I think over here we've had a few discrepancies right in here on this chat. So now things are a little bit different than it used to be. It should match up pretty close, as you can see. Like right now, it's pretty matched up pretty close, right? But what I have been told by Jake and the taggers now, this is a completely different software than this now, but it should match up soon. So I think I have to go by my phone because I'm not looking up here. And I just have to go by whoever's first on my phone. It's probably going to, sometimes more than normal now, just so y'all know, look different over here. So this is not Restream anymore. This is like coding this is actually coding we've actually done. With that being said, they will go by whatever I call off over here, okay? And this should also be what has it. So, it's going to probably every once in a while. This is actually no longer, I don't know what this is even called. I think Jake has literally written the code for this. I don't know what he's used, but I mean, he is like literally wrote the code to do this. This is Restream, which is what I look at. Mine looks weird on my phone. So I've been staring at this same kind of screen for years now, and I didn't want to change. It looks better for y'all, and this is what they use, but they know to listen to me. If something gets mistagged, we're going to go by what I say every night, and if something gets mistagged, we'll bring it to Ed's attention on Monday. But they're listening to me as the final word because I'm showing this as a receipt. Just FYI, okay? Now, thank you for asking. Didn't mean to draw that out, but A lot of people need to know that because it's happened a couple times already. So this is going to be pretty accurate to what I'm seeing. If you look right now, it's matched up pretty easy. But every once in a while, there's going to be a discrepancy. Let's see. There. Yep. It's matched up perfectly right now. But every once in a while, it's going to be different, especially if it's something quick, like 2 claims. Okay. All right. So let's get back to it. And I left off. We got Batman, Grateful Dead, and Nashville. I'm just going to call it Nashville. Okay. Facebook don't like some of these words, whether you're saying them or whether you're reading them. Batman is at $46. Batman was at $46. Red Cave is out. So final call, 46. Nashville, 55, 55, 75, 56. Grateful Dead got a bid for 36. Nashville, 80, now 90. Grateful Dead, 37. Grateful Dead's at 37. That's a new bid. Nashville's at 90. That's a new bid. And final call on Batman. And Batman is with Bertie Johnson at $46. Red Cave is out. That's done. Now, I didn't read through that crate, the last crate a second time. I'm not going to do that again, except just reading the titles. And if you need a price, let me know. Young Men of New Orleans, a tribute to Woody Guthrie. Joanna Galt, Enrico Rava Quartet, Deborah Allen, Armed Forces Workout, Giants of the Blues Tenor Sax, Warren Vache, Erstine Anderson, Never Make Your Move Too Soon, Cal Collins and Herb Ellis, Congo Superband 2, Peter Lemongello, Dean Martin, The Good Times, Sunday Morning, Charlie Pride, Scott Whitfield, Los Angeles Jazz Workshop, Don Convey, Frizzle and West, the River Rat soundtrack, the best of 60s, More Dirty Dancing, and Dick Clark radio bloopers. Okay? So that is what is left if you need a price. And then I'm going to go into that third crate. Laura is working on some stuff as well, like she's been marking all week. There's plenty of great auctions to do tonight, too. Okay, so first thing we need to do is go ahead and sell Batman, because this has been up for a while. And Batman is sold over here to Bertie Johnson for $46. $46. The last bid on Grateful Dead, Michael Hamburger, $38. And that means that Jeff Litz, you're out, okay? That's at $38. And then Nashville is a final call to JK for $90. Ivan on JG and ER. JG and ER. Okay, that was Joanna Galt. How much was the Woody Guthrie? Tribute to Woody Guthrie is sealed $14.99. And let me figure out what ER was. ER was for Ernestine Anderson. And then over here, Stephanie Hill on FW. And FW was for Frizzle and West. Okay, and then Deborah Allen was right in here. And Deborah Allen was Let Me Be the First, sealed, country pop rock, $9.99. Devious John wants the Woody Guthrie. Okay, now I'm going to make sure the other bidders don't want to bid on Grateful Dead or Nashville, and those are final calls, and let's go into another one. I'm going to go ahead and condense these with the others. There's a couple of jazz buyers that's not on right now. One of them gets on pretty late, and I have a feeling he'll be highly interested in some of these. And when I get enough together of leftovers tonight or by tomorrow, we'll go through some. We'll probably post them as a video, okay? And Ivan wanted the Enrico Quartet. Okay, not Erstine Anderson. What did I pull for you? I pulled for you Ernestine Anderson. Okay, he wanted Enrico. I gotcha. And we got Deborah Allen sold. So let me pull that and let me pull Enrico. Sorry. Some of the crates I don't know a lot about. I got to be careful of abbreviations because usually if somebody puts EJ, I know they want Elton John, but in a crate like that, I got to be careful. Okay, so the Ivan R gets Enrico instead, and then Deborah Allen is sold to Joe Sontag. Okay, that's sold to him. There's Deborah Allen. And then Nashville is sold for $90. We were ready for all new auctions. Sold to JK for $90. And then Grateful Dead is sold to Michael Hamburger for $38. I hope everybody was done on that one. That one was kind of bizarre. A lot of requests, but all of a sudden not a lot of bids. And we have, going up right now, Roger Waters. Now, I don't recall. Oh, it's a single. Okay. I was about to say, I don't recall this red border around this jacket. And that's because it's a 3-track single. A 1984 OG, and they did the same uncensored cover for this. And I don't know if they later censored the single, but $20 start on that. That's Roger Waters. Next auction is Old and in the Way, Jerry Garcia, a 79 US all-disc reissue. It's a 79 reissue. It's in top condition. It's EX++ near minus. It does have a little bit of a seam rollover right here. Looks like where the slick, and it has a United Artists sticker attached to the back. Interesting. $35 start on that. Okay, there's that. Let me look this Etta James up. Before I forget, somebody commented on the pre-order late the other night, and I need to pull that up. Okay, and this is Etta. There it is. And this one needs to go to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. All right. Now what we're going to do, we're going to move Peter over. So we got Peter and Paul surrounding Steely Dan. And there we have it. Okay. All right, let's go these great. This is a Core Stuff sticker. This is priced as marked. Roger Waters is a $20 start. Yeah, okay. We have Freddie Hubbard, Polar AC, with Ron Carter, Billy Cobham, Jack DeJohnette. No condition notes on anything in here. It looks like a lot of stuff is sealed. Open them up and enjoy them. $19.99. Beatle Jazz, yeah. I thought I've seen every Beatle record related, even offshoots like this. I have been surprised right now. Beatle Jazz, a 64 US mono, $14.99. Koto Melodies of Japan, Hoga Huaku Yoni Yonoka, the 4 players group. That sounds better to me. That means 4 players group, whatever I just said. $9.99. Beatle Jazz, so to Michael Butler. Final call on Jerry Garcia for $35. Final call on Roger Waters for $20. And here comes our next auction. It is the Ramones. And the Ramones is a 2001 U.S. limited edition. It is billed as 180 gram HD premium virgin vinyl, EX, a $20 start on that. The Roger Waters is the pros and cons of hitchhiking. It's actually the 3-track single. It's the 3-track single, 5:01 a.m., 4:30 a.m., and 4:33 a.m. And it is uncensored. It's a $20 bid with Mark Weiss. And Grateful Dead has one bid, or Jerry Garcia, one bid, $35. Mortgage Guy Rob on Koto. Danny was next on Beatle, and Chris Knapp next on Japan. Richard Holiday, Moment's Notice. And that is a 1983 sealed, $14.99 on that. And Art Pepper, New York album. Art Pepper's an 85 USOG. That is sealed for $34.99. The Ramones has bids for $20 and $20. And Jerry Garcia has another bid for $35. But just FYI, there was already a bid for $35. Now Roger Waters has a new bid for $22, and that's with old Shakedown. And then Jerry Garcia's at $40. We have we got Bobby Humphrey, The Good Life. That's a 1979 white label promo, $14.99 on that. Art Farmer Quintet, Mirage. A 1982 Italian import OG, sealed, $24.99. And Lillian Terry with a very special guest star, Dizzy Gillespie, Ooh Shubi Ba Ooh Ooh Ooh. That's an 85 Italian. The only time this has ever been released to vinyl, sealed, $14.99. Roger Waters, $20. We have Old in the Way at $40, Old in the Way at $45, and the Ramones has a new bid for $25. Jerry Garcia info. So this is Old and in the Way, Jerry Garcia. And this is a 79 US all-disc reissue. It's on Round Records. It is superb. EX++, near mint minus. Now the Ramones is at 27. And then we have Bobby over here. And Bobby Humphrey sold to Danny D. La-O. And then Danny D. La-O on Art Farmer Quintet Mirage. That's sold also to Danny D. La-O. The Duke Ellington Small Bands, The Intimacy of the Blues, an 86 USOG sealed, $19.99. The Ramones over here is a 2001 US limited edition. And the Discog stats said 180 gram HD premium virgin vinyl. Sounds like a borderline an audiophile press for the Ramones. And then over here we got Roger Ramjet on Freddie Hubbard. That was from earlier, but it's yours. And then the Ramones is at 30. Okay, Roger Waters is now at 25. Shakedown, you've been outbid. And the last bid on the Jerry Garcia old and in the way was Duke Norman at $45. How about Double Rainbow Terra Teru Mashahino? Sounds like more Japanese. An 81 US Fusion, Jazz Fusion with a biography press kit and press photo, $19.99, no condition notes. These are very super clean. Quartet, Russ Freeman, Chet Baker, Pacific Jazz, $12.32. This is an 85 Spanish import mono, unopened, $29.99. Originally sold at Tower Records for $9, but that was $9 in 1985. I wonder what that in today's dollars is. Probably about 30 bucks. Also, we have Stephen Wright. I Have a Pony. Stephen Wright is an 85 US. That is sealed for $19.99. And Ted Curson, the trio. Ted Curson is a 1979 USOG sealed. And there's a note from Paul. Great. Ted Curson, the trio, $29.99. The Ramones 25, the Ramones 30. He's done on Roger Waters. Danny D. La-O on Hino. That is sold to him, which is this one right here. Thank you. And then Ray Red on Ted Curson. Thank you. And then Roger Waters then is sold for, hold the phone, Mark Weiss bid 25. The bid was 22. That was the last bid. Yeah, 25. That's sold to Mark Weiss. 25, that is sold Mark Weiss, okay? Now, Old in the Way did not get another bid. So this is officially sold to Duke Norman for $45. $45, that's sold. Garcia has left the building. And then the last bid on the Ramones was also to Duke Norman, who has it for $31, and we're about to sell it. Danny, you were next on Ted, already sold to Ray Red. Okay, next auction. Boy, take a look at this. Oh, man, this is superb. This album's always just like worn out. Now, it's not the first press. It's, once again, a second label, mid to 70s Winchester reissue. Second label. This would have been pressed around the mid-70s, 73 to 78. It does have the booklet and the insert with it. Very cool. Grateful Dead. It's called Live Dead. It has the book and this insert, which I'm going to put right here inside the book now. And it is near mint minus. A $50 start on the Dead. It is near mint minus. Let's take a look at the jacket, too. The jacket is just very nice. I hope y'all heard that. Some of these gatefolds I've opened, and they make that popping sound. It's actually a good thing. It means, like, it's probably never been handled too much. Moving on, this has been a great crate. Elements, Mark Egan and Danny Gottlieb. That is sealed, $19.99 and 82 USOG. Bill Evans plays on this, $19.99 on that. Elements, and then Ron Carter Quartet, Piccolo. That's a 77 US, a gatefold cover, OG 2LP, $39.99 on that. Are we done on the Ramones? I was going to make sure Matthew didn't bid again. Well, I'm going to introduce the next auction, and then I'm selling the Ramones. And that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Leonard Skinner. This looks like a superb copy. Wow, this is a superb copy of the Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors. The jacket on this just looks phenomenal. This is, of course, the only pressing, unless you get a new reissue, the 1977 U.S. Gloversville. The vinyl is near mint minus. It is super clean. It has one of two inserts. This has the tour dates. It's missing the merch insert. It has the original MCA inner sleeve, and the jacket is beautiful. Gatefold jacket, beautiful Leonard Skinner. That's a $55 start. That's now up for bid. All right. And now, Duke Norman, you get the Ramones for $31. I got other Ramones over here. Those are over there in what we call the bonus crate. That's coming up shortly. Right now, I just introduced the Dead. Skinner, a beautiful OG copy of that. Street Survivors. That is a nice one. Now, Dead's already got a lot of bids. 50, 50, 60, 51, 65, 65, 75. Danny D. La-O on the Elements. That's sold to him. And then out, Leonard Skinner 55 and Grateful Dead, another 75. From Vienna with Art, the Art Farmer Quintet featuring Jimmy Heath. An 82 US sealed, $9.99. And Conte Condoli with Phil Woods, Oh Acquaintance, a 1986 USOG. That is sealed for $14.99. And Freddie Hubbard Classics, Joe Henderson, Bobby Hutcherson, that is sealed, an 84 USOG, $24.99. AF, which was Art Farmer, that is sold to Ray Red 73. So Grateful Dead's tied at 75. Michael Butler bid first. Michael Hamburger, you tied them. The Battle of Michaels, y'all were tied. Skinner has one bid for 55. Let me go over here to what I call the bonus crate. Now, earlier we sold an OG Rage Against the Machine, and that was sold for $500 on the button. And I told everybody, I was like, well, you can probably buy a reissue too. I think somebody was like, why was Rage Against the Machine $500? Probably because it was a rare OG first pressing. Here's a chance at a reissue. A 2012 180-gram EX edition, $20 start on that. Danny D wants Phil Woods and Freddie Hubbard. All right, so we still got Phil Woods was this one and Freddie Hubbard. Those are sold to Danny D. La-O. Thank you on that one. And then Joe Carter Quartet featuring Art Farmer, My Foolish Heart, an 85 USOG, only time ever vinyl, and that's sealed at $14.99. Also over here, we have the Cecil Holmes Soulful Sounds, Music for Soulful Sounds, a 1973 promo, $14.99 on that. Rage has a bid for $20. Are we done on Leonard Skinner? Just one bid for $55? John Kaiser bid $60. We're not done. So John Kaiser bid $60. Shane Lando, you got outbid. Grateful Dead $85, another $85, and then a bid for $95. Rage for $20. Spiky McVeigh on Joe Carter. That's sold to Spiky. Rage $25, Rage $20. Next thing in here we have is Charlie Bird, Herb Ellis, and Barney Kessel. Concord Jazz Direct to Disc. Super clean. Really cool foil cover. $14.99 on that. And Cootie Williams in Hi-Fi, an 86 euro import, sealed Cootie, $9.99. And then Tim Hagens from the neck down, an 83 US sealed, $14.99. So Dead has hit 105, Rage has hit 28, and then Leonard Skinner has, I'm going to make sure Shane doesn't want to bid again, John Kaiser has it for 60. Moving on, a lot of sealed stuff in here. This isn't sealed. Frank Sinatra's Adventures of the Heart, a 57 mono, $14.99. A 57 mono, that's a Columbia 6-iron, that original baggy, $14.99 for that. No condition notes. And then Near Myth, Brubeck Smith, original jazz classics. Dave Brubeck Quartet, Near Myth with Bill Smith, an 86 US reissue, sealed, $24.99. Danny D. La-O on Cootie Williams. Roger Ramjet on Bird and Kessel. That's sold to Roger Ramjet. And over here we have Hooray for Biggs. I haven't seen this in a while. Cool cover. This is Marty Gross and his Honduras Quasi Jazz Band featuring Carl Halen. This is an early U.S. reissue, sealed for $14.99. Leonard Skinner's at 62. And we have Songs from the Heart, Johnny Hartman, an 84 U.S. reissue, sealed, $34.99. And Ted Curson and Company. Ted Curson and Company is an 82 U.S. reissue, a note from Paul Awesome, $29.99 on that. So quick update, Grateful Dead. I had a bid of 105 of Roger Ramjet. That's the high bid. Michael Hamburger bid 115. Skinner 62, Skinner 65. Beautiful OG Street Survivors. And then the last bid on Rage was Matthews Hendon at $28. Final call. Ray Red 73 on Ted Curson. And this is jazz heaven for a lot of people. Still got Johnny Hartman. Hooray for Bix. Still got the Bill Ev or the Brubeck Sinatra's in there as well. And let me get these records standing up straight here. Also, we have Superfly, Shaft, Trouble Man, the Cecil Holmes Soulful Sounds, a 73 U.S. promo, Black Motion Picture Experience. This is a almost like a black exploitation film compilation. 1999, 73 promo. That's interesting. Danny D. La-O on Curson, and that one was already sold to Ray Red. And then we have Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Songs for the Happy Hour, sealed, $19.99. And then I've had this record before. It's Afro-Cuban Fusion LP, $19.99. I've had this before. Era Carey. Let's go with that. Era Carey, $19.99. Okay, Skinner's still getting bids. We may be done on Dead, though. $115 with Hamburger. Okay, and then Rage is sold for $28 to Matthews Hendon, okay? Duke Norman on Sinatra and Martin. That's sold to Duke Norman. Let's grab another auction. That was from Bonus Crate, so let's do another, what we call Bonus Crate. And let's do over here, I see Otis Redding. That sounds interesting. Sitting in the morning sun, I've been waiting for the... This is Sitting on the Dock of Bay. It's a 2014 mono, 180 gram. Near mint, a $20 start for Otis Redding. Frank Sinatra, D. Martin, Kevin, you were second. And Burrell, as in Kenny Burrell, Bluesing Around, an 83 USOG sealed. That's $24.99. And Sonic Spectacular, a Bach Festival, the Empire Brass Double Magen organ. Check this out. Preston, West Germany, direct metal mastering, sealed, $14.99. Grateful Dead is sold to Michael Hamburger for $115. That is done. Standard is between Shane and John Kaiser, Tiger Kaiser. That is at $70 right now. Otis Redding just got a bid for $20. Let's put up another auction, but I'm going to show a couple more records in here first. I have Western Heritage. This is a 1965 UK import. This looks interesting. $9.99, Western Heritage. And then Stu Phillips and the Hollywood Strings, the George, John, Paul, and Ringo songbook. This is Stu Phillips doing Beatles music, $9.99. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. What about Grateful Dead? What a long, strange trip this has been. A 1977 U.S. Winchester OG EX++ Near Minus. The Grateful Dead. It's a compilation. It's a 2 LP, $35 start, phenomenal condition. Absolutely phenomenal condition. Very, very nice. Danny De La O on Hagen's. And that was for, let's see where that was. Hagen's. That was that already claimed? Was that further back? Tim Hagen's, this right here. This is sold to Danny Leo. Danny De La O, okay? All right, so he's done on Leonard Skinner. Kaiser has it for $70, final call. Otis Redding's at $20. Grateful Dead, $36.40. We have Polly Podwell, All of Me. That is sealed, $29.99. A 1980 U.S. jazz album. Ski Trails, Joe Stafford Songs for the Fireside, 79 U.S. shrink wrapped, $9.99. And Pearl Bailey, Curtain Call. Pearl Bailey is sealed, $9.99. I need a drink. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, okay? All right. I'm going to have a cookie break here in a second, probably at the end of this crate. This has had a lot. This crate was full. We got about a fifth of it left, but we sold a lot out of here. It was so full when I started. Plus, Lord's marking more records right now. I got already some discount crates set aside ready for tonight. And plenty of bonus auctions. I'm going to try to show some coins again later tonight. We got new collectible silver in, like gold, small fractional gold, collectible. Oh, I need to go ahead and show these right now. Golly. Yeah, and the good thing about some of this, y'all going to get some of this at great prices because we locked in some of this with mint distributors months ago, and they honor prices even though silver is sometimes even doubled. Or some of this has 2.5 since we locked in rates. And we got some cool stuff over here, even collectible copper. So that'll be a little bit later tonight. We still got a lot of vinyl to show and tell. Here's Ted Curson, Snake Johnson. Ted Curson is 81 US, only time ever released on vinyl. That's $19.99. And Patty Austin. Patty Austin is sealed with hop sticker. That's $9.99. The Shaft. Yeah, so this was Cecil Holmes covering a lot of these theme songs from the Black Motion Picture Experience, $19.99, and it's promo marked. And then Dionne Warwick, how many times can we say goodbye? Dionne Warwick is sealed, $14.99. All right, Kaiser gets the Leonard Skinner for $70. Awesome pickup there. And Otis Redding, just one bid, sold to Devious Johns for $20. Sorry for the pause there. I had to take a drink of Monster, which is like my fuel every night. And then after the shows, I've been absolutely crashing. So I'm not going to try to do that tonight. My goal is to not crash and pass out tonight. Devious John gets the Otis rating for 20. Grateful Dead 36, Grateful Dead 40, Grateful Dead 45. And then we have over here Danny DeLo picking up another Ted Curson. That's so to him. And then Jeff Litz on TWSS. And TWSS was for, was that Ted Curson? No. TWSS was for, what was TWSS? TWSS? Not for sure. What was TWSS? And then over here we have Rita Ray sings Antonio Carlos Jobim. Roger Van Otterlo, that's sealed for $14.99. The last bid on Grateful Dead was Jay Beach at 45, Shakedowns out. That's a final call. I still got these auctions to put up. The Call, another Grateful Dead, Duran Duran, X, Talking Head, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Iggy Pop. Let's do this Moby Grape and let's do this Pearl Jam. Almost forgot about some of these. We got Moby Grape. I wonder, I've been very curious, is this a white label promo? This is a 69 U.S. Pitman. It has the poster. Wow, this is really cool. So it has the poster of the artwork with the middle finger. This is a great album, and the cover, which I'm about to show you, they later airbrushed out his middle finger. Okay, his middle finger here was later airbrushed out. I've never seen a poster. First time seeing the poster. This is Moby Grape, and this is the OG 67 Pitman. It is in mono, the more desirable pressing. The vinyl's VG. The cover's marked a promo. I don't know, Laura, do you remember, is there a promo label for this? I've never seen one, if there is. And then there's the promo timing strip. So Moby Grape is a $20 start. $20 start on that. Oh, Michael Scott. That's what she said. Sorry. You know, I'm not into all this new abbreviations. There's a couple other abbreviations people use on a nightly basis, and I'm like, what does that mean? Or there's some of these references, and I'm like, what are they talking about? And the next time I see some of them, I'm just going to have to ask. But if I ask, everybody's going to be like, hee. Chad didn't know what that meant. And I'm going to be like, well, I'm sorry. We got Pearl Jam Dark Matter, a 2024 U.S. Record Store Day, yellow and black ghostly vinyl, sealed Pearl Jam, a $35 start. Okay, and then over here we sold Curson, and then Mark Weiss, and then Greg Hubers put 5. Are these claims? I don't think so. And then Sweet, and I don't think any of those are claims. I don't think Pass was a claim. I don't think 5 was a claim. I don't think Sweet was a claim. And then Sheena Easton, Best Kept Secret. Sheena Easton is $9.99. Roberta Flack and Peebo Bryson, Live and More, sealed $19.99. Denise Williams, I'm So Proud, sealed $14.99, 83 US. And Joe Stafford sings American Folk Songs, conducted by Paul Weston. That is sealed $14.99. And Darlene Remembers Duke, Jonathan Plays Fats, sealed $9.99. Okay? Grateful Dead over here. The last bid on Grateful Dead was sold to Jay Beach for $45. Okay? Thank you on that. Sold to Jay Beach for $45. Let's put that away right over here. So first thing you need to know is Moby Grape is OG mono with poster in VG condition. And the last bid that came in on Moby Grape, OG mono, VG condition, Moby Grape was $70 with John Kaiser. Pearl Jam has bids for $35, $35, and now $36 with Lewis Kulik. Gotcha. Okay. What's up with these t-shirts over here? I don't know about those. Okay. All right. What's going on? And my reply. Okay. I just want to make sure. I'm not as familiar with these records, so like there might be something, and there might be something like pop up, and I'm like, I don't know what that means, and I'm like, could it be a record in here? Okay, so as usual, I'm not going to go through these again in detail. A lot of jazz in here, a lot of vocal stuff. I'm going to read through them one more time, and then we're going to go into another crate. Laura's marking some stuff right now. Very excited to see what that is. And here we go. And then I've got some buy it now best offer to do. I think some of the new, really nice vintage rock stuff that's John's been putting out, I'm going to give y'all a chance to make an offer on it here before it ends up in the 9 a.m. vintage discount crate. This morning, there was only 2 records left from the 9 a.m. vintage crate. So you might want to grab them now, make offers before I do that. And that way we can get in some vintage rock, okay? And any night Paul's here, which is typically Wednesday, Thursdays, and I think Saturdays, you'll get a chance. And sometimes I guess Mondays too, right? He's not here on Tuesdays, and he's not here on Saturdays. I can't remember. Yeah, he's not here on Saturdays, or Fridays. One of the two. You'll get a chance of bidding on these, okay? His 3 crates he marked tonight, everything left is in 1 crate. We've almost sold 2 full crates of Jazz. Moby Grape is at 71. John Kaiser's out. Pearl Jam's at 40. Let's put up another bonus crate auction. And let me make sure I still got y'all's attention. I'm going to throw up something like this right here. Allison Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue. A 2024 Craft 2LP EX Plus, Thursdays. It's Tuesdays and Fridays. Okay, so Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, you can count on buying some records like this. I want to make sure all of y'all buyers, and I'm going to make sure Paul, that's what he wants to do. Might even make that public so y'all know you can tune in and you can see records like this, okay? So we have, if you need a price, let me know. If you want to go ahead and claim it, let me know. Richard Holiday. We had Art Pepper, New York album. If you need a price, just ask. Lillian Terry with a very special guest, Dizzy Gillespie. We have Duke Ellington Small Bands, Russ Freeman, Chet Baker Quartet, Stephen Wright, I Have a Pony, and then Ron Carter Quartet Piccolo, Music for Soulful Lover, Cecil Holmes, Frank Sinatra Adventures, and then Brubeck Quartet Near Myth with Bill Smith. Moby Grape has a new bid for 75, which means that Michael Butler, you've been outbid. He says he's done. Pearl Jam is at 38. Sean Miller already had it for 40. Let me make sure Ryan Eaton doesn't want to bid again. And Allison Chains, Black Gives Way to Blue, is a 2024 EX Plus. Great album there. This one has Check My Brain, Last of My Kind. That's a good one. $30 start on that. Okay. RC Price. RC Price was Ron Carter. Ron Carter was sealed. Probably one of the more expensive albums left in the crate. 77 US, unopened original, $39.99. Cecil Holmes sold to Danny D. LaO. And Cecil Holmes was, let's see, let me figure out which one that was. Cecil Holmes right here, sold to Danny D. LaO. And then we had Hooray for Bix, Marty Gross and his Honors Quassa Jazz Band. That's early US reissue, $14.99. And then Johnny Hartman, Era Carey, Kenny Burrell, Bluesing Around, Sonic Spectacular, A Bach Festival, Western Heritage, Stu Phillips doing Beatles music, Polly Podwell, Pearl Jam is out with Ryan, but he has bid 30 on Allison Chains, Ski Trails, Pearl Bailey, Patty Austin, Black Motion Picture Experience, Dionne Warwick. The Kenny Burrell, Patrick Lear, was Kenny Burrell Bluesing Around, an 83 US OG sealed, $24.99. And then Rita Ray sings Antonio Carlos Jobim, Sheena Easton Best Kept Secret, Roberta Flack and Peelboy Bryson sealed, Denise Williams I'm So Proud, Joe Stafford American Folk Songs, and Jonathan and Darlene Edwards. Darlene remembers Duke, Jonathan plays Fats. Okay, and then over here, we got Moby Grape. We can sell it. Cool record. I've been very curious since I seen the picture last night exactly what this was and how it would turn out. Now we know. Shane Lando gets it for $75. Don't see the poster with that one too often. All right, let's repackage that. Okay, and then that was sold. And then looks like Pearl Jam is sold. And that was sold to Sean Miller for $40. Allison Chains 30, 30 now 32. Allison Chains is black vinyl. Roger Ramjet wants Burrell. Let me make sure Patrick Lear passes. That's going to go right. Let me find it first. Okay, so that's going to be sold to somebody. These are, oh, wrong record. These are all sticker price. Yeah, these are all sticker price. Definitely on this first read-through. So that's sold to, that's sold to Patrick Lear. Roger Ramjet second. BMPE price. BMPE was Black Motion Picture Experience. A 1973 promo, $19.99. It's on Buddha Records. It's actually Cecil Holmes doing the scores to all these black motion pictures. $19.99. And offers on the next crate. Yeah, offers definitely on the next crate. That's might be what you heard. And then Ryan Mustaine on RC Sold. RC Sold, did you ask about that? Yeah, that was Ron Carter back here. That's so to Ron Carter, Ryan Mustaine gets Ron Carter. We pulled Cecil. There's another Cecil. And Stu Phillips Beatles was that. This is Tracy. Okay. Tracy Soinger. You're going to like some of this collection. Paul's got me some other stuff up front. He said he found a couple boxes. He said, for the right night, we'll have a bunch of like $6.99 clean, like, you know, Henry Mancini stuff to do late at night. Stu Phillips and the Hollywood Strings, George, Paul, John, and Ringo in shrink wrap, $9.99. All right, let's get back to the advertised auctions. It's slowly approaching 11. Quickly approaching 11, and we still got crazy stuff in the advertised bin. I don't think, because I didn't start them till like almost 7:30, so that's why we're about a half hour behind. We usually are wrapping them up by now. We have Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel, a 1979 press, and this one's nice. Another Dead album that I usually just see kind of worn out, has the United Artists sticker on the back. This is super clean. It's embossed, authentic. Right there, it's embossed, authentic. $35 start on Grateful Dead. Okay, Allison Chains at 34, that's a final call. And Tracy Songer on the Hollywood Strings. All right, great start to the Jazz collection. 3 crates priced and 1 crate left. And I bet two main Jazz buyers I know not watching at the moment. So those are probably next time I go through those and take offers. Might not be much left. So if you change your mind, now's the time to grab them. Let's go through a quick crate over here of best offer. And like I said, here's something else you might want to think about grabbing. Whatever doesn't get an offer and sell out these next couple crates that I do is going to be prime material for what we call our 9 a.m. vintage flip crate. This is from that really clean, nice stuff. I think I went through these on Monday, and I haven't shown them since then. Maybe yesterday, but I think these were from Monday, and I never took offers on them. So now you can make offers. I have a feeling a lot of them's going to sell. We're about to find out right now. I'll take the new moving pictures, and I want all the world, farewell, and permanent waves. We need to start a waiting list on some Rush albums, it sounds like. Okay, so let's go pull that right now. And yeah, that's something else I wanted to do before it got too late. Maybe not all of it because it's a lot, but I wanted to show the first couple crates of new vinyl again, because we had a lot of stuff come in, and that's when the crazy auctions are going on and people's watching a $2,000 record being bid on. It's really distracting. I mean, it's almost hard for me to keep up with what I'm showing, so because everybody's like locked in with me. They're like, zoom, and so all the new vinyl almost gets overlooked. Everybody's like, I'll be selling a $1,000 record at auction, and I'll go through a crate and somebody will comment, man, I wasn't even paying attention to what you were showing. I was just looking at the chat, watching everything happen. So that's why there's a lot left over. This is sold to TSO Houston, and then we need a waiting list going for 2112, All the World's a Stage, Farewell, and Permanent Waves. Farewell to Kings and Permanent Waves. So let's start a waiting list. I have one of these left. It's $36.99, 180 gram remaster. Great sounding record. Great sounding record. So that is sold to TSO Houston. Let's get a wait list going for him. 2112, All the World's a Stage, Farewell to Kings, and Permanent Waves. And I'll order a couple extras of all those because we need them in stock. Allison Chains is sold to Ryan Eaton for $34, and Grateful Dead has one bid for $36 with Jay Beach. $36 with Jay Beach. All righty, there's that. Well, we've had 5 air horns tonight. Two of them were over silver deals. 2 of them was over silver deals, and I'd honestly have to pull back up the hot picture and remember what I've been selling tonight. What did we sell? Page and Plant was an air horn, and then the other big one was the what was the other big one? Well, Rage Against the Machine, 500. The Billie Eilish is still available, $2,000. $2,000. Yeah, that was the priciest record. It's still available. We will sell it. Just got to find the right person looking for it. We might go ahead and get it on Discogs. Let me go ahead and put it back there. Might go ahead and get it on Discogs just so everybody knows we have it. Might find an offer on there for somebody, but yeah, Oysterhead. Oh yeah, Oysterhead. Oysterhead, 700 and something. I can't remember. Big stuff tonight for sure, though. Test for Echo. Sometimes it's in stock. Sometimes it's not, Mike. I think I already have somebody's name down for one. I have them ordered. I just don't think they're coming in yet. Grateful Dead's at $37. It's a 79 US all-disc reissue. All right, let's get started. Let's put up another advertised auction. This Talking Heads is something I've never seen before, to my knowledge. To my memory, I've never seen this before. Talking Heads, this must be the place. Naive Melody, Talking Heads, an 84 UK EX, $20 start on that. $20 start on Talking Heads. Okay? Interesting. I don't recall ever seeing that one come through too often. Okay? All right. So there's that. There's that. And we have swimming pool cues. Buy now, make offer, or cry later. The swimming pool cues, $19.99. Allison Moyer, Rain Dancing. A lot of these I'm going to say minty and gold stamp promo. This has the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Yeah, Test for Echo has recently been reissued. Test for Echo counterparts, but just right now, for some reason, they're not in stock. I have them back ordered. I'll look one more time, but for some reason, that one's just been kind of a toughie for some reason. Okay? And then put down Mike Pierce for Test for Echo. That will be a good reminder. I'll go ahead and order even more just to make sure I have them back ordered, okay? These are all buy it now, best offer. Dirt Band, Jealousy 81, $14.99 on Dirt Band. Mental as Anything, Fundamental, a gold stamp promo, $14.99 on that. And the Human League Dare. Gatefold jacket, $24.99. Allied pressing, I know that from seeing that little symbol right there on the dead wax. Just a quick glance, and I know, poof, it's an Allied pressing. Don't forget, Laura's working on marking some stuff right now as well. There's the Human League Ultravox, Raging Eden. Ultravox is $19.99. And then JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, Step Lively. And that's $9.99 for JoJo Zepp. Still got the Joe Jackson 10-inch. Look sharp. Please don't hesitate to make offers on these. I'm here to sell records. And $34.99. Okay, Grateful Dead. Jay Beach is out. Kristen Barnett, that's so do you. Beautiful copy. I mean, these usually have a lot of wear. That was super nice. Talking Heads has a new bid for $21. Let's move that open. Let's move that over. And let's go ahead and put up Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is Soul to Soul, an 85 US Pittman OG, a gold stamp promo. It does have a little bit of a bend over here on the corner, just that little bend right there. But other than that, it's a nice copy, $25 start. Also, while I'm thinking about it, these came in tonight. This was a waiting list. This was a puzzle. This is a jigsaw puzzle, a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. Elton John's Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. An awesome puzzle. Probably one of our best sellers. I mean, the artwork's amazing for a jigsaw puzzle. And those are $24.99. Let me open up my laptop over here. And I'm going to search Elton. And the waiting list was Nathan Carter. Yeah, and Nathan wanted at one time a 1,000-piece puzzle. Never could get it for Nathan. I think they've discontinued them, so he said he would take a 500-piece puzzle. So let's give Nathan Carter an Elton John 500-piece puzzle, and I've got two more if anybody wants one. And the other really cool one from Elton John is Captain Fantastic. I think I ordered those, or they're on their way, one of the two, okay? But that's a puzzle, and that's $24.99. Okay, and then Talking Heads is at $21, then $23. Samuel Kopich on the JoJo Jackson Look Sharp. Thank you on that one. This needs to be, we need a piece of cardboard to go behind this one. Do I have any up here? Aha, I now have cardboard up here behind me, or up here above me, so we can protect this a little bit better. Thank you on that. This double 10-inch they made of this has always been super desirable. The last time we had one was from John's personal collection. Everybody seems to want that. Time to the next lure crate. I'll give her the countdown. That's up to her, or she has the knowledge, I should say. Howard Jones 1-1 or Howard Jones 2-1. Original inner sleeve. These are really nice. $24.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 25. Only bid, final call. Talking Heads is at 29. And Garland Jeffrey, Guts for Love. Garland Jeffries, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Jason and the Scorchers, a Gold Stamp promo, $19.99 for Jason and the Scorchers. Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. And Boys Brigade, $19.99 for Boys Brigade. And this is on Capital. It's a rainbow label, $19.99 for that. Willer Dunham said he would do $6.99 on the Allison Moyer. This one, I will do this one for, I'll do it for 12. I'll do that one for 12. It was marked $19.99. And then the Beetle 6, this is an Apple pressing, so originally came out in around 65. Apple would have been an early 70s press, but it is in phenomenal condition. $39.99 on that one. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next auction, then we might go ahead and wrap up Stevie Ray Vaughan. And some other things I got tagged tonight are air fresheners. Very, very popular air fresheners. But first, how about X? Live at the Whiskey A Go-Go on the fabulous Sunset Strip. X is an 88 specialty white label promo. It's a white label promo, $30 start for X. It has both original company sleeves and beautiful glossy cover. Talking Heads, this must be the place, is an 84 USOG, 84 UK, United Kingdom. EX on that one. EX on that one. Missed the whole show. Yeah, Verizon's had a national. I was wondering if that was going to affect viewership tonight. We had a peak viewership so far for 2026. I've been trying to keep track this year, just for this year. I already made a note on my phone. At one time, I looked over and saw 324, I think, watching, which is amazing for a random Wednesday night here, pretty much not advertised. So, but I heard Verizon's been out, so I was like, man, what's going to happen with viewers tonight? Because that could affect a lot of people. But we've had a good turnout. Troy, a couple of your special orders came in, okay? Your Brian Adams and something else came in, but some of your orders did come in. Talking Heads 31, Talking Heads condition, I answered that. And then how much was Nitty Gritty? Jealousy was $14.99, Stephanie. And then X has a bid for 30, and then Talking Heads 35. And then X is at 32. Okay, let's go ahead and sell him Allison. You know, that might have been probably what I would put it in the morning flip crate for anyway. So that's sold to him for $9.99. Thank you on that. And then we have Roxy Music. This is really cool. It's a compilation. Gold Stamp promo, $24.99 on that. And we have Q-Feel. Q-Feel is $9.99. It has the hop sticker. Super nice, $9.99. I think Human League should be $14.99. This is a really nice copy. It's a gatefold. It's super clean too. Almost no signs of wear. I'll do that one for $14.99, P-free. And then Stephanie Hill is in on the Dirt Band. And Michael Butler, you get Roxy Music for $20, okay? That's sold and that's sold. My crate over here is pretty much full, so let me swap these out. The lubricated cloths, yeah, let me show those. So about time for me to order another 50. We've almost blasted through the first 50. And cleaning cloths are $5.99. So they're already kind of lubricated with a cleaning solution. It kind of gives off like a, you know, I think a lot of cleaning solution is like alcohol based. So they're good until they dry out, but when they dry out, it's still a pretty good microfiber cloth. $5.99 on vinyl style. And people starting to make offers now. I like this. Everybody was wanting to test the waters. Hey, I'm here to sell records, especially these, because like I said, these are going to go in the flip crates where I start making $20 records 15 and $15 records 10. And so you might as well go ahead and buy them now or make them an offer for that. It's up to you, and I'll probably start selling them, okay? Roxy Music, I sold that. And then Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers has a new solo album coming out, and add a message about it. We need to get that up for pre-order. Sid Blair on Q-Feel. Thank you, Sid Blair. Talking Heads 38. Talking Heads 39. P-Free got Human League for 14. Talking Heads 41. And Duke Norman says he'll take this for $5.99. Swimming Pool Q's. Let's see on this. Natasha, I will do that for $10. Thank you. That's so to you. And then how much was the Boys Brigade? That was $19.99. Where's the talking? Stevie Ray Vaughan, you were the only bidder. He's almost got buried over here. This is so to you. You were the only bidder for $25. So yeah, Nick Bargeron, that's yours for $25. It's been back there the whole time for your one bid. Now, what about X? I kind of forgot about it. just because it only had Chris Knapp, you're out. Chris Knapp, you're out. Craig Thomas has it for 33. We'll see what Craig wants to do. I mean, Craig has it. And then Talking Heads is at 45. Boontar's out. We have Billy and the Beaters. $14.99 on that one. Billy and the Beaters, and we have Allman Brothers Beginnings. This is the first two Allman Brothers packaged into one, self-titled and Idlewild South. Great stuff there, $34.99. And Ultravox Quartet. This is $19.99, a German press. Super clean, $19.99, gold stamp. What was gold stamp? Gold stamp promo? Okay, and then we had a waiting list for Motorhead. And let's pull this up. Let's see here. Let's show the first air freshener, Motorhead Rock and Roll. These are $7.99. Motorhead, $7.99, Rock and Roll. Okay, so there's those. And I think Danny Thomason's on a waiting list. I should have one more. But before I do that, Beginnings 24, Soda Red Betty. And then Howard Jones and Mental, 11 and 11 for $22. I like how you've doubled it up there. That made it more appealing. Sell these for 11 and 11 to Patrick Fu. Done? All right, and then Craig, you're going to get X. Really nice copy here. That's sold to Craig Thomas for $33,000. I mean $3,300. I mean $330. I mean $33. This is sold to Craig Thomas for $33. Nick Bargeron on Motorhead. He says he'll take ×2. All right, thank you on that. And then Talking Heads is sold to Tim Voldness for $45. Let's put up some more auctions. Still got several cool things. Don't forget about the bonus crate over here. I've got Duran Duran, and let's do another 80s with the call. So I got Duran Duran Carnival, a 4-track. Wow, that's like, man, I should keep this. Look at those tracks. That's like my 4 favorites by them. Hungry Like the Wolf, Rio, Planet Earth, and Girls on Film. If you're like, I want to sit down and listen to the 4 best songs Duran Duran did. Here you go. 1982 Euro OG, $20 start for Duran Duran Carnival. And then the call, this is an 86 US Allied OG with the original inner sleeve, $25 on that one. And then how much was Ultravox Rage of Eden? Rage of Eden was back here at $19.99. Super clean copy. Also, the Beatles. We sold Blue the other night. Here's the red album, $39.99. $39.99. Can I get all the Ultravox in a bundle? Let me see what Sid Blair says first. Missing Persons, the 4-track EP, $19.99. Allison Moyet, Alf, $19.99. UB40, Jeffrey Morgan, UB40, $24.99. The Call, Modern Romans, $19.99. UB40, Rat in the Kitchen, $24.99. And another Swimming Pool Cues, The Deep End, $19.99 on that one. Okay, and what happened to my laptop? Right here. All right, and we need Motorhead air freshener, Danny Thomason. Gotcha. Danny, you're now off the list, and tag one of these to Danny T. All right, Black Sabbath Haas. Okay, so what we're going to do is see which Ultravoxes are left. So, Robert, you're out on Duran Duran. You're out on Duran Duran. Mega Blast wants Motorhead. I think I got one left. So Ultravox that's left in here. There's 2. Natasha, I'll do them $10 off, 5 and 5 off, 15, 15. Okay, Nick Bargeron said he would do the 2 UB40s for 15 and 15. All right, do that deal with Nick Bargeron, 15, 15. And then Patrick just offered the same thing. We'll see if Natasha wants to do that kind of price on Ultravox. Duran Duran's at 23. Mega Blast, you're out. The Call reconciled is an 86 US Allied OG. Has the original company sleeve. Looking for a $25 start. Allison, $6.99. I'll do the same thing, Willard. $10 on that one. $10 on that one as well. Okay. I told y'all that crate was going to get mostly obliterated. All right. Here's some more air freshener options. You ready? I'm just going to show them all at once. And plus, I got older stock, but here's all of them at once. These are all $7.99. Grateful Dead with the Deadhead skull. AC/DC with their classic logo. Pink Floyd with the Dark Side of the Moon album artwork. And then one of our best sellers, the best seller, Ozzy with his classic logo. Ozzy Osbourne. I got 10 of those. Yep, I got 10 of those. So 10 Ozzies That's one of our best sellers. Grateful Dead, AC/DC, and Pink Floyd. Sold out of Motorhead. That's our air freshener stock. And if you're interested in cleaning cloths, that's what I have left. That's what I have left on cleaning cloths. I've got 6 in stock right now, $5.99 on those. Okay, that's all part of your $8 in limited shipping. Doesn't matter if you buy a book from us this week. You can buy one random book, like when I show books, $8 shipping. You can buy 300 albums. One guy did by himself Monday night, John Barry. He probably already bought like 3 full crates of albums, $8 shipping. Air freshener. If you end up just buying one, unfortunately, I got to charge you $8 shipping. No combining invoices, so the name of the game is buy as much as possible. At that point, you're getting beyond free shipping, okay? Usually by Tuesday or Wednesday, some of y'all are just getting stuff shipped for free. Just keeps adding to your invoice. So these 2 here are sold to Natasha, $15.15 on those, thank you. And then out on Duran Duran, John Durden has this 4-track, almost like a hits comp from Duran Duran. He has that at $25, final call, but I got to work my way down. 2 Aussies sold to Nick Bargeron. 2 Aussies sold to Nick Bargeron. Jay Beach wants a Grateful Dead. And I do use these. They smell great. I have an Aussie in my Tahoe right now. The scent is gone. I'm about to replace it if there's one left over tonight. Jay Beach gets Grateful Dead. TSO Houston on Pink Floyd. Tony wants an Aussie and AC/DC. There's an Aussie and an AC/DC for Tony. And then what songs is on Allison? Give me a second. Deadhead Jim wants a Grateful Dead. And he wants a Pink Floyd. And then Mark Stanley wants an Aussie. Okay, Mark Stanley wants an Aussie. And Margaret Gerhold, I am fresh out of Grateful Dead unless I had one over here from Older. Here's ones from previous times. Ghost and another AC/DC and Ghost. So I've got Ghost with like comic book covers and Ghost with one of the Papas. All right. They smell like cherry. They smell like a beautiful cherry. And then Duran Duran is sold to Mega Blast for $25. Nobody bid on the call. That's a $25 buy it now. Margaret, believe it or not, we do wait list on air fresheners. I will put you on a wait list for Grateful Dead. Okay? Same thing for Motorhead. Okay? Sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm just going to order like 100 of these, so I always have them. As soon as I do that, nobody on earth will want an air freshener anymore, and I'll just have air fresheners laying everywhere. And I'll have like hundreds and thousands of dollars invested in air fresheners. While my distributors have them in stock, I don't usually overstock anything. It doesn't make sense to financially. But it seems like I never can hit the button just right on how many to order. Sean Miller wants an Aussie. So we'll do a wait list for Motorhead if you want one, and then Margaret on Grateful Dead. Or I'll tell you what happens. They make them until they decide they don't want to make them anymore. And then when they don't make them anymore, we can't get them. So, but yeah, there's plenty of Aussies, AC/DC, and Dark Side of the Moon. So Margaret on Grateful Dead and Motorhead, let me know, and then there's the 2 Ghosts. I don't think we have any up front on the counter. That was another thing. I was like, I'm going to order a bunch to stock up by the counter, just what they call impulsive buys, right? The checkout line, like when you're in line at the shopping mart and you're like, I do need a pack of M&Ms. I do need a stick of gum. I do need a thing of chapstick. But every time I take them up there, we need them back here. So, Allison Moye, the track listing is Love, Resurrection, Honey for the Bees, For You Only, Invisible, Steal Me Blind, All Cried Out, Money Mile, and Twisting the Knife, and Where High Sleep, okay? All right. Thanks, Chad, but I better wait to make sure I have an invoice that week. Okay. Well, if I can, how about this? I'll go ahead and order some, and I'll remember if they come in by Friday to tag you. If not, I'll just let you make the call, okay? I'll take a Pink Floyd. It's cherries, and I can't. No, it's like I don't know. How would y'all describe these? Those people that bought them. It's like a cherry scent. Pink Floyd to Jay Nutra. Okay. Make a note. Order more Motorheads, and make a note. Order more. Go ahead and order more Aussies. Whoever's watching this sale. And I'll tell you what, folks. Let's get right into another crate and more new auctions. Let me go ahead and stack these in here. We got quite the pile of stuff already lined up in here. Let me just spread all these out. And let me move these waiting lists. Golly, I'm got to find some more space over here. Okay, here we go. Where are we at? Wheeler Dunham. Here we go. $9.99. Yeah, Laura's still working on a crate. It's not a fast thing. Allison Moyer, $9.99. That is sold, okay? Next auction. Let's do two more from the advertised batch that hadn't been put up. Iggy Pop, and this record I've been looking at all night that I don't know what it is. So Iggy Pop is a 1986 white label promo 3-track. It's a 3-track single or EP, whichever you prefer to call it. $20 start on that. And then this is called Like LT, I Never Learn, LYKKE LT. And this is, thank you, Laura, pronounced Like E. Lee album, I Never Learn. See, Laura knows when I'm going to have trouble. Indie Pop, Synth Pop, 2014 USOG with book, EX condition. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. All right, here we go. Let me send this message right quick. One second, please. Okay, here's what was left in here. Final call on these. JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, Step Lively. That was $9.99. Garland Jeffrey, Guts for Love. Garland Jeffries was $9.99. Jason and the Scorchers, Fervor, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. The Beatles 6, $39.99 at Apple Press. Boys Brigade, $19.99. Don't hesitate for offers. I'm going to go into another crate like this in just a second. Billy and the Beaters is $14.99. The Beatles 6266, $39.99. And then Missing Persons was $19.99. Also, The Call, Modern Romans, $19.99. And Swimming Pool Q's, The Deep End, $19.99 on that one, okay? Iggy Pop has one bid for $20. Final call. Lucky Lee has one bid for $30 with Natasha, and that is a final call. Lucky Lee, final call on that with Natasha, okay? If you want to make an offer on anything in there, just let me know. Now, I did say I was going to do this. It's going to be short and sweet, but just to make sure y'all didn't miss some of the stuff in here. Todd Saw, I'm glad you're watching. Do you still need a Police Greatest Hits? Because I have them. Here's some of the newest stuff while I condense it. We had Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed. Limp Bizkit, $39.99. Friday the 13th soundtrack from Waxwork. Really cool colored vinyl, $34.99. David Bowie, Scary Monsters. David Bowie is $33.99. Mother Love Bone, Shine, $33.99. Def Leppard, Adrenalize. Def Leppard is $33.99. Jamiroquai, Traveling Without Moving. Jamiroquai is a 2 LP, $49.99. The Offspring, Conspiracy of One. The Offspring was $33.99. Jamiroquai Live, BBC 2006, $33 on that, and I've got 2 copies, and that's on neon green vinyl. All right, Iggy Pop is sold for $20. The Lucky Lee has one bid for $30. It's at $30 right now. It's moving into its last call. Okay, Lucky Lee, it's moving into its last call. And then here is one of our next advertised auctions. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, on the first label. A 1973 OG Original Sounds of the South label. It has the original Companier sleeve, which is MCA, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Pronounced Leonard Skinner. Unfortunately, Todd, Unfortunately, Todd had to write his name on the jacket, but that is OG first label. Okay, that was some of the new and sealed stuff that came in from today. And let me move some more stuff in here. I'm going to try to get all this down into one crate, just FYI. And maybe we'll have probably 2 crates when we're done, okay? Here we go. We have Jimi Hendrix Blues, $34.99. A Gatefold 2 LP. Corn Issues is $33.99. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. We have Cash, American Recordings. The Man Comes Around, $44.99 on Johnny Cash. And then Yes Singles and Yes Singles 2. Awesome compilation. Rocktober exclusive on Splatter Vinyl. $29.99 on those. $29.99 on those. Lucky Lee, it is no condition notes. I think it was near mint. EX to be exact. EX on that one. Leonard Skinner's at 20. Okay, how much was Jam? How much was Jam? Jamiroquai, the live one, is $33.99 green vinyl. The studio album was $49.99. No, I don't already have one on the way. All right. It was not me that wrote the LP cover, my friends, I promise. I know one thing. When Todd Saw asks if you have something in stock, you better have it in stock. If not, he's going to go find it immediately and order one. So when Todd Saw asks if something's in stock, I'm like scrambling because he's like, if I don't have it right now, I better just tell him it's on the way, buddy. I've already got you one ordered. We have Typo Negative, Slow, Deep, and Hard, a 2 LP green and black marble vinyl, $44.99. David Bowie, Live and Session, 1970. David Bowie, we've had a lot of live unofficials, a lot of cool stuff. This one's $34.99. Smashing Pumpkin, Siamese Dream, $56.99. Def Leppard, Rock Till You Drop, $39.99. Jet, Get Born. Jed is $33.99, their 2003 debut. Troy Robinson wants Jamiroquai Live. Thank you, Troy. That's so to you. And then Friday the 13th, Lenticular Cover, another soundtrack, Blue and Red Swirl, $59.99. Rush Moving Pictures, we just sold one of those earlier. There's another one, $36.99. Shrek is $34.99. And A Perfect Circle, $39.99. Where's Lucky Lee at? Well, I would have already sold it 4 times. Natasha's been the only bidder, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different inquiries about it, it looks like. And no one else has bid. Y'all must be doing some serious research. Lucky Lee has 1 bid for $30, and we're about to sell it to Natasha. I guess y'all are probably like me and trying to figure out what it is. Or maybe you know what it is, and you're trying to figure out how much you should pay for it. Leonard Skinner's at $27. Smashing Pumpkins is $56.99. $56.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. We have 1 left. The Def Leppard is a live unofficial. It doesn't really say when or where. It's just a live unofficial. Where was that at? Right here. A live unofficial. So we have A Perfect Circle, Shrek, Rush, Friday 13, Jet, Def Leppard, $39.99. Rock Till You Drop, live radio transmission. So it's a live unofficial. It doesn't say where or when. Lucky Lee has a new bid for $31. And then Leonard Skinner's at $27 with Margaret Gerhold. Everybody else is out. All that's new and sealed from tonight. If you decide you want anything else in there, just let me know. We'll take care of you. One more quickly right here. Is there a police? Yeah, I'll go ahead and show it right now. I got to figure out how to become Todd Saw's exclusive vinyl dealer. I got to figure out how to become Todd Saw's exclusive vinyl dealer, okay? Because he'll inquire about something. I'm like, I can get it. Just give me a day or 2. Now, some people will want immediately need it. But if you're patient, I promise I can get it for you if you can give me a day or 2, because most of these records people ask about is in stock. I just got to get them. Okay? Leonard Skinner, the last bid was marketed at $27. Matthew, I'm going to make sure you're done. Okay? Now, we have what year is the Rush? What year is Rush? Whatever is the newest in-print vinyl version. Whatever is the newest in-print vinyl version. Lucky Lee has a new bid for $33. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid. Okay? I have the Police Greatest Hits. It's a double LP. $34.99. I've got some audiophile stuff in here. Mo-Fi, Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul, $44.99. Foreigner self-titled, $44.99. Foreigner head games, these are all Mo-Fi pressings, $44 on that. Cyndi Lauper True Colors is $34. And we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $44.99. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Also, we have Miles Davis Milestones. That's $44.99. Miles Davis Bags Groove for $44.99. Steeman with the Miles Davis Quintet. That's $44.99. John Coltrane Standard Coltrane, $44. These are Analog Productions. Analog Productions, Analog Productions, Analog Productions. And then the rest of that crate was Mo-Fi. Obituary, Slowly We Rot. A Music on Vinyl Press, $38. More Metal, Vicious Rumors, $38.99. Blue Vinyl Numbered. White Lines Best Of, $54.99. And White Zombie Music on Vinyl, $38.99. And then The Police is a Greatest Hits, a 2LP remaster, $34.99. Leonard Skinner to Soda Margaret, and that's Soda Margaret for $27. Mark Weiss is at $34 on Lucky Lee. That means, Natasha, you've been outbid. Okay? Anybody else? Police, White Zombie, White Line, Vicious Rumors Obituary, Coltrane, Miles Davis, Miles Davis, Miles Davis, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Cyndi Lauper, Foreigner, and Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul, Part 1. Rock and Soul, Part 1, which is essentially a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. What crate is next? A crate of records is next. If you're surprised, then evidently you have not been watching for too long. We have Fugazi, $24.99. That's called 7 Songs. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels Live, Orange and Blue Vinyl, $59.99. Lenny Kravitz's Greatest Hits is $34.99, a Gatefold 2LP. NWA and the Posse, $29.99. The Nightmare Before Christmas is $29.99. Three Doors Down Greatest Hits is $29. Fugazi Repeater Blue Vinyl, $24. Muddy Waters and the Rolling Stones Red and White Vinyl, $44.99. The Rolling Stones LA Forum, 1975. 3LP and DVD. 3LP and DVD, $34.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore is $34.99. Analog Productions, Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step, $44.99. Miles Davis Mo-Fi, Sketches of Spain, $44. And Foreigner Double Vision is $44. Okay? Lucky Lee is at $38 with Natasha. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid. Time for a bonus crate auction. This is a VG minus copy of Van Halen's self-titled debut. Van Halen is a U.S. club, Santa Maria. It does have the inner sleeve. The cover has a little bit of wear and tear. Just a $10 start on that. $10 start on Van Halen. That's a self-titled VG minus club copy. All right, well, that was worthy going through both crates of new vinyl. I sold one record, Jamiroquai. Thank you, Troy Robinson. I went through 4 crates of new vinyl. I sold one record, Jamiroquai. Now, there's a lot of people that's like, holy crap, that's a bunch of good stuff. I should just go ahead and buy all these. But they just can't press the button. They're like, oh, God, duh. Go ahead, just do it. Say, Chad, I'll take one of each of the live Rolling Stones. Give me all those Foreigner Mo-Fis. I need those in my life. Give me the Stones. Give me the Fugazis. I've never even seen that NWA as an OG. There we go. Jay Nutra says, let me get that typo negative. See? Thank you. That sounds a lot better. Selling 2 records out of 4 crates sounds a lot better than 1 record out of 4 crates. Jay Nutra on typo negative, because the morning crew is going to claim a lot of stuff out of there. Okay? There's that. All right, now, we have, typo negative was $44.99. Where are we on Lucky Lee? This is sold to Natasha for $38, okay? Van Halen's at $12, Van Halen's at $15. Let's go through another vintage, quickly, a vintage discount crate, and there's still a lower crate being priced at the moment. There is literally a lower crate being priced as I talk. The Hall & Oates is $44.99. Mo-Fi pressing. All those Mo-Fis, most of them were $44. Okay. Smashing Pumpkins is, no, it's a 2LP. That's always been a pricey record. Honestly, before they came back into print, they used to trade for around $100. And that's mostly because OGs are 500, 400, 300, 600. It depends on what color you get. But that one's always been a pricey one. I think they've always kind of just knew that, and they've always charged a little bit more. But historically, Smashing Pumpkins albums, especially that one and Melancholy, those have always been kind of pricier records. Those have always been kind of pricier records. All right, let's go through another crate. And let's take offers. Once again, I can't remember if these were from Monday or last night. So I'll start on this crate. If Laura brings up the crate while we're working on this one, I'll pause and we'll start going through that. But let's do some vintage stuff, okay? Let's do some vintage stuff. All right. Ooh, there's that. Let me touch my toes. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. Holy moly. Oh, wow. About time for this last Subway cookie, honestly. I need a burst of sugar is what I need. I need a burst of energy. Oh. I wonder how many $2 records we sold today. I'm going to mute my mic. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the cookie emojis. That lets everybody know what I'm doing. That was my 16th Subway cookie of the week. That was my 16th Subway cookie of the week. Van Halen. Greg Hubers has this for 17. Larry Gonzalez, are you done? He is. So did Greg Hubers for $17. I live my life like there's no tomorrow. All I got, I had to steal. Next auction, NXS. Alabama as well, with Dixieland Delight. NXS, listen like thieves. Of course, a lot of people think I'm joking about that Subway cookie count. Like someone's like, yeah, right, he's not 8. There's no way he's ate 16 Subway cookies. Little do you know. Little do you know. We have NXS, listen like thieves. We have an 85 USOG specialty press, EX condition, $15 star for NXS, listen like thieves. $15 start on that. Alabama, the closer you get, with Dixieland Delight. Seth even made a little note for you. My Dixieland Delight, near mint minus, $15 start on Alabama. This one's called The Closer You Get. Rolling down a backwoods, Tennessee, one arm on the wheel, blah, 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 blah. Gonna spend my dollar. Park in a holler. Golly, I've heard that almost once too many times. ETA on Randy Box Dude. Okay? ETA Randy Box Dude. Let me try to translate what Jeff Brent's asking here is, when are you going to sell me those Randy Rhoads rare and highly expensive and desirable pictures that have never been published that are worth potentially tens of thousands of dollars? And my answer is to be determined. That was my answer last week. It was my answer earlier this week, and that's my answer tonight. To be determined. Okay? And then we have in excess at 18 and Alabama 16. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have Rosin and Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. Rosin and Collins Band is $24.99. We have Point Blank, the hard way, gold stamp promo, $14.99. We have, these are fairly new arrivals. They're really clean, and they're buy it now, best offer. More so estimated time arrival for the light box. Okay, the light box. Right now, it's 2 to 4 weeks. 2 to 4 weeks. Jean-Luc Ponty, Open Mind. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. Also, Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion, $9.99. And Orleans, Let There Be Music. Orleans is $9.99. Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage, gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, Joe Walsh is $19.99. NXS is at $25 with Matthew Hendon. The last bid on Alabama was $17. Robert, you've been outbid. Some cool records in here. These are all buy it now or best offer. Okay. Maxell Rock Sampler. This has tracks such as Poco, Triumph, Outlaws, Styx, Michael Stanley Band. $14.99 on that. And IRS Greatest Hits. Flesh Tones, The Police, Squeeze, The Humans, The Cramps, John Cale, $34.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. The Secret Policeman's Ball, Pete Townsend, Tom Robinson, John Williams even, $19.99. And we have John Waite, No Breaks. John Waite, No Breaks is $19.99. Missing You, John Waite, $19.99. So up at the top, we have the following: NXS 20, NXS 25, Alabama 18. Margaret put JW 15. JW 15 was for Joe Walsh, sold for 15. NXS out. I got timed out. Did I get the Van Halen? You did. Craig Thomas on the IRS comp. That's sold to Craig. Rosin and Collins, TSO Houston for 15, sold. Maxell on 10. Maxell 10, Alan Hagan. This is best offer, yes. Alabama 18. And we have the Whalers Band ID. This is $9.99. The Whalers Band ID. And Alan Vega Saturn Strip. $29.99 for Alan Vega. We have Alabama for 19. And then NXS over here. NXS over here. NXS over here. I want to make sure everybody was done. And that's a final call for $25, it looks like, to Matthew. Is that right? Boy, the bids kind of got out of order on this. The bids kind of got out of order. James Frank out. Yeah, Matthew has it for 25. Laura has dropped off a crate. I'm going to show a few more records in here, and I'm going to go ahead and go into that one. We have the Tailgaters. Okay, let's go. $14.99 on that one. And then Live Stiffs. Ian Deary and the Blockheads, $16.99. Because I think these were shown last night. Just FYI. It's amazing how much we've, gone. I used to have a huge backlog of vintage. I'd have plenty of stuff to go through a second time. Not anymore. It seems like by the next day, I'm already ready to show the nights before best offer. Please stand by Vector, and that's $19.99 and 85 cents, Bob. But we can finish this crate. I want to go ahead and show the new stuff. Live Stiff so to Michael Butler, because it looks like we're going to sell a ton out of here. I'm okay with that. No objection for me. John Wade Ignition, $14.99. Let me go ahead and show Alabama. And Alabama is sold to Nealon Black for 19. You got it. Let's put that away. And Matthew over on YouTube, you've been outbid on NXS, okay? Let's put that away. Let's go. I don't rarely stop through a crate, but this is another 25 minutes of reading and taking offers. So let me go ahead and take that off the table. We'll resume that in a minute, or you'll see some of those in the 9 a.m. video. There's that. I made an offer on Live Stiffs. I tagged that, didn't I? Yeah, I sold it to you for $12. You may have missed it. Let's see what Laura's marked here. I'm going to take a quick peek. Ooh. I'm going to make that the first record in the crate to catch everybody's attention. Cool. All right. Nice. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I love that album. That's one of my favorites. Nice. and some stuff in here I don't really know too well. So pretty good variety. And I'm about to stand up in 3, 2, 1. I'm squatted now like in a low squat position like I'm about to rep 450. Okay, here we go. In excess. This is sold to Scott Kennedy for $29. Thank you on that. All right, let's put that away. Here we go. Todd Saw's crushed. You crushed me when you told me you bought the Police album somewhere else. You honestly hurt my feelings. Minutemen, double nickels on the dime. 2021, $34.99. Minutemen. Songs in A&E, white vinyl reissue. This is a 2014 sealed, $29.99. $29. Craig Thomas on Minutemen. Sold to Craig Thomas. Gorillas, Plastic Beach. Laura loves Gorillas. A 4-heart rating. Sealed, $39.99. The Monkey, selections from the headquarters sessions. This is a 2012 red vinyl, limited to 2,500, $24.99. And we have Creedence Clearwater Revival featuring John Fogerty Chronicle. Green vinyl, $24.99. And this is Aleu Mesfin Hasbray, My Worries. I don't know what I just read, but it's a Vinyl Me Please Club of a funk soul African album, unopened, for $19.99. Next is Scott Kennedy on Gorillas, sold. That is sold. Next, are y'all not doing video games in store anymore? Are you asking, do we have video games out in our store for sale? Whatever was been put out, I think they're almost all sold. So when we buy video games, if they're not sold here, we price them and put them out, and they're almost immediately sold. We don't have a large inventory. They're pretty much all sold. Okay? Does anybody know what the unleaded sold for? $540. Scott Kennedy on Creedence. Do you guys ship to Canada? Yes. Shipping internationally is done at cost. Mega Blast wants H Lord. I don't think that's a claim. I think he's getting too overexcited by all the questions because he is a very impatient person, right, John Durden? John Durden does not like any questions or interruptions, and he has a plane to catch every night. He has a plane to catch. We have Yesayer, a synth pop indie album, $14.99. John Durden has a plane to catch every single night. He's in a hurry. He's looking at his watch. He's pacing his living room. He's like, oh my gosh, can y'all please? I got to buy some records. He's like running around talking to himself. And I'm like, man, are you like this all the time as a human? Banks and Steels, Anything's But Words. This is an alternate rock hip hop, $24.99. Banks and Steels. We have Pearl Jam, Yield, a 2016 reissue. It does have a light seam crackle at the top, $24.99. I'm going to have to summon my Please Relax Mega Blast 9 potion, okay? I get one potion to use on you tonight. I'm going to use it right now. Please, let's take a chill pill and relax. Breathe through your nose. You ready, John? Do it with me. Breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. Just relax and take in the fact that it's like midnight and we're going through vinyl, and just breathe in the air, buddy. You ready? Do it with me. You ready? There you go. See how nice that was? We have NXS Shabu Shabah, a 1982 USOG specialty press. Original lyric inner sleeve, EX condition. NXS is a $20 start. $20 start. Ramones, Rocket to Russia, a 2015 U.S. limited edition, 180 gram virgin vinyl, very similar to the self-titled album we had earlier. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Okay? Over here, we have Any Word on Pink Floyd lights. They are due in, about half of the orders ready right now. Could be next week. I have the other half of the Van Halens to tag tonight. Planet of the Apes toys. 0 Planet of the Apes toys. Scott Kennedy says he'll take Pearl Jam. All right, and that is so does Scott Kennedy. Right after him was Matthew. Okay, and then over here we have NXS at $20. And then over here we have the most, Titus Andronicus, the most lamentable tragedy. This is a 2015 USOG, a punk opera in 5 acts. Wow. I've heard of a rock opera like Tommy and Quadrophenia. What about a punk opera? This is Titus Andronicus, $24.99. NXS has a bid for $20. And the Ramones is also up for bid. New stuff that Laura marked tonight. It looks very sweet. And we're going through these. These are, of course, definitely, without a doubt, these are sticker price, okay? And then right now, I have this. I have Jesse Wilson Phase. And Jesse Wilson's a 2009. That is $14.99. And the Smiths, Meat is Murder. The Smiths is a 2009 reissue, $24.99. Also, we have Matthew E. White. And Matthew E. White is called Fresh Blood, a folk rock indie, $14.99. Okay? Now, we have the Ramones Rocket to Russia, a 2005 limited edition near mint. It does have a bid for $25. And NXU Shabu Shabba, an 82 USOG, one bid, $20. We're about to sell it. Billie Eilish is $2,000. It is the limited edition blue and black split hand-painted covers. Neil Young is a 2009 reissue, $34.99. We're going to be really close on Van Halen lights. We're going to be really close. I bet we'll either hit the number or I'll have to order more. I don't think for sure there's going to be abundance of leftovers. NXS has a new bid for $21, and now John Durden's at $22. Always Ascending, that's on pink vinyl, $19.99. And Chris Stapleton Traveler. This is a 2 LP. I'll tell you how great of a price this is. The new ones on clear vinyl are $44. This is a 2 LP black vinyl, $24. NXS, 20, 21, 22, 21, and now 22. The Strokes Come Down Machine, a 2022 reissue, and this is $19.99. And we have Alt J, The Dream. That's on clear vinyl, $19.99. Sully on Chris Stapleton. That is sold to Sully. Thank you on that. The Ramones is sold to Sully. One bid for $25. Al Cox, you were second on Stapleton. Now NXS is at $24. And then let's move over NXS Shabu Shabba. Okay, let's move that over. John Durden has it for $24 at the moment. Over here, we have Pearl Jam Backspacer. Great album here, $27.99. The Fixers on here, Amongst the Waves. Some great songs by Pearl Jam, $27.99. And we have, this looks like it's autographed too, signed $24.99 by Turbo Fruits, Butter. Butter. Turbo Fruits is a 2012 Garage Indie, $24.99. Scott Kennedy on Alt J. So does Scott Kennedy. Thank you on that. And we have The Streets remixes and B-sides. A 2018 Record Store exclusive electronic grime hip hop, $29.99. So NXS is up to 2 people, Patrick Fu and Victor Guerra. Patrick's done. It's up to Victor Guerra. Matthews Hendon on Backspacer, and then Jason Fornerat was second on that one. Jason Fornerat second on that one. Gorillaz, this is technically their self-titled album, a 2007 reissue, $39.99. And we cannot forget, look at this note here. Laura loves Gorillaz. A 4-heart rating, $39.99. NXS is out. All right, let me be grabbing the next 2 auctions then. I have an album known as White Lion, and we're going to go ahead and do another NXS. These are from the bonus crate. Still putting up great stuff. NXS is sold to Mega Blast for $24. Let's put that right in here. And now our next 2. We got White Line Pride. This is a VG minus copy, an 87 OG, a specialty press, a $10 start on White Line Pride. White Line Pride, I should say. $10 start on that. And then NXS The Swing. NXS The Swing is an 84 OG, nice condition, EX, and it has the original under sleeve. $15 start on that. Nealon Black on the Gorillaz. And then Ryan Eaton wants The Strokes. Okay? And then over here, we have Muse drones. Muse is $24.99, a 2 LP. And this is the Cribs, the new fellas. The Cribs is a garage indie yellow vinyl, $14.99. And Allison Chains Dirt, check this out. The music on vinyl, we usually auction these. You can buy it right now for $44.99. It's the 2009 music on vinyl pressing of Dirt. Them bones. White Line has one bid for 10. It's VG minus. NXS is EX. A lot of X in there. NXS is EX. $15 start. Chris Frazier on Allison Chains. Here comes the rooster. Oh, yeah. Sold to Chris Frazier. Jim James tribute to Jim James from My Morning Jacket. $14.99. Chris Knapp on Cribs. That's sold to Chris Knapp. NXS has a bid for 15. White Line has a bid for 11. And the Beastie Boys, License to Ill, a 2016, $24.99. Okay, we have White Line for 11, White Line for 15. Mark Weiss on Beastie Boys. Allison Chains was near mint. The vinyl had no condition notes. Yeah, and the cover had a little bit of a blip up here. Looks like a seam crackle, but it was. I'll take a look for you. It is nice. At least in the lighting I use here, which is really good. Mark Weiss on Beastie Boys. And then I have Pearl Jam Riot Act, a 2017. That's $27.99. And then Thompson Family. This is a folk album, sealed $19.99. Only one bid on NXS. That's now a final call. It's been 2 minutes, $15, final call. White Line's now at 20. And then the last two in here was Jorge and Matus. Let me figure out what this is. It's sealed. It's a Brazilian record. No wonder I can't pronounce it. Jorge and Matus, O Años Cantam. There you have it. Somebody might just buy it because they don't know what it is. That happens quite often. Jason Fornerat on Pearl Jam. JCB, Josh Brown was next. And then The Smiths. The Smiths, The World Won't Listen. That's a 2012, $34.99. Done. I heard the beeper going off in the back. That was from our vinyl pressing flat. Our vinyl pressing flat. All righty. Man, very excited about all these JSA letters coming in. Very excited. We're going to have some awesome stuff. Awesome autographs coming up in future sales. Really, really cool stuff. I'm showing them again because I want to lay them over here where they don't get lost, bent, wrinkled. Okay. Jeremy Bryant got the Smiths. All right. And NXS is sold to John Durden for 15. And then Christina has the White Line for 22, and that's about to sell. This crate's worthy of another recap. All new stuff. Let's show it, and let's do it again. I have a feeling when Laura sends us tonight's pictures, it's going to be pretty crazy. Okay? I saw that too, Josh Brown. Once again, it swapped on y'all's screen, but Jason was first. It looked like it swapped on y'all's screen, but Jason was first. What I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to get with Jake and make sure I start using this. So what we're doing, y'all are now seeing a different service over here than what I've been using for years. This is actually something Jake wrote in code that pulls all of y'all's comments. So it's going to swap it every once in a while. But Jason was first on Restream, which is now the master say. I saw that too. You was first over here, but it happens. So I think tomorrow I'm going to definitely start using this because we've had now 3 discrepancies tonight. Most people's been cool with it, but I can see it happening to the wrong person at the wrong time, and literally me possibly have somebody very angry over it. So there's only one unsold auction tonight, The Call. Tonight's auctions have been a clean sweep. The Call is $25. Well, technically Billie Eilish too. I had a feeling it would sell, but I'm kind of not surprised, okay? So this is $2,000, and there's that. The reason they doing this, if you've noticed, so like yours says Josh Brown now, over here I'm still seeing JCB. So we found out when we did a study, we were making a lot of mistakes. You know, we just hired somebody new, right? And so we got somebody new working because we still need more help as these sales get bigger and bigger. And so I know y'all's handles because I'm here every night, 8 hours a night. But let's say somebody new walks in, they don't know all these different handles. Some of y'all are JCB, some of y'all are Josh Brown on Facebook, some of y'all are Mega Blast 9, John Durden on Facebook. And this is the master feed y'all see. This is what I'm reading. Now, it's pretty much the same. So it's pretty much the same. There's been 3 miscues tonight out of 1,000. So it's not too bad. There's that. Is this the new person who keeps sending me records with thumbprints on them? No, that's probably where you bought something out of a discount crate that's been on our sales floor. You're not the first person who's ever brought that to our attention. So the records in here are brand new and cleaned and ready to go. Now, if they ever go out front on the sales floor and then I bring them back here to discount them, like half off, $6.99 or best offer, there's a good chance another human has handled it, possibly improperly. And there could be a smudge. And we've had some people say, there's a smudge on my record, can I please send it back? Now, I think that could be averted by us checking every single record again when we reship them out, but it could cause serious cost and delays to your order. So sometimes when records go out on our sales floor, there's a chance when they come back here, we've had people handle them, and then we try to sell them again back here. So they may have been touched by somebody else after they've been cleaned. So, but I think Mark Weiss is just saying but we've had some people say, Chad, I thought these were supposed to be cleaned. There is a few smudges on this, and I am extremely upset. I've got to send this back. And I've been like, holy moly. But I don't think we've ever denied a request. So Hatchet, I'll come in sometimes and Hatchet Ed will have his head up on his head going, oh no. He'll be rubbing his eyes. I'll be like, Hatchet Ed, what's going on? And he'll say, you should see some of these messages. And it's mostly, it's a lot of maybe brand new people. And I don't know if they're just trying to find out ways to figure out how to get a discount on something. It's never with regulars. And so I'm like, oh no. And I'm like, well, tell them to send it back. And just tell them that, you know, we're sorry. Okay, so let's read through these again. Here we go. Let's read through these again. We have A&E white vinyl reissue. This is sealed $29.99. $29.99. It's called Songs and A&E white vinyl reissue, featuring Soul Fire and Sweet Talk. I'm not for sure a lot about that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of records, it's almost impossible to show them without me actually putting my fingers on them. I don't know if y'all have ever noticed that, but like, you know, like just touching them right here, that's the best place to touch it because it's not in the grooves. I mean, literally my fingerprints on that right now. You can do this, but man, it's kind of hard. Like I've dropped a lot trying to do this, like letting gravity do it. If you try to let gravity do it, to me, it's like you're risking dropping it. So I try to pinch them right here on the dead wax, and y'all are going to get a lot of Chad fingerprints right there on the dead wax because if I do this, man, there's a good chance that I could draw. I've tried that before, and then it slides past my hand, and whoosh, then it's all messed up. Well, then it's really bad. This was sold to Christina Curtis for $22. She got the white line for $22. Christina Curtis. She was the high bidder on white line, $22. That was sold to her. Okay, there we go. But yeah, the best way I get right there on the run out or the lead in grooves, because I mean that's not really the music, and I try to describe it right there. But oh, don't worry, I've had random people comment on videos. Do you not know how to handle records? Is this your first time handling a record? I'm like, dude, I can promise you, I promise you, I've probably touched more records than you have. I mean, how many do I go through every night? The Monkey, selections from Headquarter Sessions, red vinyl, 2012, limited, $24.99. Red vinyl. Alalu Mesfin Hasabe, My Words. And this is unopened, $19.99. My hands are wiped after Subway cookies. I use my t-shirt, okay? This is my go-to cloth. This is why I never wear nice clothes. My clothes are my napkins. We have also Yay Sayer, and that's a synth pop indie on blue vinyl, $14.99. Banks and Steels, Anything But Words, $24.99. Alt rock hip hop, $24.99. And we have The Most Lamentable Tragedy, Titus Andronicus. This is a 2015 USOG punk opera, $24.99. Denise, these are all sticker price right now. Jesse Wilson, Phase, a 2009 Euro soul album, $14.99. Holbrook on Alayu, this one right here, that's sold to Holbrook CM. Thank you on that one. And we have The Smiths, Meat is Murder. The Smiths is a 2009 reissue. $24.99 is the Tony Banks of Genesis. Banks and Steels. I don't think so. No. It doesn't say their first name, but I don't think it is. Alternate rock hip hop. I highly doubt it with alternate rock hip hop. $24.99. And we have Matthew E. White, Fresh Blood, folk rock indie, $14.99. And Denise said she'll go ahead and take the Monkeys. Thank you. And then I have Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. And this is, I have a feeling, really clean. Everybody knows this. Wow, that is nice. That's a great album. Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River. This is $34.99, 2009 on that one. Neil Young. And then Always Ascending was pink vinyl, $19.99. This is Turbo Fruits Butter. Turbo Fruits Butter, signed cover, a garage indie, $24.99. And then The Streets, remixes and B-sides. The Streets is a 2018 Record Store Day electronic grime hip hop, $29.99. And then we had Muse Drones, $24.99 for Muse. Jim James Tribute to Jim James from My Morning Jacket, $14.99. Thompson Family, sealed, $19.99. And we have Jorge and Matias, Los Angels Canton, 2K15, sealed, $9.99. Denise needs to put back the Monkeys. That's okay. It's only a $1 billion restocking fee. $1 billion restocking fee. Pennies for you. Denise has got that in between her couch cushions. All right. Them bones. All right. Okay, so what shall we do next? I know what I do need. I'm going to use this right here for a second, Laura. There we go. Okay, so the previous crate. Y'all want to finish going through that best offer? I'm okay with that. I need to go get some chapstick first, and I need to pull up notes, see what I've paid for some of this silver. Okay. Yeah, we need to do that last crate best offer, and then we need to do $6.99 or half off nonsense. Okay. Invoices have been sent. So here's some bullion we bought today. I got 1 ounce. I have not shown these yet. This is the Silver Eagle of South Africa, essentially. This is the Silver Eagle of South Africa. So, you know, we have our bullion. Canada has maple leaves. Cougarans are South Africa. These are 1 ounce silver Cougarans, and these are $92. 1 ounce silver Cougarans, $92. And I have a whole roll of them. We sold a whole roll of prospectors tonight. I have a whole roll here of Cougarans, $92. If you hadn't got an invoice, just let me know. I'll let Ed know. But there are 1 ounce Cougarans, South African silver, $92. Let's see here. Troy wants Jesse Wilson, Banks, and Steels. Okay. A couple more claims before I swap out. Banks and Steels and Jesse Wilson, both sold to Troy Robinson. All right, thank you, thank you. Yeah, let's finish that crate I was going through, best offer, okay? Put those right over here. Don't let me forget tonight to tag the rest of Van Halen lots. I need to do that so people will get the thumbs up notification. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget, okay? Okay, Boontar, let me look at this. Boontar. I still see several as drafts. I don't know what's up with that. Draft. I got to figure all this out. Yeah, I still have cleaning cloths. Boontar, I have it right here. Saved as draft. Okay. Okay, I'll let Ed handle that. There's a lot on here to just say drafts. I don't know what's going on with that. Is there a thing to remind you? Edit. Share. Yeah, I'm not for sure. I don't want to mess anything up. They have to do stuff different with taxes over here, so. All right, I got to come up here and get chapstick, sorry. Don't get me on my phone this time of night. I'll get distracted seeing what's come in for the last 7 or 8 hours. So I'm going to ignore that. Please let me ignore that. Some of this collectible silver is going to be near melt. It's going to fluctuate here and there, 85, 95, and then it's going to pass 100. We possibly could hope. All right, and then we got cleaning cloths. Ed Riviera wants 2. I've got some chapstick on. I feel better. And we got 2 cleaning cloths sold to Ed Riviera. All right. There's that. And here we go. I've got... Where's that crate at? All right, let's finish going through this crate best offer. Let me figure out where I left off. Sorry. Here we go, back to selling records. I can't believe it's already a quarter till midnight. I left off at John Waite right here, Ignition, I think. Close enough. John Waite was $14.99. A Man Must Carry On, Jerry Jeff. These are buy it now or best offer. $29.99 for Jerry Jeff. Joe Walsh, you bought it, you name it. $19.99. Like I said before, you might want to make offers on these. This is going to be some prime material here for me for flip crates in the morning. Just FYI, okay? Just FYI. Still got the silver prospectors for $92. There's some loose ones. These are made in 1985, has a mining prospector, American prospector, USA. Those are South African Cougarans. That's government minted. Those are the same price. And out of all the bars we had left, all the silver bars we had left, we're down to 5. Also $92. Johnson Matthey, Ampex, Great Panther, National Refineries, and National Refineries. So those are also $92. Going to get some of this on the table so we can sell it later tonight. Everything in here is best offer. CCR Chronicle. We sold one of these tonight at a New Arrivals. This is a double LP. It is in amazing condition. Everything in this crate is superb. This is from that most recent collection that John's been pulling from. $34.99. Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, $19.99 on that. And Clarence Clements and the Red Bank Rockers. I think that's the same Clarence Clements that played with Springsteen, right? $9.99 for Clarence. And this is the soundtrack, Homeboy. And that is a music by Eric Clapton. That's $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker. Jerry Jeff Walker. I will do Jerry Jeff Walker right now for $19.99. I got Elvis Costello. My Aim is True. Elvis Costello is $24.99. My Aim is True. We have HB for $12. And HB for $12 was Homeboy soundtrack. Sell this to John Durden for $12. Sell... What has happened in here? The sleeve is messed up. Here, let me put this. This is what's happened. Wow. There we go. Let's put that right there. That didn't work as planned. Some of these were like, I don't know if John has forgot, but like there's a lot of these we've used the old sleeve, and I'm not a fan of it. I got to remind him tomorrow. Put these in new sleeves. All right, this is sold for $12. I'm putting it. Make sure this gets tagged because I took off the price tag. That's sold for $12, and it was a Gold Style promo. And then John Waite, or is that Joe Walsh? I bet that's Joe Walsh. Sold to Margaret for $15. Deadhead Jim on Clarence Clemens for $9.99. And Love It Chad, watch every night. Thank you. Thank you. Marshall Crenshaw, Field Day, $9.99 for Marshall Crenshaw, and Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu, $34.99. Gatefold textured cover, Atlantic inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl. And I feel like I've been here before, and you know, it makes me wonder what's going on. The ground. Also, we have Lee Ritenour Rio, $9.99. Wall of Voodoo, Happy Planet, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Dave Grusin Night Lines, $9.99. Also, Glass Tiger, Diamond Sun, Glass Tigers, $14.99. And Gowanna, Spirit of Place, $14.99. Go West, Dancing on the Couch, Go West, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.19. What did I just say? $14.99. I messed that up. $14.99 on that. Okay. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Almost out of these. I had all the datelets. Sorted, but I've found 3 more. Okay. And don't forget the Walk in Liberty halves are 33. That's dates such as 1940. 1941, 1943, 43, dates such as those, 41, 43, 41, 45, okay? Just to give you an idea, those are $33. Next is the wooden tops, wooden foot cops on the highway, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Eddie Grant, Going for Broke, Eddie Grant is $14.99. And then the Crusaders, free as the wind. The Crusaders, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, minute by minute. Doobie Brothers, $14.99. Rich Hunter sleeve, $14.99 for Doobie Brothers and General Public. This was sold to Chris Myra Bueno. Let me double check that. Chris Myra Bueno. We did a deal on this in silver last night, and I hadn't pulled it yet. So let me find his name. Chris Myra Bueno. There he is. And it was supposed to be, I'll take a prospector yours. Thank you. General Public tenderness. This is it. This is sold to Chris Myra Bueno. Mirabueno. Okay, that's done. And then Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer, $9.99. Gray Slick Dreams, $14.99. And then Smash Palace, $9.99. EG for $9. That was Eddie Grant. Sell that to Nick Bargeron for $9. And RPM, this is Phonogenic, $14.99 for RPM. Phonogenic. Okay, these are really popular. I hadn't shown any gold, especially small fractions, in a while. These are 1/1000th gold, $45, called Second Amendment. They're 1/1000th gold. Has an older musket rifle there on the back with the American flag. And on the back is a more modern type gun. 1/1000th, 999 gold. And these are numbered. And those are $45. We got a whole series, new series of these coming in. $45 on those. Okay, those are 1/1000th gold, $45. Peter Haas on Linda Ronstadt for $7. That sold to him for $7. Deja Vu was not OG. I know that because it's a 5-digit. It's a 5-digit catalog number. It's going to be at least a mid-70s. SD9118 is the giveaway and the 75 Rockefeller address. Okay, and then Deadhead Jim, you were second to Linda Ronstadt. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. Also, we have Elvin Bishop, Strutting My Stuff. Elvin Bishop is $9.99. And one of my favorites, Paul McCartney and Wings Over America, triple LP, $34.99. Okay, and then Nick Serenjenko wants the monkeys from the last crate, right? And if you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer, and we will get you registered, okay? I'll confirm that first with you. This is sold to Nick Serenjenko. Hope I'm saying your name remotely close. Also, we have Dave Mason Scrapbook from 1972, $19.99 on that. And then Marshall Tucker Band, $24.99. That's a double LP Marshall Tucker Band. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. Little Feat is $26.99. And Wild Choir, $9.99. Wild Choir. And then this was Pat Wilson, Bop Girl, $9.99 for Pat Wilson. And Fee Waybill, Read My Lips, a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Adam Bernardi on the Dave Mason. I thought that was pretty interesting. A 1972 UK. There's that. And then Year Zero was $9.99. First time buyer, thank you. So it looks like you're on Facebook. Just reach out and make sure you send us a message. We need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Email address and your mailing address, $8 in limited shipping. So that's your first record. Tune in again tomorrow. I'll be here from I'm supposed to start at 5, but that's not set in stone. I usually tell people 5:15, 5:30, or 6. That's Central Time. Usually around 6, we're up and rolling. By 6:30, I'm really late. If it's 7, then something's really wrong. So 6 p.m. Central Time, we're usually up and rolling. I'm here every night till 1 or 2 a.m. Central Time, 3 a.m. East Coast. 8 hours, any given night, unlimited shipping, Monday through Saturday. Sundays, we exclusively either do coins and knives or knives. Usually coins and knives. We're 99% records, autographs, and other collectibles. The other 1%, or I should say we're 99% records. The other 1% is coins, autographs, toys, and other collectibles. But 99% of our business is records. I also have 64 Kennedy halves, $33. I'm bringing out the bullion tonight. We got a lot. And then Little Feet, $19. Let's sell that to Holbrook CM. Nice, clean copy there. And then over here, we have Yellow Jackets, Samurai Samba. Yellow Jackets is $19.99. And then Whale Red, this is by Motion, and this is $9.99. Katie Webster, The Swamp Boogie Queen. Alligator Records, $19.99 for Katie Webster. The Wooden Tops Giant is a gold stamp promo, $12.99. Over here, we have Iyaza Flash in Japan. That's $9.99. TSO Houston on wings for $25. So now my crate's really full. Let me go ahead and swap out. There's only a few more in here. Let me go ahead and show them. Wang Chung, Points on the Curve, $19.99. In-store air freshener, $14.99. The Motels, Duran Duran, Boys Brigade, Reflex, Helix, Traffic, $19.99. And We Are the World, $14.99. So just make sure you message our page. Send us a DM. We need your email address, mail address. We will invoice you on Monday for whatever you've purchased. Unfortunately, this past Monday, we had a bug in the system. The company we use, Square, decided to change something on us unannounced, so we were kind of screwed for 48 hours. We got everything fixed, and we're back up and running. Although I do see a lot of invoice saved as draft. I got to get with Ed and see what's up with that, because some people hadn't got their invoice. Okay, air freshener price. Air freshener was $14.99, in-store air freshener. And it's super clean. Okay. Air freshener soda John Durden for 10. That's the first record in this next crate. All right. What other gold do we have over here? Britiana. Nice. This looks like the British Britiana gold. Whoop. The British Britiana gold, $45 on those. Boogie Queen and Doobie Brothers. Okay, so we have Boogie Queen. Was that a claim as well? Boogie Queen, that was Katie Webster. And then Raymond over on YouTube on Doobie Brothers. And then Raymond, are you also a first-time buyer? If you are, we'll get you registered. I think you want What a Fool Believes. And then let me know. Now, you have a little bit different instructions just because you can't DM us unless you do have a Facebook, but we got to get you registered through our website. All right. Now, oh, what a great stretch. I'm going to read these titles, and if you need a price, again, let me know, or any additional information. Raymond said no. That either means he's not a first-time buyer or he didn't want the Doobie Brothers. We'll confirm in just a second. Let's see. Okay. There's more walkers. Here we go. So if you need a price, let me know. Point Blank, The Hard Way. Jean-Luc Ponty, Open Mind. Jean-Luc Ponty, Taste for Passion. Orleans, Let There Be Music. Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage. Secret Policeman's Ball. John Waite, No Breaks. Whalers, ID. Alan Vega. Tailgaters. Vector. John Waite Again, Ignition. CCR Chronicle. Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag. Jerry Jeff Walker, A Man Must Carry On. I think that's the only thing we didn't do a deal with somebody on. Elvis Costello, Marshall Crenshaw. Orleans back here was Let There Be Music, $9.99. I think it's a UK copy, or Holland. Okay? And then Lee Ritenour, Rio. Wall of Voodoo, Happy Planet. Dave Grusin, Nightlines, Glass Tiger, Diamond Rio. Goanna, Spirit of the Place. Go West, Dancing on the Couch. The Wooden Tops, and then we have the Crusaders, Free as the Wind, Grey Slick Dreams, Smash Palace, RPM, Crossdeals and Nash. How much for the say? I'll take Orleans. Can you ship to Wayne Bartow? I sure can. So tag Sully for Orleans, ship to Wayne Bartow. We can do that. Let me figure out what I've done with it. Well, there it is. All right. Charge Sully, ship to Wayne Bartow. Diamond, not Diamond Rio, no. That was Glass Tiger, Diamond Sun. I may have said Diamond Rio. Diamond Sun. Artist is Glass Tiger. Elvin Bishop, Strutting My Stuff. Marshall Tucker Band. Wild Choir. Pat Wilson. Fee Waybill. Yellow Jackets, Year Zero. Motion, Wooden Tops. Iyaza. Wang Chung. Traffic, and We Are the World. Okay. Now, yeah, we are due for a half-off crate of some sort. So I think the ones I have over here are either stuff lower marked at one point or Paul. And I think last night we did a Paul one. It was pretty interesting as usual, but we sold almost everything out of there. So anytime I'm like, well, this has some pretty deep cuts in it, everybody's like, Chad, that's why we're here. We're ready for some stuff that no one's ever heard of. That's why we watch your shows. Most of us are here for stuff that you don't know what it is and we don't know what it is. That's what we want to buy. And I'm like, okay, I can bring that to you all night long. And then I got silver quarters for $16.50. I got silver quarters for $16.50. And so gold, gold, silver, 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 silver. And Jim B's getting a little nervous because he's got bills to pay. He's got to find some absolute steals. So yeah, let's go through a half-off crate. No more, no less, okay? Sorry, once again, I opened my phone. I'm getting my to-do list built for as soon as the show's over. And I think usually Wednesdays are the historic nights that I do sometimes stop just maybe slightly earlier than normal. And forgive me if I do that tonight. All right, y'all ready? This is going to be a half-off crate. No more, no less. These hadn't been shown, I think, since December 27th. I've had two over here kind of buried of more deeper cut stuff, but there's also some very recognizable stuff in here as well. Okay. Here we go. Rastus. Rastus is a 1971 U.S. jazz rock, blues rock, VG Plus, $7.50. Exotic music of the Near East, the typical Oriental orchestra, EX, $6.50. EX, $6.50. Going to show you this nice, lovely cover here. I know a lot of people collect those. And then we have Bad But Beautiful Eartha Kitt, 62 US Stereo OG, VG Plus $12.50. We have Rastus Soda J Nutra. This is half off, no more, no less. Folk Songs and Dances of Iran. Iran, EX, $6.50. $6.50. $6.50. David D, he's going fishing. He's thinking about going fishing. And he is $6.50. We have Richard Thompson starring as Henry the Human Fly. 1973 white label promo, VG minus $7.50. The Iran, not Flock of Seagulls. Iran is a 1960 Folkways with insert. Definitely an older pressing. Iran. We have Christina Curtis on Eartha Kitt, sold. Victor Guerra on RT for Richard Thompson, sold. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Joe Williams, worth waiting for. A 1970 US VG Plus, $7.50 on Joe Williams. Linfield Pioneers free popcorn. A 1999 Indy Experimental VG Plus, $6. Mega Blast on Iran. Also, we have Lawrence Hammond, Coyote's Dream, VG $5. Lawrence Hammond, Coyote's Dream, VG $5. Victor Guerra on Linfield Pioneers, sold. Next is Cosmic Frequencies, YY. That might have been something already sold. Spoons, Bridges Over Borders, an 86 Pop Rock promo, $5 on Spoons. Connie Crother's Perception, a 76 US, $7.50. Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu Orchestra Live, VG Condition, $5. And we have Gemini Suite, John Lord from Deep Purple, featuring Ian Peace and Roger Glover and Tony Ashton of Deep Purple, along with Yvonne Elliman and Albert Lee of 10 Years After. VG Plus, $7.50, a white label promo. Victor Guerra on Spoons. Buntar was second on Spoons. Gemini Suite sold to Victor Guerra. Also, we have Larry Santos, Just a Man. This is a 69 US Soul Rock Psych EX 1150. Jay Nutra next on Gemini, which was John Lord. The Savage Rose Refuge, VG Plus, $7.50. Jimmy Barnes, EX 650 Gold Stamp Promo, $6.50. Jimmy Barnes. Charles Walker and the Dynamites, Love is Only Everything, a 2013 Funk Soul R&B, $10. Victor Guerra on Savage Rose, so to Victor Guerra. The 3 O'Clock, Arrive Without Traveling, $7.50. Adam Bernardi on Walter. I think he meant Walker, right? Charles Walker with a K. And then we have Memories of Bill Street, Prince Gabe and the Millionaires, a 1970 USOG, $12.50. Charles Walker was no condition notes, actually EX Plus, near mint minus. We have Naomi Shelton and the Gospel Queens, a 2009 US Gospel Funk Mono, $10 on Naomi Shelton. Hugh Time, Crover, Plummer, Willis, a 2014 Black and Gold Avant-Garde Jazz Rock, $10 on that. Chris Knapp on 3 O'Clock, sold to Chris Knapp. Adam Bernardi on Beale Street, sold to Adam Bernardi. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less, if you're just kind of hopping on the chat. Still got 155 people watching at 1:09 a.m. Eastern Time. Wow. Anna Russell, 72 US, $5. I have a feeling there's a lot of new people still kind of tuned in. Like, man, do they do this every night? Does this go on all night? Somebody asked the other night, I'm kind of new year. When do you stop doing this? Do you do this every night? I'm like, yeah, we do this every night, all night. One guy was like, dude, how long are you going to keep just showing records? When is this going to stop? I was like, it doesn't stop. We have Victor Guerra on Anna Russell, Chris Knapp on the Jazz Rock here, which was Hugh Tom. That is so to Chris Knapp. I mean, I could just keep bringing over crates till literally I fall over and die. Ox Pedals, a 1970 US VG Plus, $7.50. We have Sweetest One, the Metros. That's now $30. VG $59.99, a 67 Soul Mono. Jim B just automatically fell out of his couch. Half off of a $59.99 record. Everything is Everything featuring Chris Hills. This is EX $9. Patrick Lear on the Metros. Now, I think earlier somebody asked about the call. I think Newmanoy did, and I forgot to answer his question. The call is the only no bid tonight other than Billie Eilish. It's an 86 US Allied OG near mint with the inner sleeve, 25 on that. So that was the only no bid other than the Billie Eilish. Also, we have the Look, and that's called Look Again. That's at 82 Canadian for $5. Jim B was second on the Metros. And then the Paley Brothers. This is $5 for the Paley Brothers. Scott Goddard, You're Full. This is $5. It's in shrink wrap. I think we might be getting into some 80s stuff here in just a second. The Look is sold to Victor Guerra. Also, we have Nonvo Combo, the Animation Generation, and this is $5. And we have Rachel Sweet, and Then He Kissed Me. Rachel Sweet, as featured in Seinfeld, $5. And we have Roman Holiday, Cooking on the Roof, a hop sticker is included on the cover. $5. There's that. Jim B. slamming. His kids are crying too. Daddy, does this mean we don't get to go to McDonald's breakfast in the morning? No, I wanted to get a biscuit and gravy. We have Adam Bernardi on Rachel Sweet. Thank you, Chad. If you fall over and die, does that affect the discount price? Just kidding. If I fall over and die, then you still got to pay for your records. The Wooden Tops, Giant Coletco will continue without me. They will find a way, I'm sure. Gold stamp promo, $5 for the Wooden Tops. I'm trying to build a company where if I do want to step away, it's unnoticeable. But right now, I got to be here selling records every night. Bonnie Hayes with a wild combo, good, clean fun. Bonnie Hayes is $5. I'll have a really valuable company when we're selling even more than we are right now. And if anybody could come in and do this. So until then, I've got to be here every night. Bebe Bluel, this is called Covers Girl. This is $5 for Bebe Bluel. I got Laura, I got Paul, but I kind of am locked down here every night. Martha and the Muffins, Dan Spark, and $5. Martha and the Muffins, Dan Spark, and Uma Sumac. This is Legend of the Sun Virgin, and this is $10. $10 on Uma Sumac and Pearl Harbor and the Explosions. $5. Also, we have Is My Face Blue? Bobby's Blue Band. Bobby's Blue Band, $7.50 on that. Seth is the answer. We got to get him on here one night. I'm going to go. I won't even bother him. I'll go up front, shut these two sliding doors, lock them in back here, and be like, Seth, it's all yours, buddy. Seth, it's all yours. We have Uma, sold to Spicy, and that was Tracy Songer, right? Thank you, Tracy. That's sold to you. Barry Goldberg is sealed, now $12.50. Greg Cooper on Martha and the Muffins for $5. That is sold to you for $5. Thank you. And then Allie Thompson, Deception is an Art, $5 on that. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Vaseline Lip Therapy. I actually think this was Seth's, and I found it in my Tahoe, so it got confiscated, and now I'm using it. We got Keith Jarrett, Flying and Prism. This is $5. And we have Andy Bound, Gone to My Head. This is a 72 press, $10 on Andy Bound. And Bob Murphy Country, $7.50, 1972, Lubbock, Texas, $7.50 on that. And Sejano Sedanity. This is a 2006. It's under the genre of abstract. $5 on Sejano, maybe. Broken Dreams. This is $10 on Broken Dreams. And Fancy, that's the name of the band. The name of the album is Meeting You Here. That is now $32.50. Half off, $64.99, 71 sealed. Willard Dunham on Keith, and that was for Keith Jarrett. Craig Thomas on S, and that's for Sejano Sedanity. Is that right? That's sold to Craig Thomas for $5. El Snapatan said, good evening. Good evening. Good morning. Good night. 1:15 Eastern time right now. Brian Spence Brothers. Brian Spence is 1986. It's $7.50. Bob Hode's Red Onion Jazz Band. Jazz of the Roaring Twenties. We love the Roaring Twenties. That's $7.50. And Rock, the Hank C. Burnett Sound. 1973 Holland. $12.50 on that. Adam Bernardi on the Jazz. That's sold. And we have Audience Lunch, $7.50. Send all my information to Coleco page through YouTube. Okay, then you're good. You're good to go. You won't hear back from us unless you ask us another question or send us another email. You'll get an invoice on Monday, Monday afternoon to be exact. Take some of excellent vinyl knowledge, persistent understanding, and keep the audience watching buying. That is true. That's true. Yeah, I have to find a salesman. I'd say there's like, well, you'd have to find somebody else that literally has possibly a record store that is ready to get out or ready to not take the risk of running a business anymore, and you could bring them on And that limits you probably to very few people, especially people that would want to do this not every night. Of course, if you hired a normal person, they're not going to do it every night, 8 hours a night. I mean, I'm the owner. I'm willing to put in as much time as it takes. But to hire a normal person, let's say to do it Tuesday through Saturday, and, they obviously would have time off, but yeah, I don't know. It would be a unique human being that would want to do it every night. And, of course, the more you do it, you get better. See, what you got to understand is, like, I am standing here, like, talking to a wall. There's like a wall in front of me, but I know I'm being broadcast out to thousands of people every night. But it's kind of like I'm talking, but I'm talking to just everybody, and I'm trying to talk to everybody the same way. So it's just like, I don't know. And that's hard because I think if Paul and Laura, they do a great job. They're here every night watching me. So somebody would have to come in and like watch me. They kind of know how I do it. They've heard me. They've watched me. But it'd have to be somebody that, if they just come in here and I said, hey, go live and sell these records, they'd be like, what? How does this work? It would take some time to get them used to it. The sealed record is, let's see, that was Fancy, and it's called Fancy Meeting You Here. Fancy Meeting You Here, $32.50. Now, I can tell when I asked Paul to step in for a couple of days, he's like, when are you going to be back? I was like, 2 days, Paul. Come on, 2 days. 2 days. 2 days. Come on, Paul. I just need you for 2 days. The bread makers, Hoodoo Night Spot, $20. And this is half off of $39.99. A 92 Australian press, $20 on that. And on tour with Teddy Wilson and his trio, $7.50. And Brown Smith is $10. Brown Smith is $10. Also, we have the Love Songs of Mr. B, $7.50 on that. And we have one-man bands worldwide, 2009 German Garage, $15 on that. And we have Thelma Houston, Any Way You Like It. Thelma Houston is $5. My dad did do high school radio, yeah. So I watched him growing up talk. The longest was high school basketball because there's a girls' basketball game, and then right after that, the boys play. So he would do 2 full-length high school basketball games back to back, and he would do that. And he didn't have a color commentator. One, the radio station didn't really want to pay one. And if you've ever commentated basketball, you really don't need color commentating, unless maybe for professional TV, big games. But high school, you don't really need color commentating. So, yeah, he would talk for, 4 hours, 5 hours doing basketball. And, of course, it's very high-paced. And, but the good thing is nobody could see. So, like, sometimes somebody would check in off the bench and we wouldn't have a name. And he would just have to make up a name. Yeah, back around the court to John Smith. He dubs to the top of the key around the court. He would just have to make up names because it'd be a high school roster. You didn't know who kids were sometimes. Luckily, with radio, nobody can see anything. And he would just keep talking and talking and talking. Thelma Houston on Adam Bernardi. But yeah, it's exhausting. I've told y'all the last few nights when I've gone up front, I've just like passed out. One, I haven't slept too well, but it's like a brain drain. The first couple times you do this, I remember when Paul did it the first couple times, he's like, dude, that was exhausting. He's like, that's like running a marathon. Mott the Hoople, VG Condition, $5. Gary Farr, Address to the Censors of Love. VG, $5, Gary Farr. And then U Toy, Lena Lovich. VG Plus, $5. We have the Skip Rats, Sick, Sober, and Sorry. The Sick Rats is $12.50. Duke Norman on Mott the Hoople, that sold. And Nick Serenjenko on the Burnett Rock. Okay, Burnett Rock. That was this one right here. That sold to Nick Serenjenko. Boontar on Lena Lovich. Victor Guerra on Skip Rats. And there's a few more in here, and then we'll do a quick recap. This is Jim Kershkin's America, a 71 white label promo, $17.50. The New Christ, Divine Rights, 88 Australian, makes that now just $25. It was $49.99. And Holly and the Italians, The Right to Be Italian, $7.50 on that one. Let's see here. Skip Rats. What was Len? Lena? Was that already claimed? Was that for Lena Lovich, Patrick? If so, it's already been sold. 20s info and recap. That has already sold. That has already sold. Joe Smith. Yeah, that was the hardest thing. I used to go to those games and my dad would be like, go get the starting lineup. So, you know, there's like an official bookkeeper. That's what I used to do for our high school boys coach. I kept stats because I traveled with my dad and I was there already. So I would get him rosters, no problem. He would take it. He'd write down everybody's name. He had like a notebook. He would write down, you know, but every once in a while, you just, something was like, they changed the jersey and he's like, you know, who is this? You know, it's like, we're in Monterey, Tennessee. It's 10 degrees outside and it's 9 o'clock at night and there's probably 23 people listening. So it's like, whoever. But he loved doing it. That wasn't like his job. It paid like, I don't know. He'd get paid like $75 a game or something, 50. He would just do it mostly for a little extra money. It was fun though. You get to go to games for free. The home games, I wore out the concession stand. When they told me free concession stand, I was like, oh, buddy, y'all don't know what y'all have done. I was in there grabbing Cokes and candy bars, popcorn, hot dogs, cheeseburgers, nachos and cheese. About every time there was a timeout, I'd run over the concession stand. Yeah, give me some more nachos. I'll take some hot dogs. Football is much more fun. Basketball, whew, it's almost exhausting. Exotic music of the Near East. One more quick recap here. Exotic music Near East, EX $6.50. We have David D. Going Fishing, EX $6.50. Joe Williams, Worth Waiting For, VG Plus, $7.50. Lawrence Hammond, Coyote's Dream, VG $5. Connie Crother's Perception, $7.50. Maha Vishnu Orchestra Live, VG Condition, $5. Larry Santos, Just a Man, EX $11.50. Jimmy Barnes, EX $6.50. Naomi Shelton and the Gospel Queens, that is $10. Adam Bernardi on Perception, that was, whoa, what happened to that one? That was right here, Connie Crothers. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then the Ox Pedals was VG Plus $7.50, 1970 US. Everything is Everything featuring Chris Hillis, Vanguard Apocalyptic. That's the label. And that's a Jazz Funk Psych from 69. EX $9 on that. And we have the Paley Brothers, $5 on that. And Scott Goddard, You're Full, $5. I have not seen any 45s. Let me phone Laura while she's still here. Laura, have you seen any new 45s from this new buy? I know we have 8 tracks for tomorrow, some great metal stuff, but to my knowledge, I don't know about the 45s. Boontar on MO, and MO was Maha Vishnu Orchestra. Thank you, that was $5. And then Navo Combo, the Animation Generation, $5 on that. And then Roman Holiday, Cooking on the Roof, that is $5, okay? And then we have, that was Chris Hillis right here. This Vanguard, that's sold to Spiky McVeigh for $9. The Wooden Tops Giant was $5, gold stamp. And we have Bonnie Hayes with the Wild Combo. Bonnie Hayes is $5. Bebe Buell Covers Girl, $5 on that. Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, $5 on that. My Face is Blue, Bobby's Blue Band, $7.50. Barry Goldberg was Sealed, and that was $12.50. Atco 1974, 8 tracks. Cassettes. I do have some good 8 tracks to show too at some point. We've been calling out the good ones. Allie Thompson, Deception is an Art, $5. Hey, I got something rare. I wonder if anybody has seen it before. Jake has took over my computer over here. Let me go show it. I don't want to price it because I think I truly need to put it on an eBay auction. But let me go show it right now. Andy Bound, Gone to My Head, 1972, $10. Bobby Murphy. Let me pause right there. Bobby Murphy was a 70s country album. I was sorting cassettes to put out for the $2 sale, like the really bad condition or the really bad titles. You know, I was pulling out all the stuff like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and Kiss to sell here. You know, all the good classic rock and the rarities, as y'all know. But this, I think, is something special. I'm definitely going to run it on probably a promoted eBay auction. Make sure. Norman Tanega, Walking My Cat Named Dog. Now, this album sells for a couple $100. It's a rare, highly desirable album. Now, this 8-track, if it was just loose, I think it would be pretty tough to get. But it has the original box with it. And if you know about this album, that is a very... There's no record of it on Discogs. No record of it on Discogs. None has ever sold on Terapeak, so none in the last 3 years, none active. And this, I think, is where I think it will bring as much as the vinyl sells for the 8-track collector world. My guess, I'm going to put it on a $100 start auction on eBay just to make sure it doesn't sell too cheap. I'm okay getting $100 for it plus paying fees. But if it brings $200, I think that's right, but I wouldn't be surprised if it sells for $500 or more. I think that is extremely rare. I think that's extremely rare, especially with that slipcase. I think that could be a $500 8-track. I don't know, though. It might not get a bid for $100. But I'm not going to take any less than that for the starting bid. If it doesn't sell, I'll put it on best offer and just wait for somebody to buy it. We have Broken Dreams. That is $10 on Broken Dreams. Brian Spence Brothers, $7.50. And we have Audience. If anybody can find any kind of comp, I would be very interested, but I couldn't find anything. Audience Lunch, $7.50 on Audience. Fancy was half off. That is now $32.50. It was sealed, $64.99. Willard on David D. David D. Let's see what I did with that one. Broken Dreams. What was David D? Is that something further back in here? I remember saying that maybe. David D. right here. So did Willard Dunham. I found a comp. Jim B. would love to get his hands on that. He would love to put that on auction. His eBay would be lighting up. I will tell y'all this. I guarantee when I list it, before it ends, at least 5 people will probably offer me to take it down and make an offer. When you put up something really rare, they immediately say, will you please take this down? I'll give you $300 for it. And I'm like, The Bread Makers is $20. So I don't know a lot about this. I don't have a genre, but at one time it was marked $39.99. The Bread Makers, $20. On Tour with Teddy Wilson, $7.50. Brown Smith is $10. The Love Songs of Mr. B, $7.50. Also, we have One Man Bands Worldwide, $15 on that. That was Garage, 2009 German press. Gary Farr, VG5. Jim Queskin's America, $17.50 white label promo. New Christ is $25. That's an 88 Australian, $25 on that one. Victor Guerra on the Breadwinners, or the Bread Makers. And then Holly and the Italians, $7.50. Yeah, and doesn't the Discogs entry just has a picture of the label? I have a feeling this box is abnormally rare. There's no way they could have made too many of these. I mean, the vinyl already is scarce. How many could they have possibly made on 8-track? 50? 100? I mean, there's no way they made many of those. And it looks like it's brand new. That's another amazing thing. It's beautiful. Let's see. Audience is sold to Holbrook. But if you like folk, go check out that album. Go check it out. Go check out that album. GMB can't even find it on Google. No, I think it's... I bet that box may be... There couldn't be too many. I mean, if there is one in existence, it's like this one. it's laying around somewhere and nobody knows about it. It's just like in a garage. It's in an attic. It's in a shed. It's in an estate somewhere. No one really has it like listed in a collection like Discogs. It's got to be pretty scarce. The garage one, I think he just bought. No, this was the garage one. It was called One Man's Band Worldwide. It's on Luna Sounds. And then Sid Blair gets Holly and the Italians. I've got a couple of things. I keep a little stash of Bizarro 45s. I mean, y'all know about our 45 stash. I think we've got, we post some on Discogs, but we've got some that we're definitely holding out for eBay auctions. I mean, 4-digit singles like Rare Soul, Rare Funk. I think by the middle of the year, we'll be ready to do a big 45 auction at once on eBay. And I'm talking about like 500 auctions, all rare 45s. And it'll probably be one of our biggest weeks ever in sales, because they'll probably average 300 plus. And I bet we can come up with 500 of them here in inventory. We got a ton of them. It'll be probably a crazy week for us. If we sit down and kept compiling them and getting them ready to list, I bet we could do that on eBay. 500 crazy auctions. We have enough. We got tubs full of them. We archive them, put them away, and we're trying to build up a huge auction for those. Price on one-man bands, that was half off of $39.99. No, half off of $29.99. $15 on that. $15 on that. Okay. Link to our eBay. I can send you a link to an item, and then you can go from there. Let me see. I can probably do that right quick. It's really just autographs on there. We got 167 items. It's really just autographs. I just listed Daniel Day-Lewis, Morgan Freeman, Richard Harris, Christoph Waltz, Gene Hackman. Got some high-end silver autographs. And let's see here. Let me go over here to Twitch. The half off records are always half off, no more, no less, even though I might take less for them later. Whoops, sorry, I had my volume up. Always half off, no more, no less. I've stuck to that policy for a long time. If I've ever took any less, it causes chaos. That should take you to our Metallica. That's one of the most recent things I've posted. And then you can go from there. If you ever see anything on our eBay or Discogs, if you ever see anything on our eBay or Discogs that you want, you can let me know, and I'll give you my best price. Okay? I'll give you my best price. Okay, I'm not usually over here on Twitch. It's different. I don't get to watch our own streams too often while I'm live, since I'm the one hosting them. I used to go back through and replay them and learn from my mistakes, but I got to the point after about 2 or 3 months, I was like, okay, I know what to do now. Okay, here we go. So let me ask y'all right now what y'all are feeling, because it is pretty late. And let me ask this first. Is there anybody watching interested in bullion or silver? Or same thing, collectible silver, bullion, melt, gold, you know, because that has really helped boost our sales last week. I'm relying on it again this week. We've invested a lot of money. So other than that, because I've got it, and I never did even show the Morgans. I mean, I wrote some big checks in the last couple of days, so I'm over here like I've literally had, I've been over here like searching stuff, just checking groups and see what people selling stuff for. Silver will never be half off. I said vinyl record sale. Good. Yeah, I figured on Twitch eventually it would start getting suggested in people's feed. And so how about we do another $6.99? $6.99. Man, John Barry's not on. See, I didn't want too many leftovers. I like these things when they get cleaned out. Let's count. Let's see if anybody wants to bundle these, okay? I forgot about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30. Okay, there's 30 in there. Here's the bundle price on these. $115. And if there's no interest in a bundle, so that's everything left in this crate, $115. That's about $375 each. Okay. And then if not, we'll probably go through a $6.99 crate or another half-off crate like this one. I think there was one more half-offer over here. Whichever y'all choose, another half-offer or a $6.99er. They're both no more, no less. And yeah, I'm not going to like drag out a million coins to only have to put them back up if there's nobody remotely interested. And of course, I'll show whatever I've already dragged out over here, but it took me 20 minutes today when I started the show to clean all this up, unless I do it after. It's going to take me an equal amount of time. You got to put all this back away. Luckily, this back room is secure. I used to do the shows up front, and we couldn't definitely not leave all this out, you know. I used to get done with the sales, and we'd have 50 grand in coins I'd have to lock up in our safe every night. So besides me dragging all this out and then having to put it back up in our safe every night, you know. Chris Knapp wants to bundle. Boom! Okay, now I'm motivated to go through another crate. Chris Knapp was like, man, I'll buy it just to see some more discount records. Let me take a look at the half-off crate, and then I'll see what's going on, okay? Steve Biddlecombe said $6.99. We'll probably get to that anyways. We have an offer on Norman Tanega. Ah, man, I don't know. I think I should wait, Chris, because I think it's going to be something special. This is something, you know, I probably virtually have $0 in it. I don't know where it came from. So I would much rather just, because I have no idea. I mean, that thing could bring something stupid on an eBay auction. So, you know, I'll at least start it at $149. How about I start the eBay auction at $149? That way, if it doesn't get a bill, I can come back and see if you want it. I have a feeling it's going to sell, though. I think it's going to bring something stupid. And something stupid would be like 500 plus. But for the right collector, to them, that won't be stupid. That'd be like, thank God for this person who put this on eBay. Let me see if I have any 8-tracks back here. I think I do, and I think I got some nice ones. Here's a Beatles mono box. There's another Beatles mono box. Here's a box of comics. Black Sabbath box sets. Receivers. Marantz, Macintosh, Cream, Eric Clapton. Jim Morrison autographs. Look at this stuff here. Yeah, Tracy Songer. Whenever time comes, we're going to have some crazy cool stuff. See, I had some cool 8-tracks, and then they got buried, unfortunately. I don't know what John ended up doing with them. Let me see what else is back here. Oh, wait a minute. I found some of them. Hear that? No, this wasn't them. It wasn't them. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you what though, I'll show these. And I rarely take restroom breaks, but I have had a lot of fluids and I didn't use the restroom like I do right before I start the show. And I think before we get crazy into this crate, which I'll go ahead and put over here, I might take a rare Chad restroom break, a PP break, and then I'm going to go up front and get another drink. And if we're going to sell 5 more crates of records, I've got to have my bladder and my mind in the right space because I'm thinking about it. It's kind of distracting. And if y'all want to continue and us go for at least another hour or 30 minutes, I've got to relieve myself, and I need water, and I need my pistachios, and I need my chocolate-covered raisins. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go through another half-off crate. I don't want anybody to leave. But I do want y'all to have a conversation so nobody will leave. So 2 questions. Where is everybody watching from? And what is your favorite car? What is the first car that you ever drove? What was the first car that you owned? First car that you owned. Silver's at $89.50 an ounce right now. So where are you watching from? And what was the first vehicle you drove? That should be interesting. Okay? I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to lay my mic down so it don't accidentally turn on and y'all hear me urinating. I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to go get something to drink, and I'm going to eat a snack. So it could be 3 or 4 minutes, okay? It could be 3 to 5 minutes. So y'all have a chat among yourself. Jake has also took over my screen, okay? So Jake, whatever you need to do, go right ahead, okay? Jake is working on something over here as I talk. I'm going to mute my mic. We got half off and then $6.99 coming up. Okay, I'm good to go. Jake is doing something over here with a map. What you got going on, Jake? What you got going on over here, Jake? Where's everybody watch? He's got like a map going on over here. Whew. I've had pistachios, chocolate-covered raisins. I don't know why I left them up there. I'm going to bring them back here because I'm going to be snacking on some more here in just a second. And shout out to Craig for crab chips. I didn't want to get too serious and eat crab chips right now, but crab chips are coming soon. Probably post-game snack. Let me get back up here and get these. And get everybody back into position. Eyeballs on screen as we start a half-off crate. And then I'm going to go ahead and get my food out of the fridge, so it's not 100% cold. Let me see what else is in here. There's a Subway sub. Let me text my mom. Okay. Any mashed. Okay. Oh. Okay. Still got 105 people on. Great. Jimmy Rainey featuring Bob Brookmeyer. This is a 1956, $12.50. This is Jimmy Rainey featuring Bob Brookmeyer, $12.50. That was $24.99. Also, Cognition, The Road, was $24.99. VG Plus, that's now $12.50. And John Cale, Slow Dazzle. John Cale, VG Plus, $12.50 on that one. Joe Tex, From the Roots Came the Rapper, and Joe Tex is VG. That is now $8.50. Does have some cover damage up here. All these are half off, no more, no less. And Uma Sumac, Voice of the Extapy. That is $7.50. That's an older copy for sure. Does have some cover wear and tear, but nice. $7.50 on that one. And then the Best of the Who? The Diamonds. The Best of the Diamonds. That's now $5. Also, Climax Blues Band, Tightly Knit. Climax Blues Band is $10. And then we also have Rachel Sweet, Protect the Innocent. Rachel Sweet is $6.50. Protect the Innocent. And we have Brady and Holly, Borderline. Brady and Holly, $7.50. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Magnet, Worldwide Attractions. Magnet is $5. And Adam Minardi, first to strike since the break. He gets Climax Blues Band. Thank you, Adam. Over here is Leif Garrett, Feel the Need. Leif Garrett is $5. Adam Minardi also on Rachel Sweet. Thank you on that. And we have Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets. Shakin' Stevens is $5. By the way, I never did show these cassettes when I brought them up here. Kenny Rogers, Merle Haggard. Waylon's pretty cool, The Ramblin' Man. They do have some writing on them. I'll do those $6.99 each. And then the Outlaws, more Merle and more Merle. So some country and outlaw country there. Patrick Lear on SS for Shakin' Stevens. Thank you on that. And then we had Spyro Gyra, Carnival, $5 on Spyro Gyra, and Girl Crazy, the original soundtrack recording. That was a movie that had Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in it. This is $7.50. We have Paul Butterfield, North South. Paul Butterfield is $10. And we have Alfonso Johnson, Yesterday's Dreams. Alfonso Johnson, $6.50. Jazz Grog's on. I mentioned you probably about 10 times tonight. Paul marked 3 full crates new from the Jazz collection. And when we was going through it tonight, new arrivals, I was like, Jazz Grog would probably buy this. Jazz Grog would probably buy that. Adam Menardi got Girl Crazy. That's sold to you for $7.50. Thank you. And meet me at the Crux, Dirk Hamilton. Dirk Hamilton is $6.50. Dragon is $10. And we have La Ruta in CinemaScope. That's a 1987 Spain press Power Pop. Half off of $39.99 makes that $20. Also, Super Sax and LA Voices. Super Sax and LA Voices is $6.50. And we have Tim Harden. Sweet for Susan Moore and Damien. We are one all-in-one. That's a 69 Pittman. Sweet for Susan Moore. $10 on that. And High Time Larry Gatlin. That's $5 for High Time Larry Gatlin. Also, Everly Brothers, Stories We Could Tell. The Everly Brothers is $5. And we have Night City. Night City is $5. Jazz Grog had a very large bill this week and needs to not be here when you're reading off jazz titles. I don't like that. I think we can do something about that. Sounds like we got to negotiate with somebody. There's old Barbara. Barbara Streisand is a picture disc. That is $7.50. And Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits. That is in shrink, $6.50. New Society Band, Shoves It in Your Ear. This guy has pushed a piccolo all through his head. That sounds pretty painful. $6.50 on that. A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum. That's another soundtrack. The music by Stephen Sondheim. That is $6.50. And we have Byron Berline, Sundance. Byron Berline, $5. Also, Maxell Jazz Sampler, limited edition recording, $7.50 on that. And we have Asleep at the Wheel. Asleep at the Wheel is $7.50. Ray Benson. And I know that because we've had like 20 of those autographed that came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. The return of the Singing Cowboy, Johnny Bond, Johnny Wills, $5 on that. Christina Curtis on Ray Parker's Greatest Hits. Thank you on that. Half off, no more, no less on these. And then we'll try to do a bundle, so grab them while you can. Bundle now or bundle later with John Barry when next time he's watching, when he don't have to work. Over here, I've got Dublé, and Dublé is $5. Also, Oscar Brown Jr. Motivation, VG Plus $7.50. And Shotgun Angel, Daniel Amos. That is now $10 for Daniel Amos. Christina Curtis wants Asleep at the Wheel. That's sold to her and is Maxell on colored vinyl. Sometimes they're red. This is the Jazz Sampler. It is on black vinyl. $7.50 on that one. Maxell Jazz Sampler. $7.50. Also, we had Gary U.S. Bonds, Standing in the Line of Fire. That is $5. Gary U.S. Bonds. And The Language and Music of the Wolves, narrated by Robert Redford. That's $10. Also, we have Homer and Jethro at the Country Club. $6.50 on that. And Beaver Teeth. Beaver Teeth is now $10. Very wild cover there. Like two goddess-like creatures playing human chess in what appears to be somewhere up in the galaxies of the mysteries of the universe. Christina Curtis on Larry Gatlin. And that was, where was that? I remember reading that off. That was right here. Yes, Larry Gatlin, High Time. Kind of looks like somebody I know. That's sold to Christina Curtis. Also, we had Rod Taylor, and this is $7.50. And we had Kick 'em Dead Kid, Trooper. This is $7.50. We got Nick Serenjenko on the Barbra Streisand and Funny Thing. Okay, let me pull those. So these right here are sold to Nick and Nick. Thank you. New buyer tonight. $8 in limited shipping. Half off crates if you're kind of new. Always something like these have been around for looks like a month or two. Really haven't had time to put them out in the store because we might not be doing that again for a while. So what I'm trying to do now is just put like $2 stuff we're trying to filter through out in the store. So you might be seeing discount crates back up here sooner than later. Probably not half off, but at least best offer sooner than later. And then I've got a kind of a spot set aside to store these for a while, and then we can bring them back later and go through them all again. We have Wolf, and that was for, let me find that. I hit my eyes like, what is that sound? It's me rattling all the silver. What was Wolf's? Scott Allman put Wolf's. That was this right here, of course. The Language of the Wolves. That's sold to Scott Oman. And we got wolf and we got beaver. Scott Oman got wolves and Victor Gary got beaver teeth. And so far, so good. I need to see how many we sold today. Trooper, Knock 'em Dead Kid. I think I already showed that, but there's Trooper for $7.50. Mill City Blues, Papa John Colstead and Soupy Milton. And yeah, let me pull up Square and our in-store POS. This is $10, by the way, 1971. Let's see, reports, sales for today, and records. Let's see, we sold 658 today. $1,316, 658 today. So when did we start that? We started it Wednesday? Did we start it Wednesday when we opened? Let's see here. Let's see. Has it been a week already? We'll do a week and see what happens. A week of in-store items. Yeah, we've done in 7 days 2,351. Wow. Mill City, that's just $2 records. 2,351. Nina and Frederick, Lovers of the World Unite. $5 on Nina and Frederick. Sweet Tooth testing. Sweet Tooth is half off of $49.99. 1996 red vinyl, numbered 97 of 400. 25 on Sweet Tooth. Nicolette Larson Radioland. Nicolette Larson Radioland is $5. Nicolette Larson Radioland. And we have stabilizers. And stabilizers is $7.50. That's called Tyranny. And Gambler, Teenage Magic. $5 on Gambler, Teenage Magic. Play guitar with the Ventures. Walk, Don't Run, Raunchy, Tequila, Memphis. That's now $10. We also have the Pointer Sisters. That is $5. I think that's self-titled. That's one of their older albums, I'm pretty sure. Just self-titled, the Pointer Sisters. What year is this? 1973. Wow. $5 on that one. Barry Goldberg Reunion, VG plus $7.50. Oh Happy Day, the Edwin Hawkins Singers, VG plus $5. Old and Golden, Cliff Noble's The Pied Piper. It's a compilation. Barbara Mason's on there. VG plus $5. Billy Stewart Teaches Old Standards and New Tricks. VG $10. Willard Dunham on The Ventures. Thank you, Willard Dunham. That's so do you. And don't forget, for anybody interested in metal, Laura has sent me the hot pictures for tonight. I'm looking at them right now for the first time. Nice looking stuff. Oh my goodness. Yep, nice looking stuff tonight. Also, we have Kelly at midnight. That's Winton Kelly. And that's a 60 mono, now $22.50. It's VG condition. $22.50 is on VJ. Winton Kelly. Also, we have Benny Mardones. That's VG plus $10. And the Tailgaters, Rock and Roll Till the Cows Come Home. $5 on the Tailgaters, $5 on that. And we have Steve Harley, Hobo with a Grin. Steve Harley is $6.50, really nice in shrink wrap. And then we have Hero, Boys Will Be Boys, 1978, $5 on Hero. The Best of Stan Freberg, flip back cover, $5 on that. And Q, Dancing Man, $5 on Q. Walter Egan Hi-Fi, $5 on that. And Michael Quattro Jam Band, $15 on Michael Quattro Jam Band. No one went to Celtic. You got it. And that's only, because I didn't even have to pull it out, that's only $1 million restocking fee. That's only $1 million restocking fee. All right. Adam Bernardi on Stan Freberg. So to Adam Bernardi. I should have read through that crate before I took my break. I think I lost some people, and I think some people fell asleep. Or maybe they just have no interest in anything in here. Mills Brothers Blues. I don't think I did. Mills Brothers Blues. I don't think that came in. I got you now, though. That was this brown-looking cover right here. That's also to Adam Bernardi. Okay. maybe read through a $6.99 crate, and then I'm going to go eat some hamburger helper. Oh, we got to do Van Halen lights. I've got to do Van Halen lights for sure. I got to do Van Halen lights. Oh, boy. Can I come down? No. Can't break the rules. No, somebody was trying to do that earlier. It's always half off, no more, no less. But we have filled up our 6th crate already tonight. And that was a big thanks to Chris Knapp for the bundle. Let's pick out a $6.99er to go through. Those can always be interesting because you just never know. I mean, something pretty rare and pricey might have got mixed in. So, $6.99, the lights, and then hamburger helper. Patrick Lear has it planned out for me. Sounds good. Homer and Jethro. That's still available. I'm not going to read through these again. Probably just going to, next time I show these, I'm going to bring them over and count them up and bundle them to, what's his name? So if you do want something, now would be the time. Let me figure out what I've done with Homer and Jethro. Oh, Homer and Jethro. Homer and Jethro at the Country Club. $6.50. RCA Corporation of America, 1960. Looks like a bunch of hillbillies interrupting this fine, fancy dinner. There literally could be anything in the $6.99 crates. I got 7 set aside. I got 7 set aside for future selling. One sweet dream. April, October. Let's see. Yeah, this one looks pretty solid. Okay, come on, Chad. 1, 2, and 3. Lift the 60-pound crate up over my head. 100-pound crate. Lift a 3,000-pound crate over my head. This is full. This is honestly the equivalent of about 2 crates, but we'll go through them. Any progress on the missing poster mystery? No, I think Ed took care of that today. I hadn't really, I've had so much going on. Any crises, I usually put in the hands of Ed. He'll keep me updated. Sometimes I'll try to, but no, they're gone. They were not found. I don't know if Danny's watching, but my opinion, they were stolen. We got Homer and Jethro sold to Nick Saranjenko, $6.99. Somebody would have had to cut open the tube and steal the posters. So. Right, I'm going to take, well, we might can, there's way too many here. Let me take a handful out. Don't let me forget about these, okay? And that will give me some room to operate with. And everything in here is $6.99, no more, no less. So one thing I've always done with materials, and I don't know if Ed brought this to Danny's attention, but we never reuse materials. maybe packing materials, but I like shipping everything out in a brand new box, a brand new mailer, a brand new tube. I never reuse boxes because I feel like they lose some of their rigidity after they've been used. And then I just like a fresh package coming to somebody. You know, I've got a lot of stuff in reused boxes, and I don't know, I just don't, it doesn't feel professional to me. I know if I've ever bought from somewhere really high end, they use like the best boxes. They're all brand new. So I've always had a strong policy about that. So I think the only thing we ever reuse is like when somebody has a huge order, we use these big boxes from like our distributors. You know, that's when people getting these huge, big orders, and we have to have multiple boxes and boxes in boxes. But Mr. Mustache and Company, Shine, Shine, Shine. A children's Christian album, originally marked VG Plus $19.99. That's now $6.99. Haircut 100, Pelican West, EX, now $6.99. It was $17.99. Hey Baby, Nino Tempo and April Stevens, now $6.99. Nino Tempo and April Stevens. Ed Haynes, seems Ed Haynes, 1989 sealed, $6.99. Patrick Lear on Haircut 100 for $6.99. Thank you. This is a $6.99 crate. These are no more, no less. Final closeouts. This will be the last time you see these. There's no need for the air. Garage Artwork, sealed, FZ13, $6.99. $6.99. Also $6.99 is sealed. It is Noiseworks Touch. The shrink's really tight on. It's almost causing the cover to bow down here. $6.99 on that. Don McLean, Homeless Brother, shrink with a gigantic sticker. Of course, he was known for the song American Pie and Starry, Starry Night. We have the Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. That's just $6.99 for the Outlaws. Victor Guerra on FZ. That's sold to him for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Echoes of a Rock Era, the groups. Shep and the Limelights, our anniversary, $6.99. We have Don McLean, sold to Adam Benari, Starry, Starry Night. Van Gogh, won't you? Cat Stevens, A Pythagorean Fairy Tale, Numbers by Cat Stevens. It has this original kind of die-cut cover, like this, which I think one way or another is interchangeable. $6.99 on Cat Stevens, sold to Patrick Lear. Also $6.99 is Brazil, 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 Bud Shank, Lorindo Almeida, Chet Baker. That's on World Pacific, $6.99 for Brazil. Also Richie Valens and Jerry Cole, Crown Records, $6.99 on that. Looks like some sort of comp. Oh, Fat Perkins and Lost Totabilly's Dejate Arastrar. I'm not for sure what I just read, but it's a rockabilly album. It's got some cover damage on the back, as you can see. $6.99 for the rockabilly. Bud Shank is sold to Jazz Grog. That's sold to Jazz Grog. Bud Shank, just $6.99. That's practically free. This feels like it looks like something new. Michael Ralt, 2008 pink transparent vinyl. $6.99 on Michael Ralt. Also $6.99 is Serenade to a Soul Sister, the Horace Silver Quintet, featuring Stanley Turrentine. And this was VG minus $6.99. VG minus $6.99. It's a 68 stereo OG. $6.99. Also, Jerry Cafford and the Beaver Brown Band, Tough All Over. That's VG $6.99. Christina Curtis on the Outlaws, and that was right back here. That's sold to Christina for $6.99. Patrick Lear on the Horace Silver, and Adam Bernardi was second. More $6.99 coming right now. Barbie Benton, Something New. Everything in here is $6.99. That one's VG Plus. Also, we have Yours Forever, Billy Ward and his Dominoes. VG $6.99. Oh, your Shank and Silver blended together. Jazz Grog was first on Silver. My bad. His Shank and Silver, I kind of just glanced and I thought that was the same comment. Jazz Grog gets Horace Silver, then Patrick Lear, then Adam Bernardi. Willard Dunham on Steve Harley. That was right back here, but I still have it, I think. Wait a minute. Steve Harley. John Cafferty. Steve Harley. Steve Harley. Did we already sell that? Homer and Jethro, Haircut 100. Bud Shank, Outlaws, Sarah Silver. Steve Harley. I got John Cafferty for Christina Curtis. Steve Harvey hosts Family Feud. Who's Steve Harley? I don't think there's a Steve Harley in here, is there? We have The Section. That is $6.99, originally marked $29.99. The Section, also $6.99, is Josh White Jr. One Step Further. That is a 1969 press. VG Plus $6.99 on that. And then a B-Move is the name of the group. B-Move, Forever Running, $6.99 on B-Move. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Tim Finn Escapade. That's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. And $6.99 for Johnny Winter. $6.99 for Johnny Winter. This is on the original Columbia 2i. Very cool. Very clean record for $6.99. Johnny Winter. Victor Guerra on The Section. That was right here. That's so to Victor Guerra. All right. Appreciate that. Adam Bernardi on Johnny Winter. Thank you. That's so to you for $6.99. Same price for Poco Cantamos. Poco was $6.99. Maybe Willard Steve Harley was in the last crate. Maybe something out of the last crate you've seen or now just commenting for. The Best of Billy Cobham. The Best of Billy Cobham, $6.99 on that. Sully on Poco. Thank you. That's so do you. And then also $6.99 is Peter Paul and Mary album. That is $6.99 for Peter Paul and Mary album. We have Nadia's Theme, The Young and the Restless. $6.99 for that. Nadia's Theme. Everything in here is $6.99. Even introducing Lobo. Lobo is $6.99. Same price here for Max Werner. That's called Seasons. Gold stamp promo of promo sticker. $6.99 for Max Werner. And Shaking Up a Storm, Gene Vincent. That is $6.99. A Gene Vincent compilation. Hey, 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 hey. Patrick Fu on Peter Paul and Mary. That's so to you. Thank you on that. $6.99. Patrick Fu. And we have Bessie Smith, Nobody's Blues But Mine. I read that like Led Zeppelin. Nobody's fault but mine. Bessie Smith, VG Plus, $6.99. The Crusaders at their best. EX, $6.99 on that. Adam Bernardi on Bessie Smith. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Nat King Cole, a mini splendored thing, $6.99. And the, oh, good pull here. The Human Beings, a VG minus. So we had a near mint one the other night for 25.5 off crate. Here's a VG minus, $6.99. No, nobody but me. And then we have Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits. And Glad All Over. That's pretty clean for $6.99. Julian Lennon, Mr. Jordan, according to Mr. Lennon, A Candid Conversation. It's a 1989 promo only with questionnaire sheet interview promo for Julian Lennon. $6.99. Dave Clark sold to Victor Guerra. And Glad All Over. Also $6.99 is Country Joe and the Fish. I feel like I'm fixing to die rag. Oh, come on, all you big strong men. Uncle Sam needs the help again. Right down yonder in Vietnam. So open up the books and pick up a gun. You're going to have a whole lot of fun. It's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? $6.99. We have Gene Vincent, so to Nick Saranjenko. That is $6.99. We have Brian Call on Country Joe and the Fish. And Julian Lennon, so to Joe Sontag. Also is Pez Band. This is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, including Pat Travers, Making Magic. No condition notes on that, and it's a gold stamp promo. $6.99 for John Adams Strong. John Adams, $6.99. He was also a president. Ring Around the Rosie, Rosemary Clooney and the Hollows. $6.99 for Rosemary Clooney. And Hello People, the Handsome Devils. Produced by, almost said signed, produced by Todd Rundgren. VG condition. $6.99 on that. Adam Bernardi on Pat Travers. We're in the middle of a $6.99 crate right now, and we have Kim Wilde, Teases and Dares. Kim Wilde is $6.99. Same price over here for who? The Last Gonzo Band. And 1 second, I got to do something right over here. The Last Gonzo Band is $6.99. And we have Jump Up Calypso, Harry Belafonte. Harry Belafonte, $6.99. Alrighty, and that's an RCA Victor, looks like an original. Jazz Grog says, let me try the Crusaders. You got it. That's soda Jazz Grog for $6.99. Same price here for A Star Is Born, music by Max Steiner. original motion picture. That is $6.99 sealed. Jim B's not having any fun. He can't make any money off any of these. He's just having just a horrible night, folks. Kids are crying. He's slamming his hands on the keyboard. Christina Curtis on Kim Wilde, $6.99. Screaming obscenities to the stars. Adam Bernardi on Star is Born, $6.99. We have Daryl McCall, Lily Dale, a white label promo, $6.99. This is on Columbia Records, $6.99. Maybe you should try a little bit harder, Jim B, and dig deep, okay? Leo Sayer is $6.99. Don't see that one as often as we do this one. I feel like we show this 2 or 3 times a night. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $6.99. And then a quad pressing of Chase. That's their self-titled album. Chase is $6.99. And Annette sings Paul Anka. That's Annette Fuccinello. That's kind of how you say her name. VG Condition, $6.99 for Annette. That's Walt Disney related, by the way. $6.99. We have Mitch Ryder. Mitch Ryder is $6.99. Never Kick a Sleeping Dog. Sounds like good advice to me. Cindy Bolin, Still the Night. Oh, Cindy is $6.99. $6.99. Woo, Frank Zappa, New York. This was originally marked $44.99. Gatefold does have a little bit of a scribble there on it, but Zappa just $6.99. That's crazy. Could be something else crazy coming up, like Andre Crouch, The Disciples, live in London. That's now just $6.99. Zappa sold to Victor Guerra. Jim B was second, and Victor is celebrating, and Jim B is slamming his fist on the keyboard. Nick Sergentino on Annette. That sold, and then Brian Call wants Mitch Ryder and Frank Zappa. I got you for Mitch Ryder. You were third on Zappa. Ron Duffield fourth. Willard was fifth. The Righteous Brothers Greatest Hits Volume 2, $6.99. Bye-bye love. Bye-bye happiness. That was the Everly Brothers, though. That's the Righteous Brothers. Marrying Faithful, Dangerous Acquaintances. This is $6.99. And we have Bram Tchaikovsky, Pressure. Bram T is $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Beach Boys Light album. That's a nice copy in shrink. No condition notes. $6.99 on that. And Eric Burden, I Used to Be an Animal. That's Eric Burden from Eric Burden, The Animals. $6.99 on that. Tom Jones, Funny, Familiar, Forgotten Feelings. Oh, Tom is just $6.99, and he's in shrink wrap. Mahavishnu Orchestra, VG Plus, $6.99. And Robin Trower, no condition notes on Twice Removed from Yesterday. Wow, super nice copy for $6.99, Robin Trower. Can I claim the Wynton Kelly from the last half off crate? You can. Let me tag these right quick. Don't let me forget. MF is Marion Faithful, sold to Patrick Fu. Victor Guerra on Beach Boys for $6.99. The quad press was the band Chase, and the name of the album is Chase. Chase by Chase, quad press. Brian Call second on Beach Boys. Patrick Lear on E for Eric Burden. Patrick Fu third on Beach Boys. And Patrick passes on Eric Burden. Yes, and I took out a handful I'm about to add back in here. First, let me pull that Wynton Kelly he wants out of the half off. And that is going to be right here. Okay, so whoa. Whoever's tagging, make sure this goes in for $22.50. That was a different one. Yes, you got Between Nothingness. This is Visions of the Emerald Beyond. VG Plus, $6.99. And Willard Dunham does want the quad. Somebody should definitely pick up the Robin Trower. All right, let me add that handful back in here. Budget Records here at 1:30 a.m., 2:30 a.m. East Coast. Boontar on Mahavishnu. I'm about to restock it. Sully on Robin Trower. Thank you on that. And I'm about to literally fill probably a big chunk of what we just sold right back in here. Okay, and here we go. So $6.99. Chris Hills, not Hillis. We had Chris Hillis earlier. Chris Hills, Everything is Everything, coming out of the ghetto. SETI 1 PRC Richmond, now $6.99. Nick Sergentino also on the Rosemary Clooney from earlier. Let's go ahead and tag him for that. Okay, $6.99. And then we got Jimmy Handyman Jones, Good Timing. VG Plus, $6.99 on that. Jimmy Handyman Jones. Chris Christopherson, Who's to Bless, $6.99 on Christopherson. Less Variations, Moroccan Roll, $6.99. Steve Biddlecombe on JJ for Jimmy Jones. Good Timing. Thank you, Steve. And Bobby Gentry performs the Delta Suite. Wow, now just $6.99 for Bobby Gentry. That was VG Plus $24.99. And let me refresh this over here. I need to see where my timer is. I forgot what time I started tonight. Okay, 7. Okay, Bobby Gentry, $6.99. Great price on that. Over here we have Small Faces, Wham Bam. There's like some cover damage. It looks like it's a little wavy or something down here at the bottom. Yeah, it definitely got wet. The vinyl's clean though. Paul's cleaned it. No condition notes, 1970 German, $6.99, but heavy cover damage on Small Faces. Blue Montreux, that's Warren Bernhardt, Michael Brecker, Randy Brecker, and Mike Manarini, including other artists with special guest Larry Coryell. $6.99 on that. VG Plus, $6.99 for Seven Amusement, De Good Gamel. That's Danish. A flip back cover, 1966. VG Plus, $6.99. Svend. How do you even say that? Svend. This is Danish. Then who are the Dutch then? Over here we have Nantucket, Long Way to the Top. Nantucket's VG, $6.99. Carl Carlton, the bad Carl Carlton, VG Plus, $6.99. Dr. Feelgood, with a risque cover to say the least, VG Plus, $6.99. Was that what was the Brecker? That was on the Montreux here. That was on Blue Montreux with Michael Brecker, Randy Brecker. Blue Montreux with Larry Coryell. North Carolina is my home. 85 country album sealed, $6.99. Another Nantucket, that's VG, $6.99. Public Bulletin, Broke from the Sound, with signed cover, $6.99. The Montreux record sold to Adam Bernardi. And then also $6.99 was the Sun Rhythm section, Old Time Rock and Roll. Sam Phillips related, Sonny Burgess, Jerry Lee Smoochie Smith, DJ Fontana. Some very recognizable names. Played on some Elvis recordings. The Circle, Neon, VG Plus, $6.99. What songs are they doing? Old Time Rock and Roll, Tutti Frutti. Okay. Oh, Tutti Frutti. Silver opened down, but it's climbing back up. It's back over 90. It's back over 90 an ounce. Nick Serenjenko on the Sun Rhythm section. Thank you on that. It'll rally on Friday like it usually does, probably. And we'll be seeing $100 silver before long. Wow. Okay, I'm going to tag these Van Halen lights. And let me get one out, probably plug it up, and show you what I'm talking about. And we need to do this. I forgot last night. We need to go ahead because some people will need to know what's on their invoice before they buy anything else. And then I'm going to probably make a final call, make sure nobody wants any silver before tomorrow when there's another rush on it. And that's the conclusion of vinyl. And I got to make sure I get everybody on these Van Halen lights, okay? And let's do that right now. So, I'm ready for my hamburger helper. I'm going to film these videos for the morning. And I'm going to go home and crash. I'm going to go home and crash big time. I got to get where I am sleeping on a regular schedule. The bill in the back, that is a $1 bill signed by President Donald John Trump. That is a $1 bill signed by number 45 and number 47. I just picked that up. Don't really want to sell it, but I kind of have my not for sale price on it. So I was going to show it off and then do something later with it. I kind of bought it to speculate. I think I got it where I can make some money on it, but kind of really don't want to sell it. But yeah, stuff like that, novelty stuff like that signed for presidents, especially Trump right now, anything other than just a cut is selling for pretty crazy money. So I'm going to probably leave it back there for tonight, maybe show it tomorrow, and then probably just going to have it out on display in the store maybe with my not for sale price on it. I've been buying a lot of presidential stuff lately. Yeah, I was going to offer a bundle too. I'm glad you said something. I was going to offer a bundle. So, Chris, let's add these up and see what happens, okay? You might be the new John Barry, my friend, especially the nights where he's working. He works at nights, evidently. One, two, three, four. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, let me try to do this right, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. I counted 46. I counted 46 that time. 46 at 375 is $172.50. I would probably say $175. 175 on 46 records. And then Darren, I read your comment. I didn't address it. I wasn't able to watch Muse. Yeah, let me check that for Darren. Those are right here behind me. Got it. Muse is sold to Darren Johnson. Thank you. Muse is sold to Darren Johnson, $24.99. Okay, so in my box here, I have how many Van Halen lights? I got 20 Van Halen lights, okay? So whoever's watching, I got 20 Van Halen lights. I need Chris Bryant, Debbie Blair, Jamie Diaz, Colette Whitworth, and Rob Fordham. 5. Okay, now let me get my laptop. So there's 15 left. This is serious business. These lights are serious business. Okay, so let me read those off again. That was Rob Fordham, Colette Whitworth, Jamie Diaz, Debbie Blair, and Chris Bryant. Okay, and then Monk, Michael Jackson, Hendrix. Okay, Bill Samus, already got that. Taylor Swift, Soundgarden. Robert Johnson, Back to the Future, Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, Stoll, Charles Mingus, Alter Bridge, Pearl Jam, Vancouver, Smash. Okay, we need to pull Matt Shepard. I didn't do that earlier tonight. 13th step. Okay, so before I tell any more lots, we need a perfect circle, 13th step, so to Matt Shepard. This is so to Matt Shepard. Matt Shepard on perfect circle, 13th step. By the way, Chris Knapp wants the bundle. Give me 1 second. Thank you, though. Zeppelin, Van Halen, Wembley, Metal Knight, King's X. Megadeth, Rush, Pet Shop Boys, Megadeth. Take that, Crash, Iron Maiden, Punk, Iron Maiden. Tool, Van Halen. Okay. Sean Miller, El Snapatan, Tony McDaniel, and Corey Ross. That's 9. So I have 11 people left. I've got 11 lots. Now let me check the final frontier. Any sticky notes that are still on my person and any new sticky notes over here. So there should be 11 lots left. And whoever's tagging, let's pull them out, and then the leftovers, let's put them somewhere where I can get to them. Let's see. Days of New, Van Halen, Steely Dan. That's Van Halen Balance, Iron Maiden, Stranger Things. I got to order that stuff tonight for sure. Let me see what this says. Van Halen Lights right here. Van Halen Lights and add from pre-order Scott Markheim. Okay, I think what this is saying is Scott Markheim wants one. It says waitlist Van Halen Lights, add from pre-order Scott Markheim. But he already got one, so he don't need another. He got one the last time. Or didn't he? I don't know. He was the last. Maybe we didn't have enough and I gave him one. Plus Rob Fordham already has one too. Yeah, Rob Fordham already got one the last time. So I think we don't need to give one to Rob Fordham again. He already got one. So that means we have 12. And I have a note that Scott Markheim wants one, but he already got one unless we ran out. So how about this? Whoever's tagging, let's ask Ed right now if he can find out if Scott's been tagged for one ever. If not, bill him for one. That will be number, so we had 12. We put one back in. Rob Fordham doesn't need a second. And now possibly another one for Scott. So we either have 11 or 12 left, okay? And I have one more place to look. So we'll definitely have extras. If anybody wants a Van Halen light, we definitely have extras. They're $59.99, okay? So we're going to have extras. I got one more pocket to check where I keep my sticky notes in my backpack. Backpack. I got one more spot to check. And then it's hamburger helper time. My mom makes some good hamburger helper. We're going to crack open an ice cold Coca-Cola. I'm going to probably fall asleep on the counter. All right, that's a to-do list. That's a to-do list. That's a to-do order. That's a to-do order. That's a to-do list. That's just a note. That's a to-do list. That's a to-do list. That's a to-do list. That's a to-do list. To-do list. To-do list. That's a blank sticky note. Okay. So, we have 11 or 12 lights left right now. I'm going to use this blank sticky note to remind me. And then Chris, thank you. So the rest of these records in here are sold to Chris Knapp, $175. I think I can fit them in this crate. If not, then I'll start a new crate. But thank you, Chris Knapp. So the lights we're kind of just doing them. Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what has been made, and then I'll tell you what is in the works. We have made the following. We have made Black Sabbath, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, The Beatles, Van Halen. Have I forgot any? And then right now for pre-order is Pink Floyd, Alice in Chains. We did King Diamond. I forgot about them. I think that's it. We've done Kiss, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Metallica, The Beatles, Van Halen, King Diamond, and right now for pre-order is Pink Floyd and Alice in Chains. And then currently in design are Saxon, the Rolling Stones, and Elvis. So I'm kind of working exclusively with a company that's having this done. So they're kind of an exclusive being made for us. And we're doing a couple bands at a time until we decide we want to try to do more. But right now we're just kind of doing a couple bands at a time. So honestly, at some point, we're going to get to everybody's request. And it's pretty crazy if you're new to finding out about the lights. Let me find my list. My list is insane. I hadn't even had to use it in a while. Golly, let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Van Halen. Oh, Pink Floyd. Well, we got that one. Those are being made. Here's my recents. Or here's kind of not in any order. Van Halen, which we've already done. Pink Floyd. Ozzy is on deck. Judas Priest, Slayer, Pantera, Anthrax, Cannibal Corpse, Journey, Misfits, Dead Kennedys, a 007 with the 00 and the 7 gun barrel, Star Wars, we've done Alice in Chains, Eagles, Suicidal Tendencies, Green Day, Megadeth, Star Trek, The Doors. We're going to do one that says Coletco. We're going to do Tool, the Allman Brothers, Mushroom, Taylor Swift, Elvis, which is being made, Batman, Superman, Jimi Hendrix, Korn, Rolling Stones, which is in production. I'm going to delete some of these. And really, any band that you can name off that is a big following will eventually have it done. And I think what they're doing is the company that's doing these, the design they're doing for us, I'm kind of just, like I said, giving them an idea, and they're taking care of the rest. I thought about doing it ourselves and handling all the, the ins and outs of doing it, but what I've decided is let somebody else do it. We were looking into, figuring out how to make them and do this and that, but they're kind of a custom job, and I'm letting them do them. Because, literally, I think they've for other stuff they're doing for other people, they're literally like running it. So where do we submit requests? Give me some ideas right now. I'll tap it. Give me some ideas, and I'll put them into my list right now. I'm going to chug this water, by the way. Oh, man, good water. I knew you. How do I know you was going to say The Cure? Cure, Bowie, T-Rex. So what I tried to do, let me take some of these off. We've done Van Halen and Pink Floyd. What I've tried to do is one niche and one I think that is a no-brainer. And so like a no-brainer is Van Halen, Elvis. The niche I've been doing is King Diamond, Saxon, and I think the next one, Cannibal Corpse. I might end up selling more than I thought. We end up selling 15 King Diamonds. We've ended up selling, well, I hadn't posted Saxon yet. I bet we'll sell at least 10, because a lot of guys, I don't know if y'all have seen, some of these people have been buying all of them, and they plan on like decorating their whole room with them. And this one guy showed me, he's been ordering these these USB surge protectors, and they're going to have like a whole wall. It's going to look amazing. You turn off the lights. It's wild how good they are. Let me darken it up over here right quick. I mean, let me turn off this big light too. I don't know if that helps, but they're pretty sweet. They're pretty dang sweet. Tools already on my list. T-Rex, yep. And then Thin Lizzy logo. They have a cool logo. Yeah, I'd say Aussie. Let me see here. Aussie. Well, I told y'all what's on deck. They're already doing. Let me look right over here. Yeah, Elvis is going to be sweet. It looks like the comeback special. I think that's going to do well. And then this is kind of what the Stones is going to look like. Just imagine that as a light box, though. And then this is, I've already asked my Saxon guy. This is the Saxon logo. So we're trying to do a niche and then a couple like no-brainers. Most of the top of my list here are no-brainers. Like, see, we've already done, well, Alice in Chains hadn't arrived. I'm taking them off my list once they have arrived. Slayer. I mean, how many probably Megadeth would we sell, man? But there's some other stuff in here that I think is cool. I want to pause on the bands. I want to make a 007 for me, but I think we'll sell a bunch of those. And then we need to do Coletco sooner than later. But so two definitely like big bands, and then Scorpions and Queensryche, yep. But like the Cure, I mean, there's no telling. We'll probably sell a ton of those. Did I have Pearl Jam on here? Well, and I've also been trying to do 90s bands. So we went ahead and did Alice in Chains. And this has turned out to be big. I mean, I don't know how many we've sold, but I don't know how many we've sold, but how the heck do you spell Queensryche? Queensryche. There you go. Old school Cure logo. Possibly old school logo. I'll make a note of that. And then we need to put Cannibal Corpse. I told somebody I would do that pretty soon. And I told somebody would do Aerosmith before the end of the month. I make too many promises. Some people's like, can you please, you know, I mean, there's just some people dying to have them, but it's such a process. We got to get them designed. They got to go to manufacturing. I don't know if y'all have ever had anything manufactured, but it's not a fast process, okay? Over here is Judas Priest is on my list. Judas Priest is on my list. Let's see here. Nirvana, I just wrote that one down. There's that. Oh, Motley Crue. Oh, Motley Crue. I was about to say I don't know too many differences in the Cure logo or the Cure, the one that I'm familiar with. Do they really have a logo, the Cure? Or a font they use? All the copyright is being handled by the company. That's what I told them. I was like, one of the reasons I didn't want to do it, I was like, I'm going to let y'all handle all this. That a lot of headache. So I told them, I said, I'll be a seller, but far as everything else, that's on y'all. The Call reconciled, a 1986 U.S. Allied OG. That's the only unsold auction, and Billie Eilish, which is $2,000. There's only two unsold auctions: the Call reconciled, and the Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish is $2,000, and the Call is $25. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine their album covers in my head. There's only two unsold auctions tonight. I need to get some more 45s, for Wolverine. Let's see, 3 imaginary, okay, yeah, like a block letter. That's what I'm used to seeing, that block type letter. Well, yeah, the C is lower. Yeah, the C is kind of down. Yeah, that right there. I knew they had something. The C is like offset. ELO. Did you see the Elvis, the mock of the Elvis Wolverine? Then they stopped using that, didn't they? It looks like around pornography they stopped using the offset. They stopped using the offset. Yeah, then they went into that for the top. Did they use that one again? Let's see. Yeah, then that kind of style. That's pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. Not really much going on that one. Then that'd be pretty cool too. Tanner sent me a message. The Elvis is, give me 1 second. It is right here. It's gonna kind of look like that, kind of like the Kiss, but I think that's what we were talking about, right? That's gonna look sweet. Head on the door. Yeah, I think that looked pretty cool too. I like that one. I think the offset C wouldn't look good in my opinion, but who am I to say? Y'all are the fans of The Cure. Yeah, we have more 45s. John's just got to sort them. We took about 2 weeks at the end of the year getting the store set up and reorganized, but yeah, we're going to dig out some more eventually. A Now Playing Light. That's good. I need to write down some of those other bands you named. What was some of those? And there's so many I have in my head that I don't. And if I sit down and think about it, I'll just keep thinking of bands. I mean, like, you know, it's endless. I mean, we'll be doing these all year. The Pink Floyd is sweet. I don't know if y'all have seen the Wall one. What was some of those other 90s bands? There's ELO. Let me write that down. ELO. And then Oasis, Radiohead, yeah. Cramps for sure. It might already be on here. No, that was Misfits, Dead Kennedys. Cramps. REO. Somebody said Chicago. Yeah, they have a sweet logo, the cursive. Chicago. A lot of Chicago. And then think about like the other stuff I was talking about. Star Wars, Star Trek, 007, Stranger Things. Yeah. Stranger Things. I mean, if you get down on this path, it's endless. I mean, you could be naming every big movie. Dio is sweet. ZZ Top. Yeah, I mean, Boston. All the big classic rock ones. Chad, I love watching your auctions. I haven't bought anything yet. Your streams are extremely entertaining. Thank you for making them. No problem. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you commented. See, there's a lot of people who watch every night. They just kind of chill out. And I'm like, well, join in on the conversations. You don't have to buy something to join in on the conversations because if anything, it helps out what they call the algorithm more new people commenting on any stream or platform, even if it's just dots, it helps. It helps. Corvette, yeah. I mean, you know, and a lot of this, it depends on how easily it can be made into a lot. Some of them are a challenge. Which one was a hard one? Was it Kiss? Kiss was a challenge, and I think Elvis is going to be too. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the pre-order for Pink Floyd. Let's scroll through everybody in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Pre-order for Etta James. That already came in. Pre-order for BB King. A pre-order for Yes. There's some of our posts. Alice in Chains comes out end of this month, and Megadeth, right? Or Megadeth might be February. Stranger Things cassette. Let me just search Pink Floyd. There it is. Yeah, Pink Floyd's going to be pretty sweet. There it is, unlit. I mean, even unlit, it looks pretty cool. And then there it is lit up. And yeah, that's going to look awesome. Of course, you can do different things with them. So like this is my favorite, just it's cycling through all the colors. But you get instructions and you can sync them to music. So you can sync them to music. And so there's a different pattern. I don't know how well y'all can see it. There's kind of that thing. That looks really cool for Van Halen. That kind of looks like the colors on Van Halen 2. That cycles through it different ways. There's that going on. That'll keep you entertained. So, lots of different stuff to do with them. But they can be synced to music. They come with this, a Bluetooth app. So yeah, you can actually get on here and change the colors. I hadn't even done any of this yet. Shows how busy I am. I've sold 1,000 of them, and I hadn't even played with one yet. Every one I've wanted to keep, I wanted to keep a Sabbath and a Metallica and they're all gone. I was like, well, I'll sell them to the customers first, but I was going to, if anything, decorate them in the store so people can see them and ask about them, but I'll get some eventually. But Van Halen's in stock, so that's why we're doing this right now. We got down to where we have 11 or 12 left. They're 50. By the way, they're all $59.99. They are $59.99, and I have around 11 or 12 Van Halens left. But you see, you can definitely, like, if you wanted just to do like cycle through blue, yellow, and blue, or you can have it where it goes through the whole color spectrum. You can do a little bit of red, green. I think it like will, you know, it will do whatever color you set it up on. But you get one of those with your order. It'll tell you what not to use so you don't blow it up or burn down your house. Don't do that. I don't think you want to plug it up to like a 220. But they're $59.99, and typically, so all those other ones I've already I've made, Sabbath, Metallica, Iron Maiden, they're sold out, and I have waiting list. And I told everybody, grab them now because they're so busy making the next ones. I don't want to go back and start backlogging and doing old ones when we can be doing a new one and selling even more. So I've encouraged everybody, pre-order or buy them while they're in stock. And some people wanted to wait for a wait list so they can get on their next invoice. And it's been literally weeks. We're still waiting for like more Kiss. But I can get a Kiss. No guarantee win. I can get more Sabbaths. No guarantee win. And they'll eventually be in. Does anybody have any final requests before I go eat and sign off for the night? Me and Tanner laid out my schedule today. He said at 2 a.m., you need to end the sales regardless, which is fine with me. Film the videos, go home and sleep, see what time you wake up, and make a decision on what you want to do from there instead of falling asleep here at the store, which is something I do on a nightly basis now. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to end the sale. I'm going to film these videos for the morning. I'm going to eat. Try not to fall asleep. Or I could film the videos, eat at my house. That way I do fall asleep at my house. That might be what I do. I might take the food with me. That way I don't fall asleep here. My lips are killing me. I can't get enough chapstick. And my sinuses are killing me. But we're done. Thanks, everybody. And big sale tomorrow. I didn't even show the hot pictures. I'll do that tomorrow so everybody's getting them at the same time. We want those hot pictures to truly be hype. And hopefully tomorrow when the show starts, I'm going to leave all this silver back here. Hopefully we can sell the heck out of some silver tomorrow. Again. Okay? We've got it if you want it. Thank you.